How you doing, Mr. Rockhouse? Thank you for popping on, sir. I was just about 30 seconds. I thought I'll just go into live because I've not long got in. Just got to wait for what it is. It's one of them art monitors that you got to leave on for 24/7. And I had to go for a scan, and then made me drink this bloody barrier milk or something, and it was horrible, and it really upset my belly yesterday, which she did say that's going to happen. So that's why I weren't feeling too great yesterday. I was feeling right groggy, so I just went to bed early. Took some she told me to drink some milk, and that'll help to settle it. It didn't really it didn't help me. It just made it worse. So but I feel near enough back to me full self, so just got to wait for the results and see what comes up. So obviously I want to get back to these bloody Xboxes because I've got a snack of these poxy things, and I had a parcel turn up when I was out. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, Baranium meal. Yeah, I don't like that stuff. You had to put like a dye in you, and she said drink this, it's better for the machine. Oh god, it was like chalk. Yeah, thick white horrible. Yes, that's the stuff. Yeah, not nice. But it upset my belly. Obviously I suffer from a little bit of IBS, so which didn't help because it triggered everything off. I could have really done without that, to be honest, but she said it's for your own good. You've got to have it. I did try to explain to her, but she said it's for the machine. But yeah, not nice. Oh, it's fucking rancid. It is. I left a right nasty aftertaste, and a couple of hours after I bloody paid for it on that front. So this Xbox on this one yesterday, I put this one back together because it had the board. I had a problem with one of the boards, so I swapped one of the boards over, done a custom LED job on the board, put it all back together, and then realised I didn't look at the bloody sign, did I? And obviously on this sign, hey, BizTech, and on the sign it says it only loads a few games. I went, oh, for crying! Obviously I didn't bother looking at the sign because I had it all apart. Now I've got to retake it all apart because now I've got to probe the actual yeah, dope. I put things on, I put labels on for a reason, so I don't muck things up, or I need to address it. No, I didn't. It was, you know what it was? It was all happening yesterday, and I weren't feeling too great, so I can only put it down to that. And then I had a knock at the door. It was a parcel. And I thought, well, my parcel stayed here. So I said, mate, can you put it? I've got one of those ring doorbells. I ain't got one of them ones that Mr. Swindon's got. And I said to him, mate, shove it in a cupboard. Obviously, I've got a little cold cupboard out here with a padlock over it. And I said, just put it on there. Give him the note. And it opened it up. And then I went, who sent me a parcel? It's got to be from one of you lovely subscribers. No, yes, it was. It was one of the Xboxes I gave away to someone named El Stevo. Bless him. I did show him a tutorial of how to transfer and put games up, but he still couldn't do it. And this was one of the notes that he actually said. It's alright, because there's no details on it. So basically, he's put, hey Mick, please find the enclosed 120 gig hard drive for that Xbox 360. If you could, put as many games on as possible, I would be most grateful. I don't like football games, so I do like Crash Bandicoot. I've also put in, because obviously it's been costing me a small fortune with it, I said, he said, I've put a prepaid label for the return for the hard drive. And he went, P.S. there's a little gift for you inside. Many thanks, El Stevo. Thought that was really nice. That front. And when I opened it up, he sent me this. A 24-in-1. And it is a precision screwdriver set. Which is, I thought that was really nice of him. I didn't ask for anything. I said, like, all I need is just a returns label. Because I've been... obviously, I'm only on a standard pension. So I don't get a lot. So he's given me his hard drive, he's 120 gig on that front. So if I can, I'll see if I can do him an upgrade on the drive while I'm on here. So I've got plenty of drives. I might be able to do an hard drive upgrade for him and I've got some of the ROMs on there. There's some new technique ways that, obviously, I've got a stack of Xbox 360 games. Now, I've got the originals. I don't really need to download the ROMs because I must have, in total, in the bedroom, about 130 Xbox 360 games. This is only a few. Obviously, only a couple. I've got stacks of these bloody things. Absolutely stacks of them. So, what I could do to load these hard drive up is, as long as you can back these up, it's not a problem. It's only when you're downloading them and obviously on that. So I will be backing these up on the drive, and that will make it a lot easier. As long as you own the original ROM and you're not showing on that front. So obviously some of these discs on that drive was only working, out of that lot, only 3 worked. There's nothing wrong with the discs because I've tested it. I think personally that drive's got a problem. So I'm pretty sure, am I right in saying that the hard drive, so they have a pot on them. They have 2 pots if I remember correctly. One's for the DVD, one's for the CD side, and the other one's for the game side because it's a DVD, isn't it? It's obviously a dual layer disc. Now the CD works flawless, but the other pot is obviously the laser. That means that the laser is partly worn, but I'm sure you can ramp it up. But I wish I bloody would have read that, because then I wouldn't have had to put all this back together, and now I've got to retake it all off, which is bloody frustrating, because now, see, I've got an 120 gig one there, so I would have given an upgrade otherwise. Obviously I've got my slim, so I don't really need these fat models on that front. This one ain't being RGH'd. This is soft modded on that front, but all I need to sort out is the DVD drive. So if the worst comes to it, I think I've got another one up there for parts. I might be able to see if I can swap the laser out and do a laser swap. So it's just the annoying. I think I've got to take all this apart. So Jesus, I hate these bloody things taking them apart. Xboxes. Now I've got some parcels coming from Mr. Pitco himself on that front. So he said, I haven't met, because he had a bit of a family emergency, so he said, I'll send your parcels out. I've got 3 parcels coming from Mr. Pitco. I know what they are. One of them is going to be for the cassette deck over there that he replaced on that bit that was missing, and the others are, I'm pretty sure there's an Xbox 360. He don't know what model it is. He said obviously it's a fat model like this, and the other one, I think it's a PlayStation 3. Yeah, it's in parts, but he said he don't know if it works. So he plugged it in. He said it lit up, but obviously he said I'll send it over to you, so you might be able to do something with it. So I went, yeah, all right. Might be able to do a giveaway or something. But I'll do that. I think I'm going to, from now on, I'll do giveaways in Discord. Because like you said, it makes the system much more fairer. Yeah, of course, installing games, obviously you're sending the original discs as well, as disclaimer, yes. Which does make sense. That way, I don't get myself into trouble with YouTube. And that obviously makes perfect sense, because I've got enough of these bloody games anyway. So, which does make a lot of sense to do it, because the last thing you don't want to do is get your flag. You don't want to get your channel flagged up. So yeah, obviously, yeah, Mr. Pitco was going to do a stream Friday, but due to family emergencies, he said he had to leave it. He did put a message on Discord saying that he couldn't do so, but he's going to try and get some content as from next week. So I said, yeah, well, whatever he finds it easier, but obviously when you're running a business, God almighty, these still don't want to come off. So obviously running a business is time consuming. Yeah, I hope it is. Yeah, it's like I said, only managed to get his channel sorted out, and then all of a sudden you got a family emergency. Family does come first on that front. So yeah, I've just got to wait for the results now. I don't know how long these results take from hospitals. Hey, Chris is in the house. Bloody hell, Chris, I wish I'd have read that note at the side of it. I wouldn't have had to take this bloody thing apart. Obviously, I put it all back together, and then I didn't read the sign at the side, and it was actually saying, yeah, it partly works, but only plays a few games. And I thought, why is it only being selective on games? Well, I didn't look at the big yellow sticker that's stuck to the side of it, so I had a Homer Simpson moment. His trot hot cows went, oh. So, and I've disabled, I've turned off most of the commands because I had a complaint in Discord sent privately to me by 2 people, which I'm not going to name. It's not that they was having a go at me, but they said, Mick, can you do me a favour? We love coming on your channel, but the commands obviously are not set correctly, and everyone's just abusing the system, and it spoils it for people that they like a few commands but not too many. So they say, can you disable most of your commands and just put the commands that's suitable for your channel? And I went, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I had to apologise. It wasn't me. It was others in the chat that was obviously taking the command series to advance. But I've got a polite kindness, sort of like saying by 2 people in the chat, obviously like watching my channel, but the commands were too much, and they said, sorry, I've got to go. They said because people are abusing the commands too much, and I was trying to keep the peace on both sides here. So I went, oh right, okay. So Hotcows is working, but I have disabled quite a few of them. So I've literally just got about 5 or 6 running instead of out of 20. I don't want to upset all you guys. Obviously, I'm trying to keep the peace on both sides. Obviously, yeah, the wolf one's not work. I've disabled that. Sorry, Chris, on that, because because obviously when people come in, they just spam all the commands at once, and I don't know, they're not configured properly. So obviously it's all about timing, and so yeah, because they said otherwise we don't want to come to your channel, and I don't want to give that, if for the sake of people are now going to start saying we don't want to watch your channel because you've got too many commands on your channel. So it's controversial because people love commands, like I do. I do love a command, but obviously I don't go around timing people out. Obviously I want everyone to come into your channel and have a good time. But obviously some people like saying that it can be, I can see both sides of the coin. It can cause a hindrance, because they could obviously thinking, no, you've got too many and everyone's abusing the system and it's not for me. And then they end up, hey, Undergrow, how you doing, my friend? So, yeah, apologies in advance for that front. God, this is why I don't like these 360s. I friggin' bloody well hate them, because you can't get these tags out. Let me go and grab my torch, because I can see a lot better with my torch. So I think any giveaways in future, it will be done on Discord. It won't be done live over the airwaves. I think that's a much fairer system. So if you guys want to join Discord and that front, and your friends, obviously jump over, put in, and there'll be a link for giveaways on that front. And I think that's a much fairer system on that front. And that does make things a lot better. I've still got more stuff to give away. Like Mr. Swindon, he gives up. Yeah, I like the Discord front. Yes, yeah, I think it's a fair system. Underground, yeah, not all, not active on it. No. Oh, damn. That way I can limit on the giveaways, and I'm thinking that way it can generate at random. which will make sense instead of just doing what I was doing. Remember, I'm still growing my channel. Obviously, like, the idea of growing a channel is like to do giveaways and make it as entertaining as possible to you guys. But one thing I don't want to do is start it going in the wrong direction, and then people just thinking, nah, this channel's not for me. That front. I mean, you can pick and choose what channel you want to watch anyway, which we all do that. You know, we've all got our favourites. But the one good thing that I can say, yeah, how many consoles did you find today, Mick? I didn't, because I've been in hospital. So I've only got back this afternoon, because yesterday when I got back in, I had a heart monitor on. I had to leave on from the cardiology. I had to leave it on for 24 hours and I had to go for a scan. But they made me drink this barrier milk or something, and it was sickening. It made me physically sick yesterday. I wasn't feeling too great. I was lurking in the background watching Mr. Swindon. I did pop on. In the end, I went to bed at 7 o'clock. I wasn't too great. You know, obviously, upset belly. I feel 90%. Yeah. So I had to drop the monitor back off. Obviously, I had to get in queue. And so, yeah, now I've dropped the thing off. I've still got to go for another scan. But they got to send me up for that, so I've got to wait now for when they can send me up for. I've got to go for a head scan, so that'll be the next one. So I've got to have a head. I've got to have the other one was a body scan, which I had to drink the milk. Then while they've done that, they said we can give you an ECG monitor and we can monitor your heart, which I just had to drop off, and they said the next one will be, is it an MRI scan? I think. I said, well, there's no point looking in my head. There's nothing there. Obviously, all you're going to find in there is Xbox parts. Obviously, it's just floating around. So I just laughed. You know what I'm like. I'll just have a laugh and joke. The woman didn't find me funny. She just sat there. She went, oh, okay, right. I went, I was trying to lighten the mood. Obviously, but some people don't get it. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's the next one, and that should be the last. I'm just hoping everything should be okay. But, and then I just got to wait for the results. Obviously, everything else has different time results, don't they? When it comes back, of waiting for results for certain things. So, this was bloody annoying. I wish I never put this apart. Obviously, I didn't look at that. I just thought, oh, that's working. I just thought, oh, it's, and obviously, when I look closely, it just says partly works. It loads into the dash, but only loads a few games. When I put it all back together, and obviously, it was staring me right in the face. When I thought, well, why aren't it playing all the games? It's obviously, it's being selective. Yeah, and then when I looked, I just went, I don't believe it. Obviously, I just don't believe what I've done on that front. Well, the word Wally comes to mind on that front. So, yeah, that's my doings on that front, I'm afraid to say. Not no one else's. So I thought, yeah, I didn't bother looking. Never mind. We all got... It's the sign of getting old, I suppose. Your brain just goes scrambled. So I thought, right, okay. I'm pretty sure these have a double pot on these. They have dual pots. Yeah. Yeah, where is Wally? Yeah, obviously, I do feel like that. Obviously, he's literally looking at the other side. You think, where is Wally? The Hot Cows one's working, the command, with the clip. So that one's not been turned off. So there is a couple on there that I've left on. But yeah. Obviously it's but yeah, I didn't think even Bronson. No, Sandwich is on there. Bronson's one's been turned off. Bronson Sandwich is on there because I'll leave it the Sarnie one on for him, so hopefully no Bronson, I didn't meet that. So yeah, if you try and type in all of the commands at once, only a few will work. Obviously, give it a go. See what I mean? Obviously, some of you guys have got it saved, but it just controls it because people do. Which I didn't realise. I thought everyone's coming in to have fun. Yeah, because it actually gets annoying. Yeah, and obviously I had 2 private messages in my DMs in Discord. And they said, it's not you, Chill, but you have put too many commands in. It's really annoying. And they said, we don't want to lose your channel. Would you appreciate it if you disabled and not put so many out there? And I went, of course I can. I'm so sorry on that front. And they said, no, it's not you. It's where other people obviously abuse the system. So, and I want to keep the peace with everyone. So it just makes perfect sense. So I thought, yeah. I can understand why now Mr. Swindon won't put any commands on there. He just keeps a few. And it does make sense. It really does. But I do like to keep some on. Because it does make it interesting. But obviously, just not too many of them. If they're all right, I'm thinking the commands are okay if they was done correctly. That they get timed out where... Obviously, Ace knows about timing because he obviously he settled his own up and everything. But if it's not done correctly, they'll get spammed all at once. Well, obviously that means they're not done correctly on that front, and that's the trouble. And I think that's what the problem is. I've got them set up, but yeah. But like you said, it can become annoying on that front. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to piss off everyone because for the sake of, a command, because like you said, commands come in handy. Obviously, you could actually, like me alert commands, I've left them on because then you can flag them up and say, no, you're doing it wrong. Do it this way, So, yeah, that sort of makes sense on that front. It just does on that front. Do you know what? Mr. Swindon was only just talking about sayings. And I always say a lot, and you don't realise you actually say it. Andy says, what I've got on that front, and Andy brought that up, which I found quite funny. He said, Chill's got his own sayings. He said, I've got my own sayings on that front. He said, but you don't realise when you're looking at things, you'll get too engrossed in something, but they just come up. Yeah, I know that their time command can actually be funny, but constantly spamming the entire list of the commands every 10 minutes, yeah, it's not good. That's what done it. Yeah. Yeah, we all have sayings on that front. It's funny, isn't it? Isn't it funny, Mr. Hotcales? We have got, where we got to know and giving support to everyone's channel, you're 100% right. We do have our own little sayings on that front. My one's on that front, and obviously I don't realise I've actually said it, and then I realise I'm thinking, oh yeah, even Mr. Swindon, yep, it's like Lord of Glove for Joey, yes, Lord of Glove, Mr. Joey himself has obviously got his own sort of saying on that front. Yeah, where's me tweezers? Yes. Where is obviously with it does make it interesting. Hey, look who it is. It's Mr. Swindon. I was only just saying about that 30 seconds ago. Obviously, I've only just got back from the hospital. I've been in about 10 minutes. You was talking about we've all got sayings on that front, and yeah, that what made me laugh. You mentioned mine on that. Mine's on that front. Yours is what? Joey's is Lord of Glove. So yeah, there's a couple of us streamers obviously have got sayings on that thing. It's actually quite funny. Right, where's that popcorn? Damn it. And I've had to disable some of the commands because as I was saying earlier on, I had 2 private messages sent to me about my commands were being misused. So I've disabled quite a lot of them and just only had a few to make it thing on it. Yeah, so yeah, it's probably I'm just a professional. Yeah. Oh, one more. I always try to bin. Yeah, bin command's on there. I don't mind the bin command. That's my favourite. We got to have a bin command. Yep, 100%. I don't mind. I don't mind that car for because the bin command's always been my favourite out of all of the commands. Yay, the bin's made a cut. Right, I won't put this back together because of this. I can't believe I've done that. I thought the word Wally comes to mind. Well, I've put on there. I've put Yoda on there, so because that one comes up how embarrassing. So that one actually comes. That one's still enabled. So yeah, the Yoda one still works because it comes up that how embarrassing the command. Obviously, I feel like how embarrassing after I put it back together. So I've been. There you go. Obviously, it makes perfect sense. Thanks, Underground. How embarrassing. Yes, the word Wally, definitely. Right, so I'm going to have to take out some of these things. I do hate 360s. Now I'm working on a bloody enough of them because I've got a stack of these poxy things and I'll be glad to see the back of them, to be honest. I've got to admit, they do become very annoying very quickly. I've got to reflash the other one. I've got another 360 on there. I want to reflash that. Because obviously where I attempted RGH, it got bricked. But you can unbrick them. Got reflashed in hand. I've got the thing, yeah. They actually look. Andy, yes, and their viewers. Oh, what? We got an Andy raid in. That looks like a Mr. Swindon's raid to me. It's come up. Mr. Swindon and their viewers are just so obviously something arrived. Now, won't this? Oh, right. Well, it would help, wouldn't it? Because I didn't realise this has not been a part raid. I thought it was a raid. Yeah, we're here. We're here. Yeah, it certainly is. 100%. We don't mind a raid. Let's see my numbers jump up. I know how many Mr. Swindon had in his chat. Obviously, I looked and I don't like looking at the numbers. I'm not Mr. Swindon on that front. Don't look at the numbers. It's frightening. What's up with these tweezers? They look like they've been through the wars. Obviously, Michael's streaming himself. Yeah, 12. All right. I'm 22. Hey, look who it is. Mr. Russ himself. Russ, I went to ask you, sir, when are you actually streaming again? Because obviously you're doing fundraising for your friend's mum, like obviously battling, going through cancer. Mr. Russ. Oh, for crying out loud. I hate these sticky foil tapes that you're trying to... Yeah, I know when it's in, the numbers have gone through the roof. You're thinking, oh no. Now, why isn't this coming out? Obviously, this has never been off before. Mondays, 10 a.m. So I'll post that for 5. Yeah, thanks, Russ. Obviously, I do like watching your channels, and we do like to give as much support as possible. Now, obviously, this 360 has got a problem with this drive, which I'm going to take. Obviously, this mat's a lot better. I've noticed. Now, the 360 is fine. The only problem I've got is this is being very selective with discs. So, to me, first things first, clean Hey, Greg's in. Yeah, I'll give you a heads up, guys. I've disabled quite a lot of commands because I've had a few complaints. So I've only got a few of the commands running. I don't want to go around upsetting everyone, and I'm trying to keep the peace on both sides. So obviously I've put far too, because the commands are not configured properly in that front, and it just stops their commands being misused, because I don't want to start losing people on my channel due to me commands are not configured correctly. So the best thing is, for the time being, yeah, Wes. So I've just put them on a temporary hold on that front. How you doing? Yes, obviously I've not. Yesterday I wasn't feeling too great. I had to go for a cardiology. I had to go for a heart scan. I had one of those bloody monitor things strapped to me for 24 hours. And like I said, I've not long got in, and took it back because it has to be handed back to the hospital in the UK. So I dropped it off, and then I thought, right, okay, I do feel a lot better today. Yesterday I went to bed at 7 in the UK because I was just the milky stuff that they give you for a scan. Obviously I had to go for a body scan. I don't even know what the machine was. It was a massive tunnel. Yeah, I do feel a lot better today, Wes. I do feel a lot better, sir. So yes, I wasn't yesterday. I was feeling really groggy, and I think it was due to that milky stuff that they give me. But today I feel a lot better. Back to me, near enough back to my old self. Yeah. So my mum's done me some sarnies for later. So I don't know why, because someone sitting over there ends up just saying, if I say the word sand, I won't say the rest of it, he tends to wake up. Now, why isn't this coming off? Oh. I thought this has never ever been apart. Never. Jesus Christ, it ain't at all. Hey, Pico. How you doing, Pico? I know you're not seeing things, sir. I am working on another Xbox 360. Because I've got a stack of these things. I'll be glad to see the back of them. This one's got a problem with the hard drive. So what I want to do is adjust the pot or give the laser a clean to see if it's been very selective of what it's playing at. So yeah, because as you guys know, Mr. Pico couldn't do a Friday stream. He had some family emergencies to come up. So hopefully he'll be able to do a stream as from next week. Do you know what? This is why these things are a nightmare. Straight away, it's got a busted end bit on this. I mean, this one's never even been apart before, and now the casing don't want to come off. Why? Why don't the casing want to come off? This end does. This end don't. Jesus. Oh, there you go. There's not even no screws in it, so this shouldn't. Oh, there you go. Finally. Right, now there is two pots. Oh, I thought there was two pots on here. So we've got two pots on here. Now one of these is CD and the other one's a DVD. So what I might be able to do is probe these, right, and bump up the laser. Give the laser a clean and bump the laser up a little bit. Hey, Peb's in. How you doing, Peb? Thank you very much for popping in, my friend. I've read your message. Yes, thank you for that lovely bit of information. Much appreciated, sir. Obviously, I'm feeling a lot better today compared to yesterday. I wasn't feeling too great with that stuff. So I think first things first is literally I'm going to clean the lens. This 360. I wish I bloody looked at that label before I put this back together. It would have made my job a lot easier. So, right, any giveaways now that I do, I am going to be putting them in Discord and do it the proper way of like Mr. Swindon and everyone else does. And I think it's a much fairer system instead of just saying I'll be doing giveaways live out and stream. That way it's a fairer system. And that way I can limit on the giveaways. There's no dirt come off this. I don't think it's a dirty laser. I reckon this laser's worn. Hey, underground messages. Yes, messages. Message me on Discord. So give me your address and I will pair them glasses. Yes, obviously Mr. Pico has got them goggles, which are these ones here, which I can find them. And these are fantastic, which I totally recommend. Well, that's a lot. Where did I put them? Oh, yeah, they're up here. These are the ones that Mr. Pico gave me. So, these are, obviously, they got a light on the top of them. And you can change all the magnification. Battery goes in at the back here. They're AAAs. If you're wondering what they are, they're 2 AAA batteries up front. Absolutely brilliant. And these are great for doing micro solder work and things like that. So, yeah. That was a lovely gift from Mr. Pico. Much appreciated, sir. Yeah, but how can I send? Send you a payment? Yeah, Undergo. I wanted a pair, so I said I sent him a pair. Yes. Do you have PayPal? You guys can obviously, like, you can't put links in the description. It won't let you. So it'll be on Discord on that front. Because I know what it's like. YouTube's algorithm is, it's literally a nightmare. Right, so I'm going to put this in diode mode. Right, I'm going to probe. Do you know which one is on the DVD? Is it on the right hand side? Because we got 2 pots on here that we adjust. I'm sure, if I remember correctly, right, the pot, I think this one, what way is it? So the disc goes in. So I'm pretty sure this side's the DVD, this side's the CD. So if I flip that over, that means DVD, CD. I'm sure it is. But then I'm not 100% sure. I can Google it, I suppose. Mick, I wrote you a Discord about inviting me as an... Yes, no worries, my friend. Give me 1 minute. Daniel Locke, yes. Let me quickly go to DMs. Right, okay. Daniel, I have that. Could you add me to your Discord link, sir? Mr. Pico, can you put my link, because you are a moderator, can you put my link into Discord in the description so Daniel can click on it on that front? Because it comes up invalid link on here. Locate the pots on the top of the laser assembly. There are 2 potentiometers. Thanks, Pico. There you go, my friend Daniel. Click on that link because Mr. Pico is a moderator. He can actually add the link in. He's got permission. Because every time you send a link, for some reason, it comes up invalid. So, yeah, Mr. Rockhouse is saying there's 2 laser potentiometers with small screws. The one on the left is generally for the DVD. I thought it was, and the right is the CDs. Thanks, Mr. Rockhouse. I thought that was going to be the case. On that front. So what I need to do then is literally just test to see what ones are reading what, because I think we got 3 on here. This side is the earth. You've got 3 points on the potentiometer, which is an earth, and the other ones are reading, and I think that's it. I think these should be registering at roughly about 1.7, if I remember correctly. I've done these before. So this side's an earth, I'm pretty sure, and the top, I think it's going to be the bottom one in diode mode. No, 0.6. That looks a little bit low to me. And the other one is 0.58. They look a little bit low. Yeah. Right, watch out. I'll catch. Right, I'm out. I'll catch you later. Thanks, Hotcows. Yeah, use it in ohms mode. Oh, right, that's probably it. Would make sense. I'll put it in diode mode. Ohms. There you go. Thanks, Peb. Obviously, like you said, trying to actually, because I'm pretty sure that sounded a little bit low. I think this, yeah, because that's in ohms resistance now. I hate these things because you can't grab them. I'm not getting no meter reading on that. You can remove your face cam. Oh, God. I've knocked it down. Sorry, guys. Thank you on that. The command is working for that, Pico. The alert command. That's knocking it because obviously I've knocked the bloody camera. There you go. Thank you, my friend. I'm not getting no meter readings in that in ohms resistance mode, which is strange because I should be. Which obviously the left is going to be a DVD and the right's going to be the CD side. So I'm just going to probe just to make sure. I'm not getting nothing. I like it better where it was. Obviously, yeah, just looked at it. I liked it better where it was. Obviously, it was just looking down at the floor. Obviously. You know what it is? It's Saturday. You know what it's like, Mr. Swindon, sir. We do have like temperamental sort of like. Look at your camera this morning. Obviously, well, it gets washed out. It don't work. So yeah, 100%. Oh yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm not getting no meter readings from this diode, which is strange, because obviously there's 3 probes on this diode itself. So the back the part of it, which is always going to be the earth. So I've got that dug in, and then I've normally touched the other one. I get nothing from that, and I get nothing from the top in ohms resistance. Nothing. It just bleeps. Wow. Now that could be down to the meter itself. So, okay, I'll eliminate that then. Shut this off. Try the other multimeter. I've had this before with multimeters. So this is why you got to have more than one multimeter. Now, let me grab the other multimeter and give that a go. Bloody multimeters. I've never even had a multimeter had a problem before, but oh yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, you need yes, you need multiple multimeters. I have. That is matable. I have definitely got that, sir. Now, I bought this beast. I've bought about 3 different ones in total. What Mr. Pico recommended, because it was the same ones he had, and I got a good deal with these, so I thought it does sort of make sense. So we're going to go red for red, black for com, which you can't mix them up because black says red and red says red on that front, so you know you put them around the right way. Now I'm going to put this in ohms resistance. Now this one won't keep bleeping like the other one, so this one's a much better system for the diode itself. But I just need to, yeah, it's a diode on the potentiometer, yeah. So obviously I need to probe to see what these readings are. But I'm not getting no meter readings from them, which is very strange. Normally the 360s they normally give you the readout in like the mega ohms resistance. It's normally about roughly around about 700, between 7 and 800. I'm not getting nothing. I'm getting no meter readings. Is it in diode or potentiometer? Well, it's like you said, I've tried it in diode, but then I got told to put it in the ohms resistance on that front. Because if I put it in diode mode, I'll get a reading. So if I probe the bottom one, it's normally the bottom, not the top. It did do. Oh yeah, it's the top one. Yeah, that's it. That's better. 0.678. That looks a little bit low. So that looks just a little bit low on that front for 700. I'm pretty sure these should be roughly around about 830, 860. So it's the top one I'll need to probe, not the bottom. 678. No, Mick. It's your measure. Yeah, obviously I've put it into diode mode, but if I put it into ohms resistance mode and then probe it, I'll get nothing in. Oh yeah, well it did do, but then it sort of died out. No, you're right. It is my mode. Sorry, my friend. There you go. It's in ohms resistance. I wasn't touching it properly. So it's registering in 2.2 k ohms resistance. So what is that good? I think that looks a little bit high on that front, because obviously the lower you go, am I right in saying the 360s with the diodes, if you turn the resistance down, it forces the laser to be more penetrable to that, because obviously that's an indication that the laser is getting weaker over the time. It's something on the similar line of that. I can always Google it and find out. I should really find out on there. Laser adjustment. Right. Yeah, there you go. It does say it on here. It says set it to set your multimeter right on that front, and safety limit should be 2.8. Adjust the resistance below 2.8 to 3k. You run the risk of burning out the laser diode. Turn the screw counterclockwise. So it should be between then 2.8 and 3k for what it's saying. So obviously 2.2 is low. So obviously we've got to bump it up a little bit, ever so slight. So it is this one here, the left hand side. Obviously it's down it's down ever so slight. So, and then I can plug it back in and give it a go and just see if it'll adjust. Now I know for a fact that you can only touch this thing and it just literally adjusts it. Right, which I did. I literally just only adjust. This is what I said about these torches. I think these torches are fantastic. That's what I love about them. Right, I'll do the same thing again. Probe it and see if that measured. Now that was 2,200. No, that ain't done nothing. Still at 2.2. That adjusted. So I'm going to probe that. 2.3. It is going up. Hopefully. So between 2.8 and 3. Nope, it's still at 2.3. Wow. Right. No, it's gone up to 0.5. This is the trouble. You adjust it just ever so slight. I think I'm going to run into the same problem as what I ran into before. This laser is just going to run bad. Yeah, 2.3. I can't seem to adjust it any more than it goes off the scale. No, see? As soon as I adjust it, hey, FarmTech. As soon as I adjust it a little bit, it literally just goes to 0.5. I'll go the other route. Two, 3, 3. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping on. I'm going to try that at 2,300. It was set at 2,322. I've dropped it down to 2,300. I'm just going to try that laser. Obviously, I'll have to put this back, because it had some of that green solder mask on. Because it's being really selective on when it comes to playing games on it. So what I'm going to do is just put this casing back. I'm just going to put this because I don't want to shorten it out. They put hot glue on that. Well, that'll please Mr. Worms. Let's give that a go. Let's grab that 360. Yes, Mr. FarmTech himself has popped into say hello. Well, I can't drop it between 2.8 and 3, because as soon as I go past 2.3, it spikes to about 600, so it goes the other way. Why? That's the only thing with these Xboxes, they're just so temperamental. But I obviously had a few games that it just wouldn't play. God, it does want to clean though. This one's still a little bit dusty. It's not as dusty as the one I've done for Mr. PCDD. That one was really dusty. And that was terrible. No, that's not the controller. When I get some packaging back from Mr. Pico, I can send him his lovely parcels. Back, because I've obviously all the giveaways I've used all my bubble wrap up, and I had loads. Mick, if you ever need parts for those 360, I have loads of parts for them. Thank you, bud. Yeah, things like for drives, probably, yeah, because as you said, drive issues on these suffer big time, really big time. I've still got your chips. I've got your chips sitting up there, the ones you took off. I want to make a nice little plaque for them. Now, we've got, this is the issue that I had before, right? The discs look flawless, right? Not a problem with the disc, but for some reason, wouldn't detect. Now this one, no, it's not this one. Yeah, this one won't work for some reason. Let me put dark siders in. I don't know why, but this wouldn't detect. So I think that the laser is, I have 2 drives, yeah, because there's different models on these. This is the trouble. I was reading. No, it's struggling. See, this is my point. It's still struggling to read that diode, reading the disc. Open tray. So that obviously does make it a difference. Hey, Aussie's in. Repos. Do they have teeth marks? It's obviously teeth. Well, we've got. It looks like they've got teeth marks, sir. No. So this one, obviously, I'm gonna have to bump this up. Am I right in saying, is it turning it down that turns the laser up, or is it the other way by turning the diode up to 2 point and above? Is that actually higher or lower the resolution on the diode itself? Because obviously it's a mechanism that you adjust. Hey, 8-bit. He'd probably be the post. Christopher, thank you for popping in, sir. You've done some 360s, Mr. 8-bit, sir. This one's obviously, this 360s being very fussy reading discs. Adjusting the pot. What's the best way to get the laser a little bit more? Is it turning it up or turning it down? At the moment, it was set at 2.3. I lowered it down to 2. It was 2.223. I lowered it down to 2.3. Something like that, and it adjusted, but it's obviously still not reading the disc. It's being very selective on reading. So cleaning the laser didn't do nothing. Higher resistance is right. So the higher resistance is lower. Right. Okay. So lowering the number pushes a little bit more voltage. Right. Thanks, Chris. I thought it was going to be the case because I thought you've done some 360s. You'll be the best person to ask on this. Yeah, I think that's what the. I think it's. Yeah, I think you're thinking of. You want the other Chris. Yeah, because obviously, like you said, I'm pretty sure you're right. Lowering the diode higher puts more voltage into the laser. That's sort. I thought it was. I haven't done one for ages. I have 2 disk drives. I'll tell you what drive it is, sir. Right, I'll read it out because there are different firmwares on these. You want similar numbers. Let me punch in the model number, right? Because it's the model number on the facts. The one that I've got is, let me have a look. It is VC. Oh, well, I clicked on the bloody. I'm going to type it on there, Pico, so you can have a look, sir. You can have a quick look at the VC. This keyboard, it's just unbelievable. Oh, it's VA. I've got it wrong. VAD 6038. There you go. So it's a VAD, yeah, 6038. They're the models, because obviously you want to get the model numbers. I'm pretty sure the model numbers have to be near enough the same, because the what it is, you see this layer here, the drives are different. Some of these, yeah, Chris F is the guy for like OGs and 360, so a bunch of other earlier consoles. Yeah, like you said, I'm pretty sure, but it does sort of make sense to what you're saying. I'm pretty sure that's what I've just wanted to confirm. I thought lowering the number highes the resistance to the diode itself, so that injects more voltage. This is why they say you can't go too mad. And I'll reprobe that again. But yeah, Mr. Pico's obviously, like, he gets spare parts in. I'm pretty sure this could be, this diode ain't gone, but it's being very selective. $22. Yeah, it's still registering at 22. $2.286. So obviously I need to turn that down just ever so slight. I think they've got to be between 2.8 and 3.0. But I think you're right. That's ever so slight on that turn dial. Mick, I can't let you know about the drives until Monday because I'm not aware of it. So, alright, no worries, Pico, thank you. I'm still going to try and see if I can lower the diode. I think he's right. I think that's what they've got to be. Oh, great. Now this one turns off. They must have like a safety feature where it just turns off. 2.22. I think that's when I had it before, didn't I? Let me double check. 2.22. I think that is, because that looks like it to me has been adjusted. So I'm going to try it there. Leave it exactly where it is. Put this back together and give it a go. Battery saving. Yeah, it does it to all of them for some reason. Don't seem to last very long. And then all of a sudden it'll just shut off. Now that was set at 2.3. I've dropped it down to 2.38. So give this one a go. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I'm right. What Mr. 8-Bit was saying. I'm pretty sure if you lower the diode, if the number goes lower, it highes the resistance of the voltage. So, what it does, it turns the voltage up on the diode itself, so it can read a little bit more. But this is how you can burn the diodes out. Right, I'll put it back in. Now, it's definitely been adjusted, 100%. Right, this should be interesting. Yeah, I ever check the resistance of the potential. I'm not sure about the 360s, but they're normally around about 700 to 900 for DVDs. I'm pretty sure they are. But he's being selective. Like you said, it's an earlier sign that the diode is getting weaker. But it just won't read. It's being very selective when it comes to games. And I've tried this game. It works. It goes to read. But then it comes up. No. This one's struggling. No, open tray. Alright, I'll lower it down just a little bit more. That's why I want to do it in stages and not go too mad with it. Because you'll burn it out completely. And then it'll just go pink. it'd be like 60 volts of it. Right, take it back out. It's a point of elimination with these 360s. You have to keep taking them out, putting them in. It should be about 1.8. Right, okay, thanks. Thanks, Pab. I thought it was going to be roughly around about that. I know what one it is now, so I'm in the right spot, because obviously the left hand side is the DVD. So about 1.8. I'm not sure. It should be. I'm not sure no, dude. I'm going to keep lowering it just a little bit. I'm not going too mad, because like you said, do it a little bit at a time. $21 is coming down. See if we're going to lower it. That's down to 2,000. Right, that's down to about 2,000, and it's got 0.35. I'll try that. What it said. For the sake of science, I'll just do it, keep doing it little bit by little bit. Now I'm going to plug this in and leave it here, because obviously it's going to have to come back out again. I like the custom blue LED that I put in. It looks actually quite nice now. So obviously I've now got the blue dials that I put on the front. I think you're right. That feels like they're spinning up. It is. There you go. That's reading. There you go. That's done it. So that's down to 2,000. That's worked. So now I know. I'll leave it exactly where it is. Right. I'll try a couple of other games. Right. Because this was only out of 10 discs. It only played 2 out of 10. So let me go back into and try some different discs. Good shout, guys. Good shout. So I think you was hitting on the right mark there. Like you said, you don't want to go too mad with the DV, with this diode. So going up, if you turn it up, obviously it makes the laser weaker, because obviously it loses resistance over time. Turning it down puts more voltage in. Let's see if this one works. Yep, I can hear it reading. Yep, this one's spinning up. This one's fine. Cool. I can say this one looks like it's finished. I'm going to try a couple more just to confirm it. Cool. That's good news. Right, let me try an original. Do the Xbox 360s play the original Xbox games, like the original OGs? I wasn't too sure if they did. I don't know if they was backward compatible. But that was a good shout. Lowering that diode, obviously, it was the left hand side, and it lowered it, and it's turned it. It's obviously give it a little bit more voltage. Now that was set at 2.3. It's now down to 2. No, it's not reading. No, it says open tray. So obviously it don't read original OG Xbox's games, which I thought it did. I thought it was going to be backward compatible, but clearly not. Right, any other ones that it wasn't reading? Let me have a quick look. We try. Oh yeah, that was another one. This was another one that wouldn't read. This 360. So I'll soon know if this did. This struggled to read. It come up with a problem. Street Fighter. I cleaned the bloody disc. I thought, oh, it might be the disc or something. Yeah, they're still having issues of reading this disc. Yeah, it comes up open tray. Strange, isn't it? This don't look too bad in condition. I'm glad I ain't got that bloody machine on, because that was really uncomfortable trying to have a sleep with that last night. It spin up a little bit, then it'll just stop. Yeah, that could be down to the game, but I'll still put that down to the drive might not be very happy. What I could do is, no, they're still coming up open tray. I'll take that down just a little bit, maybe just turn it down a hair more. I'm pretty sure, because I tried this works. I think I'm gonna follow you suit. I think I'm just gonna turn that down just a whisker. Oh god, that didn't sound healthy. They shouldn't have sounded like that. It sounded like a cow. You're obviously thinking, oh no, what's going on there? Yeah, that's not supposed to do that. It's making sound effect noises on the drive. I'll tell you what, mate, don't they get hot quick, don't they? One's the APU and one's the CPU. I'm pretty sure that's the CPU. This is the APU. I'm going to just turn it down just a notch to see if that makes a difference. I still think it's down to a weak laser. It's going to need changing. I can't do a giveaway on this if the laser is like too weak. And it's obviously, I don't want to end up saying, oh Jill, you give us a 360 and it don't read the games. Well, that's due to the laser, yeah. So I won't feel comfortable with actually doing this one as a giveaway until I can get another drive replacement. Because you shouldn't really have to be turning these down on the potentiometer, because all you're doing is injecting more voltage on this. I did see that turn ever so slight. Ever so slight. Let's put that. That's why I like these little lights, because then I can see it just injects a little bit more voltage. 1.9. I've got 1.994. That front. That's come down just ever so slight. I'll leave that there. That was just a touch. Just an ever so slight touch on that. So let's plug this back in and have a look. 1.994. I don't think you really should go that low. Right. Yeah, if you have a look at the front, it lights up at the front of it. I've done it like a blue. Actually looks quite nice. Right. and that's 0.994. So that was just literally just touching it. Yeah, that's booting up. There you go. That's actually booting up. Marvellous, isn't it? Just by turning it down. Right, okay. That's fine. I'll leave it exactly there. Don't want to go, like I said, I don't want to go mad and turn this. I'm just going to try that OG Xbox again and see if it did, because that could have just been down to the drive, it not reading. I thought these were backward compatible automatically. I thought you could play Xbox OG games straight on a 360. I think Pad was right. It should be about 1.8. Well, that's 1.9. That was 1.994. No, it's not reading it. Like you said, without the layout on the pin layout, I don't know, not 100% sure. But I'm going to try. I've got a stack of these bloody games, so what I could do is just give these a go, see if it works. That's the only thing I could do, is just keep trying the games. Oh, that one ain't got no game in it. I think that's in smoke time. Be back. No worries, my friend. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is just keep trying different games and see if it injects to see if it actually works. Which ones work? It does play original OG. Oh, no, it don't. It says you need to attach an Xbox 360 hard drive to play the original hard drive games. So it does. Obviously, that's what that message is. So it says, because you haven't got an Xbox original hard drive, so it does work. Well, it read that one. So why didn't it read the Medal of Honor? Let's try that again. So it definitely read that. God, mate, I've been bit by something. Bronson's bugs. Definitely. I think it might be right. I think it might be down to about 1.8. The laser's well out. That's why I don't want to put this back together until it's reading all of the games on it. No, it's struggling reading it for some reason. So it does play the originals. All right, then let me grab some more 360 games and see if this works off the bat. Just in case we have got. What's the disc versions like? See, that one's really marked. These discs are in terrible shape. Absolutely appalling shape. Struggling reading, yeah. I might have to just keep lowering it a little bit until it reads it. That's not good. Give them a quick buff, Mick, with furniture polish. I've got some furniture polish down there, Chris. That one's booting up. Yeah, some of these are working, some ain't. They could just be down to it then. It could just be down to that. El Stevo, hello, Mick. Yeah, I've got your thing, sir. It turned up. Thank you for that little present. You didn't have to do that on that front, but yes, I have got it. Battlefield. Yeah, I think what I'll do, I'll grab that disc again, right? God, Jesus. Yeah, you weren't kidding, was you, Chris? Look at the state of it. I've sent you a list of the possible reasons why some do and some don't. Right, okay. Jesus Christ, that disc is... Yeah, I didn't realise that disc is in really poor condition. Let me just quickly read El Stevo's message, because obviously he's put one in there. That was struggling to read certain discs. I know that I was having issues. Oh, Fuzzy sent me a message. Many thanks, Mick, for the controller. It's just arrived. You're a star. No worries. So Fuzzy's obviously jumped in that front. El Stevo's port. Right. So he's put me a message in. So basically it says on here, the reading, let me read it, open it up, because I can obviously see it a lot better in tablet mode. Reading 360 games usually indicates of a failing laser or a dirty lens. Mismatch between console and drive. The laser cannot read securely the sector of the game. It's obviously defaulting on the standard video file. Solution is clean the disc, adjust the potentiometer, replace the laser. That's really the best bet. Check the drive for repairs. It's probably, chances are, it's a laser issue on that front. A dying laser often plays DVDs but fails to recognise and it's decensor data on games discs. So that's probably the reasons why this diode is not got long to go. But I didn't realise, Chris said, check the discs. Well, yeah, obviously I see the state of this one. It looks like it's been, someone's been skateboarding on it. Let me grab a clean cloth, bit of furniture polish. We got the furniture. So it looks like this one then. Looking at this, it looks like this Xbox then has got a dying laser, which is obviously not great, because if the laser is obviously on its way out, one, you shouldn't be have to altering these diodes on that front. I've got some Sainsbury's furniture polish, lavender. So, a little bit of lavender. That'll actually smell it quite nice in here. Yeah, it's looking like it's a failed laser. God damn it. I can't do a giveaway on this one then. I just can't. This one, I don't want this one coming back saying that your laser's failed. But Mr. Pico has got, like, he has got some 360 drives, so he might be able to put one in. Until I replace that laser, this might only be a temporary fix on that front. That disc looks a lot better now I've cleaned it. It's just bloody frustrating. Yeah, I opened up your thing. Oh, that looks a lot better. Let's try that now. Same disc, right? Same disc applies. So, bit of furniture polish. I'll do the same with that other Xbox one, just to see if that's the case. Because I might not have to keep altering the diode, because I'll burn the diode out completely. It'll just literally just go clonk, and that'll be it. It'll be game over. It won't read no disc in. It'll read a CD. It won't read DVDs. The drives are not linked. Yeah. The drives are not. They're not linked to the board. Yeah, look, that's actually worked. That's actually worked. And that was thanks to Chris saying, just literally, just clean the disc. I tried this, it got rejected. So, all right, if that's the case, then I'll go back to the other game and see if that works it. I'm going to leave, I think I'll do, right, I'll leave it there, right, with where the diode is. Because obviously, yeah, it's amazing stuff. So that could be what Chris was saying. Check your disc. It could just be you've just got dirty discs and it can't read. Now this one looks all right, but you just see me clean it and it bloody worked. So I'm going to do this one. Now this is an original OG Xbox. Now it read the other one, but it won't read this. So I'll do the same thing again. A little bit of Sainsbury's furniture polish. Lavender style. I'll give it a little bit of lavender. Perhaps a nice smell of lavender. Yeah, whatever. I love that series. So I can smell it from here. It actually smells quite nice. A little bit of Sainsbury's lavender might polish it up and bring it back to life. Now the other one worked. This one wouldn't. If that is the case, I'll leave the laser where it is and just clean the discs. This is why I hate discs, because I'm thinking, you know, is it a disc issue? But remember, discs, they deteriorate over time. Look at the laser discs. Now, I've got massive laser discs over there, and already some of them have started to get what they call disc rot, which even CDs and DVDs offer the same thing. You'll get like a disc rot on them. This is why they stopped using CDs. They said, oh yeah, these are the things that give you nice digital music on them. Well, it does, but not without problems. No, it's not reading this one. So Furniture Polish didn't bring this one back to life. Yeah, some games are actually compatible, Mick, but not all of them. Oh, right, okay. Well, that original X one did. Right, this one it's not reading. Right, okay. Let's just leave that one then to one side. Right. It won't read that one. I didn't know that. It's probably, but it should still read the disc, but it was like being selective. What other ones could I try? I've tried Battlefield. What about Grand Theft Auto 5? Right. I found a better way to actually install. Yeah, give me a sandwich. Give me a sandwich. I'm not reading now. Right. That. I'll tell you what, all these Xbox 360 games, no wonder they all come in, because they're all bloody scratched up. They're really scratched badly. Farm Tech. That's all right. He's he's obviously asleep, Sleeping Beauty. All right. Oh God, perhaps I should have kept my mouth shut. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Trouble's awake. For crying out loud. No. Looking at the Reddit files, it actually says like it's in conclusion some will work and some won't. Right. Do you know what? I should have kept my trap shut, shouldn't I? Reading out commands. Obviously, he was asleep 30 seconds ago. Now, don't start, you big goofy git. Right? Bonson, you are a frigging nightmare. I can't do anything without you, you big goofy git. It ain't Sarnie time. It ain't Sarnie time. Right? It's not that it's Sarnie time. So we'll leave the Sarnies for a bit. The sandwiches have got to last you. Christ almighty. If this one don't work, I might have to turn it down to 1.8. It's down to 1.9. So obviously, Pab could be right. Obviously, it could be down to about 1.8 that these should be at. Because it's not reading all of the Xbox 360's games. It's reading quite a lot of them now, but not obviously. I'm still having issues, but that could just be down to the discs are really scratched. But a good strong laser would pick that up. No, I ain't going to get all them scratches out. If this don't, I'm going to drop it down to about 1.8. I think you might be right. Let's see if it'll read it. It's GTA 5, so it's obviously... No, that's not even spinning up. Yep. Mick, he actually is that sandwich time. Oh, God. Is it? Yeah, I think you could be right. It's 3:25 in the afternoon. Someone wants a sarnie. Yeah, no, that's not reading. Right, I'm going to have to turn that down. I'm going to have to... Let me do this laser first, right? Let me sort this laser out before I do it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to drop this down to about 1.8. Yeah, he knows it's alarm. Yeah, obviously, he's not stupid, so he's obviously 100%. He bloody knows his time difference. Jesus, I tell you what, didn't these freaking things get red hot? Now, I cleaned that. I thought, right, okay. But yeah, I'm thinking that this laser is not great. It's just not great. So this one, that it's going to need a drive replacement. Now, obviously, the boards are married to the board to here. So, obviously, the only thing you can change is the laser itself. Because you have to decenter, you have to take the board out. Google, it's making a sandwich. He just knows. Farm Tech, he just knows. He really does. Yeah, you can actually do a close-up when you turn them pots, Mick. Yeah, obviously. Now, the diode that I've been doing is... I've been turning this one here, which is close to it, and I'll point to it. So the one I've been turning is this one. This one's a CD, this one's a DVD, and that front. So what I've been doing, I've been turning it down. Obviously, which lowers the resistance, which injects more voltage to the diode itself. You can't change the NAND and the drive. Oh yeah, obviously that's one thing you can't do. Yeah, you can't change the drive and the NAND on it because it's flashed to the board itself. That's why these are married. So really, if the NAND dies, you can't do. You can't just. Well, I suppose you can do a NAND. Can you, if the obviously that being a NAND. So if the NAND actually dies, could you do a NAND swap and dump the bin files directly to the NAND and reflash it, like Jungle Runner, J Runner? On that front, and sort of like flash the, as long as you've got the other NAND, you've got the keys, like the bin files to back it up, because they're a bit like a form of file, aren't they? I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% though. I thought you can't. I think you can't change the NAND. It's the drivers as long as it's yes. You can, I think, with the 360s. I'll have to ask Ace, because Ace has obviously done NAND swapping before. But he'll be the person to know, and I'll put that question across if I see him or he jumps on the stream. But obviously, but he'll be the one to ask. Yeah, 1.985. I'm going to drop that down to about 1.8. I'm just touching that. I'm barely touching it. $1.942 is going down. Mick, you yes, you can. But it's got to match the logic board that comes with it. Right, okay. Right, I've lowered that too much. It's now down to 1.4, 1.7. So I'll need to swap that up to about 1.8. Jesus, see what I mean about only touching these bloody things? 1.769. Dropped that down too much and I only touched it. 1.937. Friggin' Noah. Yeah, 1.8 ohm. That's crazy low. Yeah, I think that is, like you said, I think it's supposed to be between 2.8 and 3K when I read up. 1.952. So that indicates that obviously the diode is burning out, like you said. Actually, let me Google it. I think that is. I don't think that's right. Obviously, I've had to lower it. I've lowered the pot on an Xbox 360 DVD drive. It's set at 1.8. Is that low or dangerous? Yes, it basically says the same thing. What's going on here? Legendary Wolf Crew. Trying to adjust the laser on a 360. I've just Googled it and it's yes, you're right. 1.8k ohm resistor is too low and it's likely dangerous for the laser on the Xbox obviously on the DVD drive. It says on there, whilst lowering the resistance increases the power of the laser, it's pushing the low and will and it says distractedly shorten the lifespan. It could actually cause it to burn out completely. So yeah, the slims can't go any lower. Make sure that who knows it's a fat 360. Yeah, it's basically saying your settings are too low. It says on there, it's not the recommendations for a 360. Right, if it's not reading a game, set it back roughly to 3.2 to 3.5. If it doesn't read, the laser is likely just worn out. It needs to be replaced entirely. So obviously that's set too low. So there is the safety limit is between 3.2 and 3.5. Damn it! So the laser's warning this one then. I better not lower that down. That'll burn it out completely. It'll just burn it out completely. What I'll do, I'll put that back up to about, what did I have it set up? 2, didn't I? On that front. I'll put it back up to 2 and not put it down to 1.9. Because obviously I'm going to burn this laser out and it might shorten something else out. It's 1.961. I'm going to leave it there. It depends what brand it is. Right. Well, the brand, how do we know what brand it is? Because obviously there's different firmwares on these. This is a Philips and BenQ. So I forgot what type of drives, because obviously you go by the shape on the DVD drive itself on the 360s. Yeah, it says don't go that low. It's dangerously too low. You're potentially burning the laser out. It looks like to me that it needs a new laser. Oh, on the BenQ. Yeah, so it's a Philips and BenQ. So we've got, that could be a Philips or BenQ, but it's the same thing. I think the Philips and BenQ on there. It's polylight on with that. It's with that position of pots. 3 to 3.5 I thought it was. So this indicates to me then that this laser, even though it works, I've had to lower it down. I've lowered it way down to 1.9 on that front. It's dangerously like on the verge of burning itself out, reading the discs. So it needs a new laser. This one needs a new laser. Damn it, I thought it did. Yeah, 3.2. Yeah, raise it to 3.2. It won't read at all then. I don't think it will. Let me raise it. I'll turn it up. Yeah, if it's bad enough, they won't work. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm thinking that's what the trouble with these 360s. If you lower it too much, you just burn them out completely. 1.9. It's going up. Let me turn it up a bit. Yeah, you got nothing to lose, Mick. No, that's true. So this one's going to need a new laser. I can't lower it anymore because what will happen if I lower that pot too low, it will just burn out. It could take something out on the board itself as well, shorten it out, which I don't really want to do. So this one's going to need a new laser. 2.1. It's up to 2.1. I thought it was too low. Chill. If you don't have spare parts, you can actually swap the logic board. Yeah, obviously I can. I could just take the logic board off this and just swap it over. 2.2. It's going up. I'm going to lower it to 3. Right. I'm going to turn this up to about 3. Yeah, just swap that laser, Caddy, and you'll be pretty simple. Yeah, obviously. Well, once Mr. Pico goes in work Monday, he can have a look. He's obviously got a couple on that front. This laser is obviously 2.3. It's creeping up ever so slow. I knew that was a bit. Do you know what? I had an inkling that was going to be too low. As soon as you mentioned 1.9, I went, oh, I don't know. Is that right? I haven't done a 360 for ages with the pot adjustment pot alignment. No, it's actually gone off the scale. Oh, God. Yeah, just swap that laser, Caddy. Yeah, I think that might be the easier. Just take the data board off, swap the data board over. No, it's gone over. It's for some reason, it gets to a certain point and then it just sits there. So I can't even get it up to 3. The highest it goes is 2.356. That's where it was before. So I can't push it. I can't push it any more than that. Because if I go any more, then it goes to 0.6. Which is really strange. Yeah, it just makes stuff up. Yeah, it does. So if I push it any between 2.3, it then spikes to 0.6. Obviously, it can't seem the adjustment pot. It just goes mad. It goes the other way for some reason. I don't know why. But it don't seem to like it. Yeah, 0.6. So I'll put it back to the 2.3 and then leave it there. Six, 0.6. This is nuts. I've never, like you said, normally adjusting these pots, you shouldn't really have to touch them. No, still coming up 0.6. Wow. Yeah, I have two 360s. Don't know if it was actually the make or model, but I'll go in Monday. Yeah, thanks, Pico. There we go. 2.340. I'm going to leave it there. Obviously, because I don't want to burn this laser out. If it's the original OG, the 2.9 is actually pretty high resistance, so it's a weak laser. But many of the old drives, actually, especially the Thompson, the Thompsons and the Phillips need to go down to roughly around about 1 to 1.2. Bloody hell. Which obviously does sort of make sense for them. So, yeah. To read the burned discs now, yeah. Everything is set differently. Yeah, obviously, like you said, they've all got different resistance. What's that? Is that a bloody hair on here? Looks like a dog's hair or something. Let's grab a pair of tweezers. There is a pair of tweezers. I'm leaving it at 2.3. I'm not going to lower it down to 1 point. Obviously, as soon as it gets down to 1.8, it's just far too low. So I'm going to put on this bad laser because obviously it is playing, but it's very selective for what it plays. Shouldn't even be down to that low, really. 2.3. Damn it. So I had an inkling that I thought, why is this struggling? And I thought, oh, don't tell me this has got a bad laser. Just might want to clean. Yeah. Yeah, to read the burned laser disc, yeah, that's the only thing. To read it, you've got to keep lowering it. But when you're lowering it that much, that's dangerously low. You're going to burn the laser out. It's like you said, you're injecting more voltage by lowering it. That just indicates that the laser's just worn and there's nothing you can do. God damn it. So this is going to struggle to read games. So there's really no point me putting this back together fully because it's all got to come back out. And these are, I hate these 360s. They're a nightmare to work on. Yeah. Let's try that again. Bloody annoying though. Like you said, they're all set different. All these 360s are set different. Right. So we'll open the tray. Now I'll put Darksiders back on to see if now that one I had to lower. Right. It didn't read the GTA. Bloody annoying. I wonder if there's another drive down there very similar. Pico. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I'll have to show that. This one's working. Right, I'm going to try that other one. I'll show you what Mr. Pico's just sent me. It's really nice. Let me try that GTA 5. See if that one. This one's fucking scratched like you won't believe. It's the only thing with discs. Somewhere they don't even look after discs. They just bug them in the box, scratched up. No, this one's not going to read. No, that's not going to read. Struggles. You can hear it struggling. Damn it. Now that one's not going to read at all. Now, obviously... Oh, that's disc 2. That's probably why that ain't bloody... That's probably why that's not reading it. Because it won't read it if it's disc 2. You've got to have disc 1. Well, the word Wally comes to mind. Mind you, this disc 1's not great either. Mr. Pico's just sent me some wonderful pictures on a lovely hi-fi he's got on that front. Yeah, if it's just a play disc, that won't work. You've got to have the game installed first. I won't worry because it's not even reading this disc either. Yeah, what a plonker. I won't worry, it's not reading this disc either. No, it's the laser. It's struggling. It is struggling to read discs. This laser's shot. Not gone completely, but it's not far from being. You just see me. I lowered it all the way down to 1.8, and that's too low. Or better still, do what you recommend. Just put it straight in the bin. I'm thinking that one is. Let me have a quick look because you just sent me some lovely pictures on Pico. He says, look at this bit of kit. The aim works. It works, but the tape deck is dead, so it's ready for a stream for another day. Oh, that's a shame. Let me quickly show you what Mr. Pico sent me. He sent me this lovely bit of kit. So look at that. That is a, what is that? Oh, it's a Walkman. But he said the tape deck's dead. And that was going to come in for scrap. Wow. That's too good to scrap. Far too good to scrap. I won't scrap that. But it's obviously got a dead cassette on that front. But again, nice bit of kit. You don't get to see these old lovely classics. But not everyone wants them. Because they're too old. I can understand why. Yeah, very nice. But yeah, that is. I've got to admit, that is very. You don't get to see lovely things like that. I'm just wondering, have I got another 360 drive so I can sling into this, right? Because obviously that laser's just too shot. I've got another drive down here, but obviously I'll have to do a drive swap. Is this a 2007? You can get away with certain revisions. Yeah, this is Philips and a light on. What's that one? No, see, different drive. This is a Philips and BenQ. This is a Philips and Lighton board. So I don't think I can actually use this. God damn it. I can take it apart and have a quick look. I don't think I can. Yeah, I'll have a look on that for a stream one day. Yeah, can't believe that was going to come in to be scrapped. It's like you said. Things that you get obviously just come in to, like that record player. Can't believe all that needed really was a strip down and a clean, which I did. I'll give it a nice good clean. It's come up beautiful. I am going to put a little bit of I put some furniture polish on that. Yeah, the commands are not working. Stop. Yeah, the commands are not working. Not all of the commands ain't. I've disabled some of the commands because, as I said, I've got. I had a polite message from a couple of people that was obviously in the chat that the commands were getting abused. So they said, "Would you kindly disable some of your commands?" So I've turned some off. Now, I don't think this one's going to work because that, to me, I think that looks a completely different model. The Philips and BenQ to the Philips to this one was a Philips and what? What was this model? This is a Phillips and light on. Yeah, damn. Who actually would? Yeah, yeah. Who would actually abuse the commands? Yeah. So there is some commands working, but I've disabled quite a lot of them because obviously it was obviously peeing certain people off in the stream. So I came to sort of relate. I'm going to take that back out. It'll just take a few minutes just to confirm. Yeah, to see what board is yours. Yes, because like you said, there's different revisions on the board revisions. I think this board's going to be different to this board. I just know it, so it tells me. So, like you said, there's about 5 or 6 commands that do work. Yay! Some people don't like it. That's why fair use. Obviously, like, yeah, it puts people into rage when filled with screen with commands. Well, I like I said, the kind of I did have 2 polite messages, and they said, "Chill, it's not you. It's just that when people come into your commands, obviously they said we don't want to lose, we don't want to come away from your channel, but if people can abuse the commands, we'd rather not come in." Which, to me, that's a polite way of saying, right, then sorry, we don't want to be a part of your channel anymore because of that reason, which I don't want. So I'm trying to keep the peace with all sides, and I obviously apologise, but the commands are not obviously timed properly for them to not all play at once. Right, now this is the bad laser. I think that board's going to be different. Yeah, straight away. I thought it was straight away. So there is a difference in boards, right? Good board. This is obviously the bad laser. Straight away. 2 different type boards. So one's a Phillips and BenQ. The other one's a Phillips and light on. Now you can't change the hops on these because the hops are going to be different, which is the laser. Which I can definitely confirm that, because even the laser alignment, even the laser is different. So it's an 8. What is this? This is an 8E20. This is a 7K14. I have got a laser. I've got one up here, a brand new laser, but I think this is for a PlayStation. I don't think this is for. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Doesn't sound like good support though, does it? Obviously, that's what obviously should. I've tried to force to control to stuff that they want you as you for your channel. I totally understand for being a smaller channel, they don't want to hurt you to grow this channel, but to keep an eye on everyone's being happy, yeah, obviously. Now this, I think I took this off a PlayStation 2, and this is a brand new one that I purchased. So obviously this is not for a 360, so I can't use that. The PlayStation 2s are again notorious for suffering from for laser problems, because a lot of PlayStation 2s have the exact same reason. So I can't use this laser. Obviously, I couldn't just swap the data board over. One, the layout's completely different, and if I try to do that, what will actually happen? I'll tell you what will actually happen. Well, you couldn't, because there's an extra port here. It's just that it's set over different. But if you try to do that, you'll inject the voltage different and burn the laser out completely. It'll just burn out. So no, I can't use this one. Damn it. This one could actually still be a parts yet, even if the ones that Mr. Pico's got, depending on make and model. So obviously this is a Phillips and light on. That's a Phillips and BenQ. If it's a Phillips and BenQ, we should be good. Might be able to just swap the laser out and it'd be done. Yeah, those plastic boxes on them clips on the sides obviously are great. Yeah, well obviously, look, I bought a lot of these from Hobbycraft in the UK, and I've got a lot down here. And the reasons why I like these is because they're like, you can put all the components in, lock them all up, and then just shove them in. And I do like that. And I think there was about £13 in the UK. And I've put one up there as well, so obviously I've sandwiched them in. Yeah, you do have a lot though, and yeah, yes, they are great. They are really great. But obviously, like you said, it's I need to label them up. I've got a labeler, but it's like a lot of this stuff. It's getting time to do it. So I can't use. So basically, this one, I can safely say it does work, but it needs a new laser. There's not a lot I can do on that front with new laser. It just needs a laser replacement, because like you said, I can't adjust that laser anymore. Yeah, you can actually stack them, but obviously, like, yeah, you can, like you said, you can stack them all up. Well, they're not really designed to put them type of components in. But I see them in the Hobbycraft place. I went, oh, that's actually, they would come in quite useful, of putting like little components in. And I'll tell you who had something very similar in that. Aaron, at Chatfix. He had very similar. And that's what got me inspired. I went, oh, do you know what? He's given me a great idea there. I'd like to get something very similar to that. And then when I looked, yeah, we did. We had them in the UK. And I went, oh, that'd be great. And until I started seeing it, I went, I'm going to get a couple. Great for like putting all bits and pieces in and locking them up. Now, why aren't these going back in? I took these out. These should be going back in. It's like everything else. As soon as you take them out, they and all of a sudden they think, no. Yeah, I just bought one box for like £18. It was painful to buy. Yeah, no, I didn't pay that. I didn't pay that type of money. Yeah, I just need one for the UV plastics, obviously. Yeah, for like whitening and setting up. Yeah, obviously, like you said, they are great to have. It's a little bit pricey, for one. It can get very costly very quickly. It's like you said, setting. I think what Mr. JFix, obviously talking about his channel, obviously one of these new YouTubers that he actually put in. He turned around and said, like, you need to build it up as a first timer and then gradually improve on your stuff as you get more advanced. I remember watching JFix's channel, like we all did. And when he was streaming, he tried to fix his friend's Steam Deck. Tried to do trace repair. Jesus Christ, first start. Trying to do trace repair. And I went, blimey, he's going straight in at the deep end. Hat off to him, sir. I mean, you know, not the easiest task to do. And obviously, it went badly pear-shaped and had to give the trace and give it to Mr. Swindon to do. And Mr. Swindon being the man he is, he's obviously pulled it off of no ease and got it back. But straight away, I thought, Mr. JFix, yes, you're going straight in at the deep end. Now, he's a bit of an ace when it comes to, obviously, laptops. So he's a bit like PCDD. So he's started to get good at working with laptops. Everyone's found, you've got to find your niche, it's just finding the niche who's good at what. I mean, no one's ever going to be as good as what Ace is. Ace has been doing his job for God knows how long. That's why every time Ace comes in, he thinks everyone's going to be a pro. No, even Mr. Rusty Russ himself. Yeah, James just loves the challenge to actually look for the joys of the curse of the laptops, yeah. Ace is a proper pro. Yeah, well, he's been doing his job for God knows how long. I don't know why, but why aren't these now screwing up? I don't get this. I took them out and they're not going in. Not one of these are screwing up. Not one. I cannot understand. It's the screws that I took out. It's all lined up. And they're not... Hey, none of these are screwing. Right, let's try these screws. Yeah, they are. So why aren't these then? They're the same freaking screws. Wow. Yeah, Ace is the king when it comes to that. He is. 100% he's the king. he knows his stuff when it comes to flashing and taking off CPUs, and obviously he's been doing it for God knows how long. Well, he actually did say in one of his yeah, when it comes to laptops, none. Yeah, obviously Ace did used to do PC repairs. And then he went into because he actually did say, they said, what got you into it? One of the questions was, what got you into doing repairs? He said, well, I didn't do repairs. He said, I used to do PCs, call outs, things like that. He said, that was it. After that, he said, I didn't go back. I actually stopped doing it. He said it wasn't earning the money he thought it was, so he went in for doing console repairs. Found a niche market, and it worked for him. And he's stuck to it ever since. So now he only does consoles. He don't do anything else. No one can touch Soren when it comes to laptops. No. Obviously, I watch Soren on that front. Very clever man. Very clever man. He obviously knows his stuff. And because he talks so polite, Mr. Soren, he comes in and he goes into detail. He says, this is one of the not easy pizza. Obviously, it does make me laugh. But yes, you're 100% right. He does sort of hold up a minute. What's going on here? Right. I've got that bit at the back. Oh no, that goes up there. Right, I was going to say, what is fucking kicking in for a minute? I took them off. Yeah, he obviously one of the laptops Mr. Soren he went straight in at the deep end, but he managed to fix it within what? 5 minutes. He just knew, just by looking at the board. He said the first thing, you need to check the voltage around certain things. He probed it. He said, well, there's no voltage getting there. And he just went straight to it. Wow, I thought, he's a pro. You don't get plenty of pros like that. Yeah, he has a lot of skill and knowledge, obviously into like settings and restoring stuff, obviously, but much money's in restoring old games consoles. The example with the comparisons, yes, but it's whatever you do in a day, it's out of years. Yeah, obviously it's all about knowledge and skill. Damn, 5 minutes. Yes, most of electronics are only have circuit built around for a few ICs, but they all work the same way. But it's like you said, it was the way Soren done it. It was less than 5 minutes. He picked it up. He probed. He just looked at the board. Right. First thing he done was tested the battery, probed the battery. I watched him do it. It was only about literally, what was it, about 6 days ago. And he just looked at the board and he went, well, voltage is getting there. But he said, let me check round a certain IC chips. He said, well, there's no 12 or 19 volts getting there. Then he probed to something else. He said, no, there's no voltage. So he said, there's a problem between this line and this line. Just by looking at the board. And I went, well, how the bloody hell does he know that? Obviously, he must know. Yep, he did. He diagnosed it. And then he had to look around certain IC chips. And then it come to a MOSFET. The MOSFET was. And then he said, well, there's voltage getting to the MOSFET. Let me probe next to it, the MOSFET. And then he used some of that voltage injection with a little bit of IP. And he said, there you go. He said it was a diode, or not a diode, a capacitor. The capacitor had gone bad. He took the capacitor off. He didn't even replace the capacitor. Yeah, to find the short. He didn't even replace the capacitor. He just bridged it. Bridged the capacitor with a bit of wire. And he went, there you go. We have picture. Oh, Jesus. I mean, that geezer's a pro. He's just natural when it comes to... I said, you've got a lot to learn. We have definitely got a lot to learn. Diagnosed it that quick and repaired it. He didn't even bother putting another capacitor on, right? He said, I need to bridge it. He just bridged it with a bit of wire. And that was it. It booted up. It was fine. It's just to run it. Geezer's absolutely, he's a legend. So you're not going to get many legends like that. And there is some really good legend people on there. And I thought, Jesus. Very, very, very clever. Very clever. Right, so I can't put this back together because this bloody diode's shot, which is yeah. Yeah, it'd actually be fighting for the bridge probe. I mean, I've never known someone to can actually diagnose a board that quick, right? Just it goes to show of years of knowledge what it does and how quickly you can diagnose something. I went, wow. So when he actually did come on to Mr. PCDD's channel, obviously I was actually blown away. I thought even PCDD actually totally said he can't believe Soren's in. Right, so this one I'm gonna have to put to one side because I can't change the drive on this because obviously that drive is different to this drive. So what we got to make sure is it's got to be a Phillips and BenQ drive, and then I can swap parts over. But this one's not. This is a Phillips and a light on, so it's going to be a different brand on it. Damn with a canister. Well, it does work, but it's really highly selective. So I'm just wait. I'll have to put this one to one side. Right, next task. I've got to do some reflashing on the NAND to run brick the other computer of the 360. So I can't even put this back together because of the drive. The laser shot is obviously not great, which is a shame because, like you said, the laser is completely just. It's not worth trying to. It's not worth trying. I'm not turning it down to 1.8. It's actually dangerously low. Yeah, it can be amusing at hardware, but some software stuff or glitch obviously not working, intended to be impossible to access. Yeah, obviously this is fine if I don't want to use the drive. Obviously, I'm not going to be. It's not worth putting it back together because Mr. Pico might actually have. He might have a Phillips or the BenQ DVD drive. So what I'll do, I'll put that to one side for 1 minute. I'm going to put the lid back on so all the dust keeps out. I can't even bloody move on here. Yeah. Yes, the drive is out, so yeah, it's the correct one. Obviously the light on, obviously that's come out of that machine. Yeah, Pico's going to have quite a few collection of stuff sending out. Well, he's already got 3 boxes coming to me. There's a couple of bits and pieces. One of them's being the tape deck, so I can put that back together because I spent out to get the belt and the stylus, which was the correct stylus for it. So all it needs to be when he gets it, when I get it back, I've labelled it where it all needs to go. That's why I've put caption tape all over it. So, and I've put bits on it. But yeah, he's going to have some bits. But this one will be alright once I swap the drive over. So what I'm going to do is put all of the, no, I could actually just leave them bits put back in a pot. Where's that pot? Yeah, I'll put them back in here. So that way I know where these all go. Nice. Yeah, laptops actually to get. Yeah, I've got about 3-4 parcels for you coming. Me, bloody hell. I better clear my cupboard out. I'm hoping I'm good because obviously, I'll go out certain days. So if the postman, I can keep an eye now because I've got a Ring doorbell. I could just tell him to put it in a cupboard. That front. Right, now I've got another 360, but I bricked it. When I've done it, I've got a black screen. So I think that's what that drive's out of. But I thought not all these drives are all completely different. So let me put these games over here. Now, if I remember correctly, it's insane that you can unbrick these. Michael did. I did see it. You've got to reflash the NAND. Well, that's going to be interesting. here. This is it. This is that one that BenQ file come out. So if I recall correctly, this one just won't. It'll boot up, but you'll get a black screen. So let me plug in the drive. I'll power this up and I'll show you. I think this one, the flash, I RGH'd this and then it got a black screen. Yeah, laptops know to get BIOS corrupted, obviously due to Windows update. Oh, great, lovely. Yeah, this one's flashing fast. So I think this one here is not going to post because the NAND's been flashed. But you can unbrick it, but I've got to put them back on and reflash the original NAND back, which I'm going to do. So let's post this one again. This one. Are you going to fix that, Mick? Obviously, it's obviously like to refresh it. No, you'll have to flash the NAND back to this. Oh, it don't. There you go. Does post. So what was up with this then? There must have been a reason. No, this one does post. I thought this one didn't post. That's strange because I tried this the other day and I got a black screen. And I didn't flash it. That's why I took it apart. Right. Let me take this out. That is weird. That is really, really weird. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because look, I took all the screws out. I did take the screws out. I took them out for a reason. This one got a black screen when I posted. Now it's posting, which is ultra weird. And I'm pretty sure that I've done. Yeah, look, I took the. Oh, that one's popped off. That's not good. That's not a good sign. That's not clipping. Huh. That one popped off for some reason. Now, I did do, and I'm sure I've done an RGH on this. But this one won't post. That's what I said. It was a really strange... this one wasn't a Mr. Rockhouse one because, yeah, look, that keeps popping off, that X clamp. That's weird, isn't it? Why is that clamp not clamping down properly? It's not even gripping it. Yeah, this one wasn't the one that Mr. Rockhouse done, because the one that Mr. Rockhouse done was a slim model, and I'll give that one was a free giveaway. That one went to Stu. This one, I've done an RGH. I took the RGH off, flashed the NAND, but we got a black screen when I powered it back up. So I thought, right, all right, I'll flash it back. I've just plugged it in. It's now working. It could be because I've left it and obviously it's been off for like 4 or 5 days. And that's why I left this all disconnected, because I was going to come back to it, reflash the NAND. Because I undone the RGH, took the RGH off. And that's what that drive was. It was a BenQ one. Not the BenQ, it was the Philips and Lighton. But now I'm having an issue here. This is not even, it's not even biting to that point. Look, it's just going straight over it. So it feels like to me that there's an issue here with this X clamp. All right. So I ain't bothered, it's working, right? That's weird. I've not had that before. This one's got problem. It's created a new issue on its own. So one, it's repaired itself, but it's given me a new issue here with the X clamp. Oh, God Almighty! This is what I said about Xboxes. They are so bizarre. Obviously, Right, guys, give me 1 minute before I do anything. Let me use. Oh God, Bronson's up. Bronson's up. Now he'll have to wait a minute. Before I give him Sarnie, I'll have to use Bonsy. Wait, I've got to use the Kazi first. Let me use the Kazi. You can have a sandwich in a minute. Sandwich. Right, let's get my bloody sandwich. Right, let's get my bloody sandwich, for crying out loud. Yeah, I have 360s and all my games I have like labels on. Damn, that dog is hungry. Do you know what? He's always hungry. Always. Go and see it. It's like Mr. Pico said, he must know it when it's Sarnie time. Bronson wants his sandwich. What did he have this morning? He had porridge. Yeah, I've not played Marvel 6 in years, I think. Like, it's like an old lightweight box full of games. Obviously, Bronson said, what's he had this morning? He's had a few hot cross buns, porridge, bit of toast. Oh, and his dinner. And then my dinner, which, what did I have? I had fish couchettes on that front. Actually, it's quite nice. I like the fish ones. These were like cod. Yeah, he's starving. Look at him. He's starving. Yeah, obviously. I don't know why I bother. I just thought, no, just feed the dog. It's like going fishing. It's like, you throw your line in, wait to see what comes out. In Bronson's case, it's a bit of everything. It's that window wiper of these. That does the damage. That bloody towel. It's like a whip. Pickle, right? Put a bit of pickle in there, right? Nice few. I do like a pickle. What was that? That wasn't a pickle. No. He don't even chew it. He don't. He just swallows it. You can have a dog cam on him 24/7. He's like an eating machine. Right, that's it. There's one sandwich left. Compare, I've hardly had any of that, Bronson. You bloody ate a lot. Right, leave that sarnie down now. No, he don't. Seriously, he don't even chew it. He just says, what? What was that? What was that? I didn't even know what that was. Bronson just thought, that's all right. Something to swallow. Oh, and he had a chew this morning as well. So yeah, 100%. Bronson's one heck of an eating machine. And that's no exaggeration. You can't put nothing past that lad that he will not... Oh yeah, I've got another couple of X-clamps here. That's handy. I might be able to swap these X-clamps. I think the X-clamps could be bent. Yeah, that's annoying to think that. I don't know why that one keeps pinging up. Bronson just being Bronson is the way he is. Like you said. You guys, he went, he's lovely, yeah. He'll eat you out of house and home. You won't be able to keep up with him. You wait till Mr. Pico comes down. He'll jump all over him. He'll get glued up. He'll glue you up and all. Poncy will glue you up. It's them big chops of these on that front. But he's such a goofball. Yeah, I'm talking about you, goofer. Little terror. Yeah, little terror. Obviously. No, don't badger your dad, because I ain't got nothing, right? You've already had a bloody sarnie anyway. You've had one sandwich, Bronson. Obviously, one sandwich is never enough for you. You terror. Right, let's see if I can find this bloody X-clamp tool. Because the last time I used it, I've done the tracing. I had to give it to Mr. Hotcows. Yeah, make sure that it's safe. Yeah, it's safe. All he thinks about is, where's my next sarnie? Where's my next sarnie? And I'm not giving you no more sarnies, Bonnie, right? No more sarnies. You've eaten enough bleeding sarnies. Now, don't badger your dad, right? No, because I've got a crack on, Bonnie. I won't get nothing done with you, you terror. What? Badgers. He does badger a lot. He really does. Now, leave your dad alone, right? Don't be a pest. I'm going to take your sex claim. How can I take your sex claim off without damaging it? There you go. Right, I've got one off. There you go. Yeah, that one, it's, I don't know why that X-clamp was, it's not like, because these are pre-bent, you know, when you look at these X-clamps, I think this was really, to be totally honest, I don't know what Microsoft was thinking about, thinking that was just enough tension to put on that, to push it, and I think this is what was causing the problem with the red ring. Yeah, I don't know where the I don't know where my removal tool is. What? God, Mr. Swindon said what? Oh, on that front. Where's the freaking damn it. Do you know what? That annoys me. You know, you put tools down and you can't bloody find them. Yeah, I'm lurking. I'm just like you, sir. Said, like, you put things down, you're going, what? You're going, what? I'm trying to find the bloody... So really, for some reason, it's unbricked itself. I don't know how that's worked. I flashed an hand on this. Yeah, me too. I flashed this because I RGH'd it. That's why I took it apart. I went, oh, now I've got a black screen. For some reason, I took the jumper wires off. It's unbricked itself. I thought, oh, right. Well, I need to flash that back. Because you can flash them back because I backed up my hand. I don't have to because now it looks like it's just done it on its own. I thought, oh, right, that's cool. There you go. I got them out. There is fresh thermal paste on this because these are separate. Yeah, they're cleared. I just want to have a quick look under the microscope. I think one of the bank of the resistors over here is when I RGH'd it. Let me put the camera. Yeah, me three. Alright, so I'm thinking, oh no, do it. Everyone's lurking in the background. Well, it is a Saturday, and you know what Saturdays means. We've all got things to do, but it's just nice to run in the background and have a quick look to see who's watching who. Oh, here we go. The eatings don't want to work again. No, of course not. There you go. So... So what I need to do is then see where because this one had 1k ohm resistor and a diode on it. Just having a look to see where I probed it. Yeah, I was BrizTech. I lurk whilst work. Actually, where's my goggles? Because I can see better with the goggles on. They're wonderful Pico goggles that I've got. Because if I put on my special spectators, and then I can have a quick gauges and have a quick look to see where them jumper wires went. I'll have to have a look in the forum files because obviously this being the I've knocked Mr. Pico's badge over. No, don't do that. Right, that's got to go back up. Mr. Pico's badge's got to go back up. I've got to have his badge up. Let me have a quick look. I think it's going to be on Discord. And it will be under general chit chat. BrizTech. Oh, BrizTech's he has got in, so at least BrizTech's in. Right, so BrizTech's on there. Now that is oh, there's an LED diode tester. Someone's put a link on it. Pab's put a link in for a diode tester. I didn't see that. Obviously it's in Corona, but I didn't even know there was a diode tester. You can actually LED diode test on that front. This is my diode tester I build and selling them on Trainer. Oh, I might have to purchase one of him if that's the case. He's obviously he 3D prints and tests it on the diodes front. Might be an idea, obviously, because diodes do come in handy. Yeah, I was just looking at that. I was just going through. I have to, obviously. How do they actually work, Pab? How did you put them on there, sir? So what do you do? Probe them or something? I assume these come with like a probe, and because like you said, I can only see like a one picture on that front. Oh, I see. You probe it and it lights the LEDs up. Nice. Oh, I'm just looking at the pictures. And then it tells you what voltages these are. Obviously lighting them up. It's actually quite a clever idea. Yeah, I didn't know you actually built them. Well, you left the link in there. I'll have a but it's all in Corona. It's I think Corona is that is that Swedish money? I'm pretty sure. It's quite a clever little box to have. Yeah, I'll send you. I'll send you. You have to build them. Oh right, okay. Well, that'd be a good little project to actually do on a live stream. Anything to add to make my job a little bit easier? Yeah. Yeah, they actually look quite cool to because, like you said, they're always handy to have, like to check for the diodes to see if they're lighting up on that front. And like you said, you don't get to see things like that. Not like with projects. Just have a look to see. I'm trying to go back into the previous message. Oh, Peb, did you manage? I meant to ask you, sir. Did you manage to actually sort out the bad avatar? Because obviously you were still running into the same problem that you couldn't run the bad avatar for some reason. Now you said you tried it on what's the slim models on the 360s, because there's all different models. I did try it on that and it worked it flawless, but for some reason you said you tried it and you was running into problems. You couldn't get it to run, which was really strange. No, that's it. The Corona. I can't think the bloody name. Yeah, I've got 4 more Corona models on Friday. Oh, nice. That bad avatar should work as long as you've got that custom build on the front, like the update. Then it'll work it, because I know I've tried it on the Winchesters. The Winchesters are even they're nigh impossible to do. And it worked flawless on the Winchester. The Winchesters, there's 4 models of the Winchester. Anywhere between 2014 and above are the Winchesters. And unfortunately, when I checked, they're 2014. When I asked Ace, he said they can't be done. He said, but he did say you can soft mod them. He said, but you've got to get that set up. Well, obviously it did, because I used a bad avatar on there and it worked it. I just put the custom firmware on of the update and it did. It worked straight off. It was just plug and play. But you can't RGH them, which is, like you said, anywhere up to 2014 on the Winchester models. Yeah, but the Coronas, yeah. That Corona that come back that I damaged the trace, Mr. Hotcow's repaired, I'll give that one to Stu. Yeah, I RGH'd that. That was fine after. That was absolutely fine. But I didn't know there's different versions. 6 versions of them Corona boards. Bloody 6. I thought, Jesus. Yeah, which is here. And this is what, let me quickly show you. This is what the Corona is on this model. This is a link what Michael sent me. Maybe I'll do the hard mod instead. Well, this is the hard mod side, and this is the versions of the Corona layout that he sent me. Versions 1 and 2, and I didn't know this, so bear this in mind. You obviously you're much more intelligent than what I am, sir. So on the Corona, what he told me is 6 versions. Version 1 and 2 won't have a gap, so you have to use a thing called a postfix, right? Now I bought some postfixes. I ordered them off eBay because he did say depending on your make and model of the Corona. So this is obviously the link he sent me. The Corona versions 1 and 2, right, has it here. Now if you look over to versions 3, 4, 5 and 6, mine was version 4. Right, but it doesn't matter. Any of the versions from 3 up to 6 have this section, and there's a gap. So if you have a look at the diodes on here, they're completely different layout, and that's the difference. He said that you got to check before you hard mod it. So he said otherwise, if you glitch it and you don't put a postfix in the versions 1 or 2, you brick it. So basically saying make sure you check for that gap. And when I looked, you put it under the microscope, it's actually on the CPU key itself, which is on the other side, which is on here. So when you flip it over, obviously the Coronas have only got 1 chip on. They don't have dual chips on these. So he said, check it where the dot is. And on the dot, he said, you'll see a gap, right? And you can see it where he means now, right? And the gap is here. There's the gap on this one. So there's a gap there. This is version 1 and 2. If you move it over, 3, 4, 5 and 6, they've disappeared. So there's no gap there at all. So that's how you know what what your version is before you hard mod it. Now versions 1 and 2 on this gap, right, that if you got a gap on this, I'm pretty sure he said that you've got to use the postfix adapter. It's only on versions 1 and 2. All the others, which mine was like this, it's got a massive gap in between it. It don't have extra lines in. He said that one you don't need the postfix. You can hard mod it straight over. So you have to, and it does tell you what you've got to have. Resistors. Well, Ace saying you don't need a resistor. He said you just need a diode. On that front, but that was the steps on, obviously, on the Corona that I was RGHing, which I didn't know that at the time. So it was thanks to Michael and that they did post me, because I nearly done that wrong. Because obviously he's the man that obviously knows his stuff. He's done a load of the 360s, but now I know what to look for. I will check. Only on the Coronas only. On these models, it doesn't matter. All you need basically on these to RGH them is these type of diodes, which is the 04660s and a 10k ohm resistor, basically. But he said you don't need them. But he said he always puts them in because it's a safety protocol. But you do need them diodes. Got to have the diode in. But that was the only ones that he said. But I did flash this. For some reason, I've got a black screen. Now it's unbricked it. So I need to go back to where Michael was saying, because that link that he gave me on here, Mike knows his stuff. Obviously, it's quite helpful because it helped me to do mine. No, Mick, 1 and 2 don't need. Oh right, there you go. So I've got it wrong. So 1 and 2 don't need the postfix. So it's 3 to 6 that need the postfix. So I'm wrong. Yeah, you need postfix, or am I wrong? To be honest, I'm pretty sure Michael. The best one to ask is Michael. Michael Dilemma. If you're on the Discord, ask him. It was him that pointed it. Obviously, I'd done mine a little while ago, and I didn't need the postfix because he said go by my guide. He said because obviously, and obviously he was doing his own, so I didn't have to ask him. But because I checked and I went, well, this one's the same one as the last one. It ain't got a gap. It's got a small gap. It ain't got a big gap. And he said that you don't need the postfix for it. That's how I know. Because if you look back at my video, I asked Michael this and he said, no, you don't need it. I'm pretty sure the 3 to 6, you need the postfix because it's got a bigger gap. The chip's set out a little bit different. I could be wrong, but I didn't need it because it had a small gap in. Well, the gap's versions 1 to 2. So it could be it could be versions 1 to 2 you don't need a postfix, and 3 to 6 that you do. But you are better off just double checking, asking Michael, because he's done hundreds of these. But don't hard mod it straight away just in case you'll brick the system. Then you're going to have to back up the end and reflash it. But you're going to need the postfix adapters if it is the other Corona. You won't know until you take the board out and have a look. I can put that guide in. I can, if you want, I can shove that guide in because that was for the Corona model. I'll post this over to you, and you can have a look because this is the one Michael sent me. I'm going to post this over to you, bud, and you can have a look. Done. There you go. Here you go, bud. I've posted that over. So I've put that over to your link with that RGH glitch. But it goes into more depth in that. On that front. But I've now got to get the link for this. But again, this was the guide that Michael recommended. He said, have a look. If it is, them postfix adapters, they're not expensive on that front. I don't think I paid a lot for them. Yeah, I looked. I found Google for that, but there's obviously no Corona for the Xbox 360s. For the 360 models require a postfix adapter. It's primarily required on the Coronas versions 3, 4, 5 and 6 boards. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is. So my version then must have been 1 or 2 because I had 2 of the, obviously I've got my one down here. There's my Slim, which is this one. This one's been already modded, but this one, my one, needs a clean. It's a bit dirty, but I've put on there. This one's been RGH'd. Obviously, I've done it, but I put it was a version 2. When I checked, I'm sure it did because it had a gap in it. It had a small gap. So, obviously, if you've got a wider gap between that point, then you obviously do need the postfix adapter. Yeah, it says it here. Look, I obviously didn't read this. What Michael was saying. Look, Corona's version 1 and 2, the post out OK. And then it says on that, that's obviously the posting line. Versions 3, 4, 5 and 6, the post that is missing. So that's where you need the adapter. Damn it. So depending what make and model you've got. So I said they altered these bloody boards so much, Microsoft. I don't even know what they was playing at. So I need to find my model guides and then have a look for schematics and boards. It's actually quite a good site because if you have a look, this gives you the full 360 guide to what to do anyway if you're not 100% sure. Tells you like the revisions on the boards, the Zephyrs, the Falcons, the Jaspers, the Trinities, the Coronas. My God, the Corona, the Corona boards, and then you've got the Winchesters. But we don't want board revisions. I actually want to do the RGH. That's the Zephyr RGH2. We want RGH3, which is the hard glitch. I think the Zephyrs are the... Yeah, that's it. The dual NAND. Are these dual NAND? I think they are dual NAND, aren't they? No, this one's not dual NAND. I'm just having a look at the revision on this board. This one's only got single NAND. Don't think that is. Dual NAND. Yeah, you got the Viper dual NAND. Bloody Norma. Yeah, it is. Loads. The Urban JTAG and RGH consoles. I think they are the Zephyrs. We double check to see if these are. You can actually put these. I think these are. I think these are the Zephyrs. The Zephyrs are going to be completely different. It says on there, put 1.8 from the board here and then remove. But if you're not sure, there's a schematic on the boards because there's different revisions of the Zephyrs. Model A and Model B. Let's have a look at a Model A. And I can have a quick look. Go back. Can't load. I hate these bloody things. Right, let's have a look at that. We can't load the object. Looks like something's gone wrong. Okay, lovely. They give you schematics that you can't read. The Jaspers. I wanted to have a look at the reversions of the Jaspers, but obviously you can't do everything on these bloody phones. This is what annoys me. They give you a bloody phone and you can't operate, so you have to do that on the computer. So I think my best guess is that this one should go back and just do this one as a soft mod. It's not worth it. If this is a Zephyr, right? Actually, that's a good point. How would you know Zephyr model boards? Because if it's a Zephyr, these suffer from the red ring of death badly, and I don't want it. It's not worth doing an RGH on these. How to tell a Zephyr board on a 360? Not as slim. You should look at the back of the console, because if it indicates the primary HDMI port. Right, so the HDMI port, the Zephyr was the first fat motherboard to introduce the HDMI port. If it doesn't have an HDMI, it's likely a Xenon or a Zephyr. That's a good shout. Where's the back of the board? No, it says it's got HDMI. If it doesn't have an HDMI, it's likely a Xenon or a Zephyr. Right, the Zephyrs has an HDMI port. Well, if it is the case, then this won't be worth having. The Falcon has it. The Jasper has an HDMI. Zephyr's consoles are notorious under... This is why what Michael was reading. The Zephyr consoles are notoriously unreliable and prone to the red ring of death. Oh dear. That's why I didn't want to do it. Obviously, flawed with a GPU design as the Xenons. Well, if that's the case, that's just worth just putting it back together. Obviously, if that's got a high value, Michael, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he said, have a look at the back, just to confirm. This is a Zephyr. It has an HDMI port. It's rated at 16.5 amps. Whilst checking the power connector, it's helpful for you to connect the label. Just bear in mind the Zephyrs have updated. It has had an updated GPU, so your console can match the red ring of death. Oh no, no, that's obviously not. And we've got some Zephyrs here. Where's that case I just took out? Oh no, it wouldn't, would it? Because it's... Because there's makes and models on these Zephyrs, on these boards. This is what worries me, thinking that I don't really want to put... I don't want to do an RGH on this if this is a Zephyr. It's just not worth it. I'm sure he said it's a 16.5 on the voltage. Was it 16.5? This is a 14 point. It says voltage on here is 14.2. Yeah, the Zephyrs have an HDMI port, so that's interesting. Let me grab another Zephyr and double check that if that's true. I've got Zephyrs over here. Obviously, like you said, I've got a stack of these bloody things. And three of them are the Falcons. That's a Falcon. That's a Falcon. There's another Xbox 360 down here. I didn't even have a look at that one. That one's got the red ring. It come up the red ring problem. This is a Falcon. So what? Yeah, these are 14.2. So that's a Falcon then. That's not. Falcons have actually got 14.2. 2008. I'm sure it is. I'm pretty sure. If it's 2007 and below, this is a 2011. I'm pretty sure the Falcons are 2008 to 2011. Double check. Let me double check. How to know if it's a Falcon model of an Xbox 360. Yes, Falcons identified by its 175 watt power supply, and on the back of the power rail it should register at 14.2 amps. It typically dates between 2007 to 2008. The power socket on the connector the console must have an HDMI port on the back. While some early Xenon labels lack the HDMI, The Falcon was one of the first reliable revisions to include of it. So this is obviously, like, this could be a Falcon. So like you said, double check. Look out for dates late 2007 onwards, especially around August to 2007 to August 2008. They are the common Falcon variant. The reasons why the Falcon motherboards introduce a 65nm CPU and a 90nm GPU, making it significantly less likely to suffer from the red ring of death. The earlier models of the Xenons notes that they are highly unreliable. Oh dear. It's highly recommended to check the power socket of the console rather directly than relying on the sticker of the power supply that provides it. Need to identify if this is a Falcon. Reading the comments besides the downgrading dude, making it wonder if it is. This was obviously 2 years ago. First model of the FX, these are the elite consoles and a fat, and they are earliest 20th tens. So this is obviously, like you said, depending on the make and model. If it's the long one, which that is, that's a Falcon. This board's a Falcon, so this should be all right with RGH on this. That front. So I didn't know that. From August and above. And that is in August, but it's 2011. So we should be fine. So I can RGH this. It's not a problem. I just wanted to double check. I didn't really want to go through all the process. And this one done. Then I can put this one back together and this one could be hard modded. Right, that's fine. Just what it's like you said, it's best to double check. Now I've got the resistors and I've got the diodes that I need. Like I said, the resistors I'm not really bothered. Damn it. Right, let me get rid of that power supply and get rid of that. Take that out. I'm not going to need that. Not just at the minute. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there with that clamp. Looked a bit dodgy to me. So I'm going to put them to one side. Put them up there. That can go there. Put that there. That can go there. Oh, let me get rid of these resistance and these other diodes. They're all on fucking top of each other. Damn it. Damn it. No, it's alright, once I ain't gone out there to get food. God, he's a character. Now I don't need that, but one thing I do need though is flux, because I need the ports. I might need my little grinder. I need that. This solder mask, don't need that. Ah, there it is. But man, enough use that Kimbo up. Jesus. Right. I need tools. That can go in. That can go in there. I need tweezers. Don't need them. Gonna need that. Won't need that. That can go in. And that, don't need that one. Solder wick, yeah, might do. Might. Put them up there. That can go up there. Don't need that. Cool. These are the heat sinks. Don't want to lose them. Let's get rid of that. Oh, good. Where's that got on there? Right, that should be it now. Got everything I need. Right, flux, tools. Just want to make sure I've got everything first before I even start. Because I ain't trying to run around for things and think, well, where's that gone? I haven't got that. No, that's fine. Yeah. Right. Where's my J runner tag? I need that. I need that one. And I need some of that wire. That's it. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for my wire. What's in this bag? I don't know what this was. Oh right, that's thermal paste. Right, okay. Cheap Chinese thermal paste. Cool. I could take that out, put them in. Don't need that bag. RG on here. That's freestyle. I need that after you do that RGH glitch after. So I'm gonna need that with that fucking glitch thing up there. That's me thermal paste. Resistor. That should be it. Should be it. Put that to one side. Don't need that just yet. Right. Now all that crap's out of the way. And that. Put that to one side. I think I need that just for a minute. Right. Tools. Spudger. Flux. I won't need that. I don't need the brush. Cool. Oh yeah, I might need some thermal stuff. I knew I need some of that. Oh, and liquid. That's it. I knew there was something. I need the liquid stuff as well. Where is it? That's it. Some of the liquid gear. that liquid paste and that's the resistance wire. Heat shrinks. Best to grab all the gear I can. In that way I know where they are. Then I ain't got to worry about it. Right, all I need to grab now is the guide for the Jasper. Let me grab the guide. Grab the guide. There it is. Use the Xbox identification wizard. Right, this site cannot be reached. This is why I hate phones, because obviously they never work. Don't care how fancy your phone is, it still don't work with the link. Right, so okay. So let me go into Discord. Complete waste of bloody time. That was Jesus. I've got all my files backed up on one side, so that's not the problem. It's the links. They won't let me open the links. Come on, open up. It'll open in a minute. Think about it. Finally, it's opened up. Right, okay. Jesus H. Christ. Message request. Right. Who's the Grinch? Two mutual friends. God, this thing is incredibly slow. Right. Well, it's like I said, it's hopefully this will it will think about it and then it'll open it up. I don't want to push it too much, it'll just lock it up completely and it won't respond. We'll come back to it in a minute. Shall I make a cup of tea? Oh, right, I was going to say, shall I make a cup of tea? I was thinking about that for about half a second and I thought, no, all right, don't bother. Right, so it's up here. Here we go. We've got the guide. Visit. So we've got what we can do is then click on the identification wizard. Oh, great. All right. Perhaps we can't use the identification wizard. What console you have? The console wizard can't be reached. Wow. Obviously, this is you've got the fat models, the Trinity mod. These are the Trinities, and these are the Corona. Right, the fat models. So it just tells you, once you obviously get the NAND, top side PRL points. I think this is still loading in. Jesus. Yeah, I think it's not loading in properly. I think there's an issue here. Tell you what, let me see if there's any. Have a look. No, Chrome's up to date. what I'll do, I'll copy the guide, come out of this, and I'll go into see if that does it. No, you can't. The link's broke. Okay, whatever. So it's got to be down to the link itself, which obviously broke. Right, so the SMC points where these need to go. As this is like I said, I don't want this being for the Corona, because like you said, they're all different top side points. Let me, I zoomed in too much. Let me just quickly zoom out. Right, fat motherboards, yeah, because the Corona ones are going to be different. So obviously the Corona is going to be from, these are the Coronas. The Trinities are going to be different. It's not the Trinities. That's the idea of that that's the idea of the fat models. The Trinities are going to be a little bit different. So I've got to look for, yeah, I'm pretty sure this looks like it. These are the fats. Yeah, place a 22k resistor to the PLL port to the resistor. These are the ones that have got to be posted to one side to the other. This is it. This is the guide here for the fat models. Because this looks very familiar, the last one I've done. So I'll need to go to PLL. So I've got to look for that model. These are the two models I've got to look. Yeah, it is. This is it, because that's the trickiest one here. This R6 R3 right sits in between this section of wires, which is bloody annoying. On that front, it does look really familiar. And it's got to be posted up to it's got to come over to these post one section over here. So yeah, I've got to look for that. P7R3. Let me double check. So I've got to look for P7R3. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna zoom that down, narrow that down, that front. Move this over. Damn it, I've clicked on the wrong bloody link. Let me quickly, there you go. Things incredibly slow. It puts up such a fight on that front. Right, so first thing I need to do then is go back into the camera, move this over, and I need to find. I need to have a look where that board is. Where is it? Where's that post? It's this one here. TPR. I double checked. I don't think I've got this one saved on my phone, because if that did, that would have made that a lot easier, because then I can do a quick look. That's the board schematics obviously I need for this model. It looks very similar to how I've done the other one. So I need to check gallery out. Yeah, this is it. Found it. It is. It has to go under. There you go. That gives me a guide of where to look on this board. I've got it. I did save it. I thought I did. Because I have done one of these. So one side's got to go under. It's got to go through one of these holes. This looks like the same revision board that I've got. The other one didn't have an X-clamp. I've done a giveaway on it. So this will be... it's just double check to have a quick look. Got the board round of the wrong orientation. So I need to flip it round this orientation so I can see where these go. Looks like I've got to go up here, up to near where the two screws go. That's the post fix. Yep, that looks like one of them. And the other one I need to do, fuck me, it's right down the bottom. I knew it. Right the way down the bottom. This is the most trickiest one out of the lot, which is going to be past that corner into over here, right up to this corner. Yeah, this looks like it. Well, I've got my finger right up towards here because it's got an L shape. It looks like an L shape with that curve coming down. It is. This is the most one that you've got to put in the diode. The diode has to go around a certain way. Pretty sure the diode goes at the bottom. That looks like it. That's what that post is for. So I'll double check. And it's going to be the second dot from the end of that box. Great. Alright. So let me just give that a little bit of a clear on that front and double check. So the box I need to have a look at is going to be an L, which is this one right over here. This is it. This looks like it's going to be over this section because it looks like it does, because we've got a box here and it looks like it's right over in that corner. It should sit in between, if I remember correctly. There's one of these little rears that you have to bridge off from. And it looks like it. Let me go back to the picture and have a quick look. We should see on that front W. You put that underneath there for a minute. Keep that because it keeps bouncing around. This should be TP7R3. Let me get my glasses on and I can see a lot better. So what do we want? TP7R3. That's one of them. Found one now. That looks like these 2 points. I need to shake. That's one. I found one of them. The other one looks like, if I can just scroll that over ever so slight. So I'm looking for R6, R6R3. It's a box that it sits in. It's going to be right up towards, if I remember correctly, that's what I'm just trying to have a look, just to make sure I'm in the right area. So corner, it's right over. R6, R3. It's really hard to find because there's all numbers sitting on this box. I'm just trying to have a look to see where that number's gone. Well, there's that diode. I found the capacitor. I'm in the right direction. So it's obviously on that box going down. Is that box? It's up here. I'm sure it is. This looks like it. CP. There's the two jumpers. It is. I'm sure it's that one. That looks like it. This one here. It's the bloody most difficult one to do out the entire lot. You've got a top side and a bottom side. I know roughly where I think that goes, yeah. Shame it don't load in at the bottom side because it don't seem to load these web pages in properly. Shame that identifier don't work because that could have pointed me into the let's see if I can actually try and get that to work. God damn it. That doesn't sound it's right. See if I'm trying to go into, because I'm pretty sure that some of these browsers, they break with the cookies not being enabled. God damn it. He's broke that. That's not even working. God damn it. Yeah, we can't seem to get into that that identification, because that would have given me the correct identifier. Because that one that's actually showing up on there is not clear enough on the picture. Bottom part of the boards, and that's what I'm trying to have a look at. Bloody annoying. It don't help because the pages don't open properly. Right, so this gives me a sort of a close of where I need to go. So we've got actually move that camera up a minute because I'm just whacking it. Right, so we've got to go over where the two holes are, and they're going to be over there's a clump. Have a look. Some people, really. We look like we've got to go over, but it's like you said, I'm just trying to have a look to see where these pin layouts are. And the post ports where I need to go is one's lots of one side, it's the most awkward one, it sits in between, which tends to come, it's saying it was over here. I don't think it is. Don't look right. It's not right on the board layout where mine's going. So you've got one lot laying on the other board layout. It looks like that looks like it to me, because if I'm just trying to have a look to see if that board layout is identical to what I've got laid out on mine, because this could be a different revision, because remember there's different earlier revisions, and I've got to double check just to make sure. Just want to make sure that I've got two. No, see, this one's different. This one's a different model. This one is extra RAM on board. This one. BIOS looks the same. That looks the same. Just double check. I'm maybe looking at the board that I've done on the revision. Yep. 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 Yeah, post layout looks the same. It is. This is the only thing that's different on there. The board that I'd done didn't have these bits on the board, but the rest of it looks identical. So like you said, there's so many different revisions. Where I need to go is right over to where I said revisions should be marked on the board. It's like you said, there's so many different makes and models on here. I'm just having a look on the board, just have a quick look. This is an X8 12, that's just a model number, like a manufacturer's model number on it. This one's it's not that it's different, but the one thing I've noticed on this board, that mine's not the last one I've got, it hasn't got these on, and I've got 4 of these. But the other one that I had a look on here, and I'll show you the one I've done on the last RGH. If you have a look on the board, right where these are, if you have a look on the board, They're missing. So these are missing, which on this board it's got them, but it's identical. So that could just mean that part of the revision on that, it could just be like, because you've got versions like 2, 3 and 4, or 4, 5 and 6. It starts with revision, then a number. Yeah, that's the only thing. I can't see it on this board. If this layout is slightly different, then the pin layout would be different. I've just had a look to see if I can actually find a revision. There's a number at the top there. This is a 00. No, that's just a number. Just have a look to see if there's any, like you said, revisions usually next to the model. No, there's nothing on here that's identical. We've just got a number at the bottom, which is going to be up here. We've got this number, right? This could be a 003 model. That's what makes me think, right? With this X1, because it's got a dash with 003. That could be it. So this could be what that could be, even though it's the same model as the last one I've done. That could have been a revision 2. This could be a revision 3. The boards look identical to layout. It's just that they've got extra. I think that is it. I think that is a 003 on that front, because it actually does stay it right there, right at the bottom. There you go. I'm sure it is. That does look really familiar. Yeah. Right, Pico, you've put a bold thing on there. That number you're talking about, you're referring to this number at the top, which is this number. This one's got the number at the top of it. Or it could be a 001. Like you said, there's different types. Yeah, see, the other one up there is a little bit blurred out. I can't see the bottom. It's like you said, it's rather top or bottom on the revisions. No, the bottom right or the left. Right. So if that is the case, then that would be that revision. That would be that early revision number, which we see earlier on, which is here, the 003. Because there's nothing on the right hand side, on the left hand side. It's only on the right hand side here, and that's the bottom, right at the bottom itself. Yeah, that's it. So it is a 003 model. So even though that the model that I'm actually doing, right, the pin layout should still be the same. Yeah, so that's a revision 3 board, where that could have been a revision 2 board. But like you said, you flip it over, that's the only difference that this makes on there. But if this PRL file, if this, obviously this layout is not on here, that could be down to the early revisions. This is what makes me think that, because once you go down this road, there's no going back. Yeah, that's what it says on the other board. You did, yeah. Because the other one that I've got on there is identical. It's the one I'm very similar to what I'm working. And I glitched it and it worked alright because I gave it away. But that guides console model boards. Right, okay. Let me click on that. So we got the, yeah, because like you said, one of these, where is that drive? Because that drive will tell you a lot. Because that drive I took out, if it's silver, that's an elite. That could be an elite model. Yeah, it is silver. I've got it here. That could be an elite model. Elites have silvers on the front. And again, I think it did, because it says it right here. That's how I know 100% if this is an elite. On the back, it'll have like 2011. Right, that's the case I took off here. It's a 2011. So it says on the back of here, right, super, you got 360 Elite and you got a Super Elite. The Super Elite was also limited edition to 250 gig hard drive. Well, I don't think it did. This one never had a 250 gig hard drive. The special editions, obviously, were all 250 gigabytes. But it tells you on the drives itself, it was rather light on, fat light on. With it, obviously, it tells you on the make of the bottles. Also, early Xenons had later models with Hitachi drives. This ain't. And it tells you that it would be a 16 DS2. Right, well, where's that drive? That tell me. I took the drive out. I think that wasn't a 16.2 because it's got it on there. It's a DS16 DS2S. Right. Later models of the Hitachi LG of the GDR3s or their name assaulted. The Philips and BenQs were the VDAT, and the Philips and Light-Ons, which are these, are the 16.2 or name shortened to the So this model says it on there. It is obviously the Light-Ons, the 16.2. All of these drives can easily be flashed without soldering any special tools. Obviously, but you need to things like to extract the key. Sorry, guys. Alert! Scroll down to that page. You see the boards. Oh right, yeah, well done. Right, here we go. Xenons. Right, so we got the same on the Xenons. It's not a Xenon. It's gonna be. That one needs an image. That's the Jasper. Here we go. The Jasper. This is, what is it? A 003. 001. I need a 003. We've got 002. Here's the 003. It's a Falcon. I've got the Falcon here. So, which is this model that you've seen out. This is the Falcon model. So it is a Falcon. 100%. It's a Falcon model to identify it. The only thing is, it only give me the front of that. I need to flip over to the back because it only gives you the front version, and it even says it at the bottom. You're right. That's the revision. So now I know to check the revision is flip it over, look on the right hand side. It tells you the revision number. It gives you identification to the board. So this is 100%. It's the Falcon. So this one is definitely worth RGHing, and obviously the earlier models are not worth doing. You've got a 00 version A. What's this? So that's a Falcon, and the other one is the Zephyrs, which are not worth doing. You've got the Opuses, the Jaspers. Christ Almighty! There's about 5 different versions of the board. Oh Jesus! But 100%, this is the Falcon. So at least I know this. I'm right. So all I need to find in is the Falcon guide to what was the model that I'd done on that, because that's just it. I don't know what model I've done on mine because I didn't look. I need to find on that model the one I've done. And all I've done was just took a guide out, which is, if I remember correctly, I've got the pictures here. That looks a bit of a better picture. Right. Now I've got a better picture here, because I did take notes of this when I've done the last one. 100% this is a Falcon model, so that's ruled that out. I can now joke it can be done. It's just that it's another version of the Falcon, because it's got these slots onto the board, which I didn't see. The other model I've done didn't have it. Keep scrolling down to your page and you're very low to all where the locating pins are. Yeah, that's a good shout. I want the Trinity. That's the Corona. Done the Corona. Fuck me, you got this. There's one called the Stingray. There's the Winchesters. Right, SEs, Xbox. This is the Trinity. Right. The NAND identification. There's all different. Jesus Christ, I didn't realise how many there was. Right, I've gone all the way to the bottom. That's the Corona motherboard and identification. The Trinity versus the Corona. Right, the FAT versus, that's the FAT versus the AE. So,
on that front.
Hot girls. Are you back, my friend? Yeah, it's obviously it's not giving me the pin layout on it. All it gives me is the back pin layout of what version of this. So there's even different versions. I didn't know that. So you've got the Winchester, which is the later models, and the one before the Winchesters, they're called the Stingrays, which is still like the newer versions, but they can be done. Right, I've got the guide here, so let me click on that guide. HDMI port. 14.2, it's the Falcon. Yeah, it just tells you what it is. See, that makeover on it just tells you exactly what it is. So it is a Falcon, but obviously I need the pin layout. Obviously on that board where I can put that glitch. There's a point on here. Let me quickly show you, and I can show you where it is. Right, so meetings. So on the camera, when I last done the last one on these, I took pictures of the Jaspers, but the difference was the version that I'd done didn't have these. Well, that must have been a version, could be a version 1 to version 3. This is a version 3, identical to a Jasper, but it's got extra of these. Where on this model, it doesn't have them. There's literally none there on that 4 point. They're completely missing. So this, obviously, like you said, is still a Jasper, which I can do. That's why I'm trying to have a look at the pin layout to see where this goes. Or is it me, or is it actually communicating, repeating themselves? But I'm trying to find that pin layout. It's not giving me the pin layout. It says it's over here. It's not. Because I've looked at mine. Even if I put this around the right orientation. Follow this. It says the guide goes all the way up to where it should be a basic pin. Unless it's like you said, the revisions are changed. The only one that know this will be Michael. Because like you said, I did honestly thought all these Trinities and the Corona versions 1 to 6. But this being a Jasper, there could be another 6 revisions. I can't find this pin layout because it should be right above where these 2 pins go here, and they're not here. They're missing. If I put that round that way, where this is, they're not on here. There's only 2 pin layouts on this, and I've got them right in front. Mick, you're not. I'm only talking about the comments repeating themselves. Oh right. I'm thinking that this version, this is not the version that I've done, and it's a different version of the Falcon. Version 3. This could have been in version 1. I don't know. I like Mick. Read what I put above. Right. Revision field Falcon boards. Obviously a large yellow, and I'll Google it in the images. Yeah. This is not lining up of what I've done on the last Falcon I've done. I can't see this 6-pin layout, which is supposed to be right near these 2 pin. Obviously, where oh, crying out loud! I can't even fucking get it. There you go. Right, the 4 zeros that I've got, this is obviously the model I've done. The model I need to go to of one of the pin layouts is right here. Well, they're not here. They're completely missing. Right next to this last locating X clamp of the second of the X clamp where it goes, there should have been a 6-pin layout right above here that lays parallel with it. Well, this version's not on here. So this is obviously being a version 3. It's not the same one I did. This is what's throwing me off. And I can't find the other pin layout that goes into that corner that comes over past the second X clamp. Because that's not there either. Because it says come past the last 2 and you'll see it on the corner. Well, that's not there. It don't exist. Damn. Yeah, RGH that image. I'm going to RGH that image, and obviously that is completely different. Well, yeah, I don't know. Mr. Pico's got it. But me, see what I mean with revisions on these? They fucking really throw you off. Oh, Bronson, hold up. Bronson's dropped one. Jesus Christ, that sandwich has gone right through. Right, let's get the, don't worry. Yeah, I can taste that. Jesus. Yeah, that's a Falcon. This is a Falcon, thanks to everyone. It's got a completely different layout. This Falcon looks completely different. And again, this one has got the modules missing. So there's got to be more than one version of the Falcon itself. Because a lot of these images ain't got these modules on. They're just missing. But that one that I just see on there, that Falcon, was a completely different model than what I've just done. And they don't go into where the same spots are either. But they definitely do go right across from one end to the board to the other. Right, Falcon and Jaspers. Let me click on Falcon and Jaspers. They had to be awkward, Microsoft. Definitely. Oh, now I've got a black screen. Well, that ain't worked, is it? Now I ain't got nothing on my phone. Oh, here we go. Right. Check this page out. Jesus Christ. All these pages. No, scroll down. Right, okay. There's so many makes and models of these things are astronomical. Right, yeah, that one's obviously for... Right, here we go. Falcon, Jaspers, and the Tonoskate ones, right, on these models. Right, RGH3 diagram, different post lines. But again, these post lines haven't got the modules in. I think that was the model I'd done because it never had the modules in, and that looks exactly where I need to go with the PLLs. But this one hasn't got them on there. The bypass, yeah, that bypass is not on this model, so that's not for that model. But we got another one on here, alternative diagram. Jesus Christ, there is so many versions. I need to find one with them blobs in. Yeah, this Falcon here that the one that I've done had this post where I need to put that pin. I knew where that pin was, and it tells you where to post it. Now I had to output one right next to the other side of the board on the front. I know where that is, right, where it goes. But this version is completely different. It's really thrown me off to RGH it. That's the Trinities. The Trinities are be. This is not a Trinity. It's a Falcon. So it's a different version of the Falcon. Yeah. Is it at the top? I'm going to keep scrolling down. No alert. It's at the top, Mick. It is at the top. Right. Let me scroll at the top. I'll go back down from the top and go through it. Right, the postfixes, I don't need to do the postfix. This one's not. It says this one here. You're talking about this one, this version, where these have got to be bypassed. This could be it. But the modules are missing. Perhaps they're not on there. It doesn't tell if this is the version 3. But that looks like the Falcon that I'd done, because how I know... That I know because of that box. That box is not on here. I can't see that box. It's right up to where I said near the 2 diodes. If I flip this board round, right, and pull it this way on the the correct orientation, the other Falcon I've done was, if I remember correctly, it was over here. Well, this version hasn't got it. This version's complete because how I know it was literally just short of after, unless it could have been over here. I could double check. Let me have a quick look. Put my goggles on and I'll have a look. I can't see that box. That box is not on there. It was only literally right up to where, and how I know this is because it looks like a bridging point, and this one's missing. It's not on there, and it's the most trickiest part to do. But this ain't got it on this model, because it was just over here. Well, I've got my finger. Link in the Discord for others to see. Yeah. Yeah, this is that model and that first one. That is not for this. It was the earlier one than this. So this is being a later model. It's completely threw me off. So I can't. If I know where the glitch is, I can do it. But it's obviously like being a version 3. How many bloody revisions did they do of the Falcons? It looks like there's 4 versions of this, of the Falcons itself. Yeah, it's the same one. The post 1 adapter, right? Because you've got alternatives. That was the earlier model, that one I've done, because I took a picture of it. This, one reasons why this is different, Mick, it's just that that you list it, you went past, look close at the images. Right, you've got an alternative diagram where these go, right? You've got 2 lots of wire. It's all you need. It's just 2 posts where these go. But we've got an alternative diagram, number 2, which it says this one. This one here looks like it's got the modules in, but it's facing this way. So it's got it facing it. Yeah, that one. I'm pretty sure this could be the version 3, because the pin layout looks completely different, and I've got it here. We should find a box and it says R6, R3, and it's right in between up here. right up this section, which I'll put the camera on and I'll double check. Fuck me, talk about different revisions on these bloody cameras is astronomical. Right, let me zoom in a bit. So I'm going to point. I know roughly where these X clamps go. So it says it's right up to where this junction is. This looks familiar, but the pin layout looks a little bit different. R6, R3, I can see it right here. Right. Now the other pin layout, if I remember correctly, let me double check and put this on. This is the most trickiest one to do, but I didn't do this one. The other one I've done was right over the other side of the board. R6, R3, I can see it from here. The pin layout I need is right here. It is it. I've got it here, right there. So that is the revision I need. I've got it. And it's got to go right the way across to the other side. Right, so I need to put a wire on that. And the other one goes at bottom post. What was that? Post FT7. There should be some posts at the bottom. No, this is a completely different version I've done. Use your mark to actually mark it. This board is completely different. I didn't do this. So I knew it was throwing me off, and I thought that don't look right. Obviously, I was trying to look for the other version of the Falcon. This is completely different layout. Right, let me grab a marker, because otherwise I won't know where these are. Jesus. Yeah, they've made it different. They've made, this is what I said about versions of these boards where they keep altering them. So R6, R3 is going to be up here. And it's going to be, if I dab that, it's going to be right there. Can I see it? Yeah, I can just about see that. Thank God I've got your glasses, sir, too. I'll tell you what, without that guide. So the guide that I took then, that I took a picture, I thought that these were all the same. They're not. They're not the same. The board layout is completely, even though it's very similar, but one that they got extra modules on, the other one didn't. The other one didn't have it. And the pin layout was obviously where these holes were, right up here. These two holes, because this is how I know by going to the guide. When I last checked, it was past the last hole, and it was over in here. It was up here. And I was trying to look for it, and it ain't, because obviously the guide's completely different, being a later board. So it's throwing me off with the revisions. That's why I can't bloody find it. So yeah, here you go with the black dot. Right, so the point I want to make, and it is tiny, it's going to be this point right here. See that point? That's why I need to post. I need to put a glitching pin, and I'm pretty sure this one's going to have a diode on. But the diode's got to go the right way. The only downside is it doesn't show you what part of the other guide because it just shows you where to post it. So the red wire, obviously from that point, from R6, R3, and it is R6, R3, and I can see it. It is that section on there. But I was just having a look to see if that was the case. Thank God you had that picture, because I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have had it. I'm going to take a picture of that. Right, snap that picture and have a quick look at my picture, the one I took, to see if that was actually the same one. And it just don't look it, because the pin layout looks completely different. R6, R3. Thank God. All I say is thank God I took some pictures on it, because that would have really thrown me off. Yeah, the yellow wire where that goes, one of these has a resistor, but obviously, and the other one has a diode. Now, the only downside is it didn't show me which one has what. God, my hands are like ice blocks, I tell you. I'll have to put that. Give me a minute. Let me put that diesel heater on. It's fucking getting really dropped the temperature in it. Right, what you want? Right, I've put that pipe so it runs in here. That'll warm this front room up. Jesus. Do you know what? All I say is, you wouldn't think Microsoft keep altering revisions on different parts, even on the same make and model on the boards itself. Where, like you said, they've done revisions 1 all the way up to revision 6 on the Corona. It looks like the Falcons have got different revision models. Which is bloody frustrating because, like you said, I know where this goes. The only downside is that I don't know if the diode goes at the bottom, and the diode's got to go one way. The red wire goes from the R63 to the customs. Yeah, it's obviously connecting to the image. That's not what worries me. One of these is going to have a diode on. The resistor is optional. You don't have to have it on that front. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's up to the POL, but I put both on when I last done one of these boards, and it was a slightly different one to this, even though it was a Jasper, because I got pictures of it, which I took. I did take pictures of these things, so where I took these POL file from, but obviously I didn't make no orientation method which one was the resistor and which one was the diode, because that's why I've got them right here. But I'm sure the diode went at the bottom of that POL of that model. I'm sure it did. I could be mistaken. There's post 1 and post 2. This is the glitching. One goes to the POL that goes up from the top. There was 2 different types of wires. And the other, the other does go to like post, like you said. One of these go to the red one goes to the POL, which is that one that was over here. That was the R6, right? Which is that one that you said. Sure, it was on that front, and that goes right across to the other side. Yeah, it tells you there. Thanks, Pico. The Jaspers and Falcons, right? On the Jaspers and Falcons, you can place. Scroll up to the page. Sure, it is that it's on there. Scroll down. Right, scroll up on the page. Right, okay. So it basically saying, Just having a quick look at the post on there. Yeah, the diode on the cathode is the side of the black where the CPU post. Make sure that there's a 22k ohm resistor, which I've got right there. Right. Make sure that the line 22 goes on the POL. It's not recommended wherever on an RGH or Falcon or Jasper. That's what he was saying, but Michael put it on there anyway. He said it just puts it in line of protection, which I did, and it worked. It's just optional. You don't have to have it. So that POL, where we need to go from the top, right, the SMC, whilst could be skipped, is more likely for the console's boot time. Could be more unstable without the diode cathode. See, so basically what he's saying is, if you don't put it on and just glitch it over, it does make it where it's unstable. So that's probably why they say you've got to post a diode on it. So really, the diode's got to go, but it doesn't tell you which way the diode goes round. But it says on there, make sure that there's an inline 22k ohm resistor on the POL. Without the suggested resistor. When through the whole component, extend the line and solder it directly to the pad. The POL is not nearby the noise area like on these consoles. Like you said. So it looks like then, what I'm more worried about, it looks like then the post has got to have the diode on. The SMC post. So let me go back to the SMC post on that previous. Where is that SMC post? SMC post is going to be right up the other end, up here, which is going to be the white one. So I need to look for post 1. Right, post 1 goes from one end, which should be down at the bottom. Let me have a quick look. I think that's them down here. That's it. Found it. This looks very similar. Here it is. So it's the second one. That looks like then the SMC post has got to have the diode on. So that's the one that I'm more worried about. The diode. So the top one I'm not worried about. The SMC post. So you've got the SMC post there. Or is it you've got two SMC posts. You've got SMC post 1 and SMPOL. Let me have a quick look and read that message again. What did he say? No, it's got to be on the post. Right, so the post is the bottom one. But the diode, I'm pretty sure he said the diode has to go round a certain way. Alert. Do you have like a diode that it says diode is optional? No, basically what he's basically saying, let me have a quick read and I'll put you on to the camera section. Have a quick, yeah. On the message itself, the one that you actually said, it says here right at the top of the flash, there's 3 models that all are the same, which are the Falcon, the Jaspers and the Tonkers. So these 3 different makes and models, these all follow suit. On the Falcon, the Jasper motherboards, you can optionally place a diode where these connectors post to the SMC post, which is that bottom one, which I just said, goes over to here. It says on there, place a diode where the wire connects to the post, right? To the post and the SMC post. Whilst it can be skipped, it's more likely the console boot times will be more unstable, inconsistent, right? Inconsistent without the SMC. So make sure that the polarity is correct. This is what I'm saying about the polarity side. Screenshot tapped here. Let me have a look. So it says on there, right, now you put on this point, it is optional. But Michael said, when I'm sure I'm dead, yeah, it does say optional, but I'm pretty sure Michael did say he don't recommend it. He did say the reasons why on that front, and I'm pretty sure he was right when he was saying. Now, the other one, I didn't have to place diodes. It was just a glitch straight over on the Corona, which I didn't have to muck about with none of this. The only other way I'll know is to look back at my other video, because I did put a diode in, and it was a Jasper. But if you had it, then try it. It just makes it about with glitching, because obviously this is what it does on here. And it does say there on there, you actually does. It says if you post it, it can be skipped, but it's more likely for console boot times will be more unstable and inconsistent without it. The diode cathode is on the side, on the black side that connects to the CPU post. That's it. So it's got to go to the CPU post side. So let me go find that image again. Where's the CPU? I'm pretty sure this is the CPU side. So it's got to go from, this is the side, the CPU side, and it goes to the post. Yeah, post 1. And that goes to SMC post. So where's the, I'm pretty sure that's it. Pretty sure, yeah, there's the CPU. One of these are the CPU and the other one's the APU. So I'm pretty sure the diode, what did it just say? Make sure you put it towards what? And it was right here. Place the diode on the wire that connects to the post. So it obviously make sure that it's on the correct way round. The post to the SMC post, where it could be skipped, but it says it obviously does cause issues. It says it here, the diode cathode at the end of the diode is the side where the black is, which, well, you have got a smaller black, that connects to the CPU post, where is another diode that connects obviously to the SMC post line. So I was right. This side on this board, I was right. The diode's got to go this direction, because the other one's the post. So it has to go to the black. And you only need this. That's all you need. You ain't got to bother with the others. It's a nightmare trying to get these CPUs. Yeah, I think I got it, Cows. I think I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying, because Michael said you've got to have this because it makes it not glitch properly. The diode has got to be on the black side. It's got to go to where Mr. P goes. Just give me that post line on there. He says connect to the CPU. The side of the black band connects to the CPU post. Well, the CPU post is going to be right up to where CPU post. Let me go and find that black bit on there. There's a CPU section right up this on there, obviously. I'm sure where's the CPU post? So we've got POL. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a nightmare trying to get these CPU postings. That's the only downside. You only need to put one of these in. They've got to go round. This is being a little bit different on the revision. It throws you right off. Because like I said, the last one I've done on this was just straightforward. But now this has got a completely different layout, where my other one before was up here. This one is now over here. So it's sort of moved. Because the revisions are a little bit different. But I think the same principles are the same. That post that SMC post 1, that's an alternative. So if you fuck one up, you've got an alternative. You can post it to SMC. That's a POL. Which I didn't know at the time. So if you fuck one up, you can go to an alternative posting. But that revision, what he sent, yeah. Just got to make sure it says the diode of the cathode is at the side where it connects to the CPU post, where it connects to the SMC post. SMC post, right? So it's SMC post on there. Yeah, which is a white model, which is going to that box up the top. So it is right. I am 100% right. It's got to go to the bottom. So right, let me cut this then so I can cut the length. So this is the most trickiest one. This is not the trickiest because the other one's got to be done yet. The diode one. So I've got to look for, what was that post line? R3P7. So I've got to look for R3P7. That's where it's got to go. R3P7 is the other end, is on that box. Dear God, where's my goggles? I can't see nothing. R3P7. Where is that? So it's going to be at the end of the X clamp, slightly over. It's going to be over here. If I put my hand over, it's going to be over this clamp up there. I hate these bloody cameras because they don't move around too great. Once I know I've put that on, that diode on, I'm alright. It's safe to do. Just got to put that diode right. So it's going to be up here where this part is. So what was that? There you go. So I've got to look for, trying to have a look for a little ziggly line. There it is. I think this is it here, right here. This looks like it. Yeah, this is the one. Right, where's that diode in it? Found it. There should be two. Yeah, you figured it out? Yeah, I've done it. So, right, we've got two diodes here. Let me zoom this in. Make a little bit of clarity. This is why I like to try to get a little bit better knowledge of RGH glitching, because it's really complex. Because I make models. Mick, you can zoom out a little. I can't. It's fixed zoom on here. It's actually fixed. So right, I've got two here, and this is the squiggly line where I need to be, right? And there's a post line. It's got to go right in between. It says it's got to go into R3P7. So I've got to look for R3P7. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to spin this I'm going to spin this round and make that just a little bit more easier, because this camera is obviously like a fixed angle. So right, I can see R2. Right, so let me go back over to this board. Right, right, got the two lines on there, and it's obviously, it's either on the left, it's right up in between. God, fuck, it is nanoscale. This is what I'm saying about how difficult it is. It's obviously not easy to even RGH 3Ds. But I've got to look for, it's round here, there. I'm sure it is. This looks like the spot it needs to be. I double check. There should be two resistors next to each other. So we've got to have two resistors right next to each other. It could be here. We've got two resistors. Well, we've got three resistors on that front. And there's next to a bunch of resistors. This is the one where the diode's got to go right in between. And there's a box. So we've got a box junction above it for the RP36. Right. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. R3P7. Found it. Thanks. I've just looked. I can see it better with the camera. So I'm going to have to point my finger so I can go over. This is it here. R3P7. That looks like the glitch point now. That or this one. Let me double check. And you should have the two resistors, which they are. They're right here. So it looks like it's going to be right above it. It is it. It's that point. That's the glitching point. Found it. Well, I'm going to keep that there and dab it. Thank God for that. Found the point there where I need to be. I can wipe this off with a drop of IPA. It's right near. Right, that's where the glitch, that's where the diode's got to go. So I found the point from the PRL. Right. So that's one point I've got to do first. Right up to this section. So I'll need to cut some wire now and the length. Can you see what I'm on about? The difficult with some of these really are to try and RGH these. It's a right challenge. If you really want to push your skill levels, try and do one of these. Jesus Christ, it's literally on. Michael does these all day long. Obviously not for the faint-hearted. You can't do it. If you're not confident, don't even attempt it. Because it's just not easy to do. There's so many revisions on these bloody Xboxes to do. Obviously, once you RGH these are they're proper hard modded. I can do the rest. It's just getting this done. I've got to put it back under the camera now because obviously I've mislaid it where it is. There it is. Right, so the point I need to go is it's got to go up and around, right? So the idea is to go up and it's got to go over because I've got to put the diode in front of this. The diode's got to go over. So where is the... Right, that's the point there where I need to go. And I'm trying to do what Michael's doing, to try to keep it as neat and as tidy as possible. Right? Because it does make it easier when you're working. There it is. Found it. It's got to go here. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to cut that right exactly where it is. Right. Right, if I can find me cutters. Do you know what? That's the most hardest thing, is trying to bloody find it, where to cut it. I like to say, guys, give it a go. Tell me if you can actually do it. Even I struggle. I've done a couple of them. Jesus. RGHing these buggers are really right tough. They're right a tough nut to crack. Because you know what does it? It throws what throws you off are different revisions of these boards to RGH. They've all got different layouts. And that's what does it. If you've done a couple of the Coronas, like what I've done on the different... because I didn't even know there was 6 revisions on them. And the time you put that in, and you think, oh, that's all right, that was easy enough, try and do another one, it throws you off, because now the board layout's completely different. And you think, oh, yeah, I didn't expect that. And that's what does it. It really does throw you off. So this is the one that's got to have the diode on. I knew it. I knew these would have to have the diode on it. The other one has to go be threaded through the board. That one doesn't. And I will take notes of this once I've done it. Because I don't want to muck this up and actually thinking, no, I've done this wrong. This is why it's vital to actually make sure that you put it on. Yeah, the principle's the same. I mean, it is. It's just that what throws you off is the board layout. That's the only thing. Even though you might have the same PRL, the board layout like this one. This one's slightly a little bit different than the last one I've done. That's why I couldn't find. I was trying to look for my previous, because I took notes of the previous one I did. Just makes me a lot easier where I can guide to. Michael's worked with all different revisions, so he can do it. That feels like it's gone quiet. Why ain't that working? Oh no, that is working. All right. It's just that it's really quiet. That diesel heater is so ultra quiet. You can't even hear it. Oh, what's all that white stuff on me? Don't know what that is. I ain't got a clue. Right, so I will do your disc, sir, up front. So I found a little bit of an easier way to install games. Obviously, I've got loads of Xbox 360 games, stacks. So I'm going to try my new method, because then actually try to get these things and then convert them and put them on are absolutely an headache to do. It's time consuming. It really is time consuming. They just take so long. Well, put it this way, to do it the way that I've done PCDDs, it took me virtually 10 hours, right? It took 10 hours just to put 10 games on. It take about an hour to do, to convert them, cross them over and put them on. That's how long it took. That's an exact, and that was only 10 games. Obviously the hard drive had a lot more to do. Why isn't this coming off? Fuck, part of crap. There you go. Should have just used my teeth. It'd be a damn sight more easier. Is there anything else on that hard drive? I'll put some other stuff on. Copyright. Stu. Stu's in here. Stu, you should have got your... did you get your Xbox, sir? I did do it 48 hours. You should have actually received that. Is there anything else on the hard drive? I don't think there was, to be totally honest. No. Guys, don't use your teeth. I wonder I've got broken pegs. Don't use your teeth. What teeth? I ain't got no bleeding teeth. Half my pegs have fell out. Well, I keep using them as wire strippers. Oh, that'd be alright. That'd be fine. I'm thinking, oh no. Right, that's one done. Just gob out the bits. I must have had loads of plastics over the years when I was making things. Mr. Stu himself's in the house. The one that likes mucking about with Virgin Media boxes. He gets my approval. You figured, oh no. Sod Virgin, they won't get their boxes back, mate. I'll tell you. I don't like Virgin Media. That was one company I was glad to get rid of. I had a nightmare trying to get rid of them. 3 times I had to ring them up to keep saying, you've not cancelled my contract. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, if it's in progress. No, you lying sods, you didn't. And yes, Mick, yeah, thank you very much for that. It's been delivered. My son cannot play. Yeah, thanks enough, buddy. But obviously, like you just got to order that adapter. I didn't have obviously the power supply I put in was obviously for a fat model, but you can buy them adapters, which keeps the cost down. I couldn't give you my one because I accidentally give my power supply away to PCDD, which I didn't know at the time. I already had one, but it don't matter. I've got an adapter, so it wasn't. It's not rocket science on him. Fuck me, these are hard, aren't they? Trying to even pull them out. No wonder my teeth just keep snapping. Does anyone know of the wire strippers, or is that one way of tiny wires? Yeah, just don't use your teeth. Your teeth is not recommended. I've obviously tried to use as a wire stripper. But there you go. Right, so first thing then, I'm going to grab a diode, and I will mark this where this goes. Right. Wire strippers, teeth and wire strippers really don't go amiss, do they? Careful using single wire things. Yeah, 30 gauge. Yeah, this I'm pretty sure this is the wire I used before, and this is the one Michael uses, and he recommended it because he said the wire that I used last time was too thick. It's not recommended. So he said just make sure that you use the correct wire. Jesus, my phone pings like crazy. Right, so what I'm going to do on that front is grab a bit of solder and a bit of flux. So as long as you know that you can RGH, the RGHing, it's not worth doing it on the Trinities or the Xenons and the Zephyrs, because obviously, have you got the? I have, buddy. Yes, I'll do it. I'll show you in a minute what the one I've got. That was very kind of you. You didn't have to get me an extra gift on that front. Seriously, there's nothing that I don't need, my friend. Should have kept your pennies. But thank you. That was really kind of you. But I'll load it up. Don't worry, my friend. Put it on there. Jesus. Right. Let me put that. Right. Let me show you what I'm doing. I'm breathing in bleeding. I'm breathing in fucking toxic fumes because I can't be bothered to wire up. There's no point me having the fume extractor on because the fume extractor just blows it towards me, so it don't work anyway. What's Michael working on? Is he doing a 360 or is he doing a games console? Thank you, Mick. Yeah, you gave me enough that last one, so yeah, I could definitely do. No, that's all right, bud. That's right, you said. I don't mind. Yeah, what's Michael actually working on? Is he actually doing a games console? Actually, let me have a quick look. I can see for myself. I keep forgetting I've got the bloody internet right in front of me, ain't I? Let me go on to Michael's page and have a quick gauges and see what he's up to. Come on. Oh, this PC, mate. There. I do like Mr. Michael in it front. We can have him running in the background.
But it's a change, right? It made a change in the
I'll just mute his sound. So, I mean, look how long that takes to literally... Oh, he's doing a GameCube. All right. Oh, lovely. So, what I can actually do is I can bring the... I'll bring the chat up this way, and then I can keep an eye on Michael. And he actually, yeah. You can watch Michael while he's doing that, while I'm doing the other one. Oh, God, I've got thermal paste all over my hands. Oh, for crying out loud. Right, wire strip. Remember, guys, the UK, the clocks do go back. Well, they don't go back. They actually go forward. So you lose an hour of sleep. Damn it. God, that's going to really throw me up. You know, that's going to get me. That's going to get me in trouble. Because normally, you know what I'm saying? It's so and so time. You're supposed to take me bleeding shopping. I think, oh, because the clocks all went forward, which throws you off. Mr. Michael himself. Oh God, what was that? What did I just not? Oh, the keyboard. Oh, for crying out loud! Damn keyboard. Obviously, yeah, I'm really organised, ain't I? Yeah, not. Fun. Damn these bleeding wires. Right, this one's done. Let's strip this one back. It's epoxy diode. Right. Oh, excuse me. Indigestion. Get it really bad. No, I pulled that off. Great, lovely. Thanks, Chill. The word banana. Just to catch some Z's. Yes, I don't blame you, my friend. Like sometimes you just need like a little nap, something like that, which does help. I do. I tend to find like a couple of hours, but then if I do that, it buggers my sleep pattern up. So I try and keep awake. Mick, we can't see what you're doing. Oh damn, sorry sir, because I was watching. Yeah, you're right. Good shout. Something gross watching Michael at the same time. There you go. Sorry, my friend. With Michael running in the background. Yeah, got to have a steady hand, I'll say that. Micro soldering really takes it out of you when you're trying to learn how to solder. Great. Then guess what? I put bloody solder on it and then it don't want to stick. No, of course not. Freaking stupid things. There you go. Nice. Don't breathe in the toxic fumes. It's not good for you. Now, how I know if this has worked is, this is what I learned also off Michael. He said, just to make sure, plug one end straight in. I'll tell you what, let me shut the curtains, the blind, because it's now getting dark. I don't know what that white stuff is there, man. It looks like thermal paste. Right. Put this shut. You put the other light on, might be able to brighten that up. Is that too bright? I think that is, isn't it? Yeah. It's so bloody bright, that light. It's unbelievable. Right. I'm going to put this in diode mode. Yes. It's in diode mode. And then I'll touch one end of this onto the diode. And then I can touch one end on the... That's how I know that if this is done correctly, this should flag up. What solder are you actually using? Lead free? I couldn't tell you. I think it is this crappy stuff. Go gas limited. I think it's gas wiring. And that one it says keep away from soldering. CMED's warning. Misuse can actually inherent breathe. Make sure you're using breathing apparatus. Oh, great, lovely. I didn't bother reading the warning signs. What is it? Lead free. Oh, here you go. Rosin, core solder. Yeah, best used for electrical. I think it's just a cheap brand. I just grabbed the cheapest stuff there was. Obviously, it's lasted me forever. I'm nearly out of it now. Bronson don't keep dropping his behind. I think he has, you know. That really does smell like he's done it. Yeah, lead fumes. Obviously, suit bad for you, sir. Get one of those random fans. I've got one, Wes. Trouble is, it blows it towards me bloody face. I've done a lot worse when you'd been Gen X. Just think, that'd be alright, it's lead free, it won't kill you. Obviously, don't worry about it until it's too late. That's why I say, kids, don't follow me. Don't, obviously, like, yeah, it's lead free, you'll be fine. You're fine. There you go. We're doing Mr. Swindon. You'll be fine. Oh, that's what life's all about, isn't it? Living on the edge. Yeah, seriously? Yeah. Not the type of edge I live on. I'll fall over it. You think, yeah. Oh no. Now, a diode should flow one way. It makes me laugh. There you go. So we got the 0.64. So that's making a connection. So that's good. So he's basically saying, oh no, yeah, oh no. You're obviously thinking, oh no, too late. Thanks, Wes. As obviously it's yeah, put into the oh no situation. I'll say one thing, these bloody mats are fantastic. They're really good, these mats. I know they're a little bit expensive, but I'll tell you what, yeah. The only thing is, if you lose anything white, you can't see it, which I found out. Right, now, it did say that you've got to keep this diode on one side. So the best way to do the diode is put an heat shrink on and put a black marker on it on one side. Then I think that's what Michael did. So he said, use one of your, well, this is going to be a problem, because guess what it is? They're all bloody black. I've got silver, so I should be all right. I've got a silver pen. I'll mark it. Yeah, that went well, did it? Obviously, right. Oh, I'll put a nice black mark on that. Yeah, that, no. Don't use black on black, because you're not going to see it. I've got a silver pen now. Should be all right. So the diode is going to be, the black end is going to be up here, right, okay. Right, cool. Right, let me grab a silver pen. God, I bet I ain't got a silver pen. Do you know what the word? Oh no. Yeah, oh no. It's an oh no moment. I thought I did have some pens. Oh boy. Bronsons. Yeah, blame that Bronsons. That's a good idea. We'll blame Bronson. Why can't I find nothing? I'll tidy everything up, make it 500 times worse for myself when I need something to actually put it on there. Anyway, will that show up? No, that's not going to show up. It's got to be a silver pen. It's got to be. So before I do anything, you can't always stick, like, cut the end of the heat shrink film, obviously, make an angle on it. No, that's all right. If I find a silver pen, I have got silver pens on there, Wes. And then what I do, I just mark it at the end. Here, oh, they're up here next to me. Even better. I've got a gold one. That'll do. Black and gold. That'll do. Got a Sharpie on there. And mark it. Oh, look at that. Lovely. Oh, she's lovely. I'm going to mark one end of this. That's it. Mark the gold end. Yeah, it was up near the Pac-Man. Sitting up there chilling out. So the connections are good. Well, that's alright. It says so I'm going to grab the end of this. There you go. She's good to go. And then I've got what I've done. I've put the gold marker of where the diode is. So what I should do is take a picture and just put this as diode. But what I'll do, I'll make a note of where this goes on the board, and I'll take a picture and I'll put diode pointing towards it. So if I have to do another one, just revert back to the picture, which will make a damn sight more easier. Now, I'm pretty sure the diode goes at the bottom of where this goes. And then this goes at the top where I've marked it, which goes up here. So I'm going to need me goggles on this front. I think, because otherwise that, one thing I've always learned when I've learned about doing electrics, I don't know about you guys, because everyone does things different. I like to take notes of everything that I do, because obviously I'm the world's worst for forgetting just how I've done it. I might have done it, but then I forget about what I've done it. Obviously that's the sign of me noggin not taking notes on that front. And you find it's easy. I just find it's easier because it's like sending a reminder to yourself. It's like on my phone. I have to put reminders on my note. I've got like notepads saying, "Don't go to the post office. It closed down 366 days ago." Because I can walk around there and forget that the post office was closed. So now I have to put post-it notes on my phone. And but because there's days that I just forget, and it's just a common thing to do. So I tend to find that's just a lot easier. It's just to send myself, I mean, everyone uses different because they don't do it like that. Mr. Swindon don't, because obviously Mr. Swindon's got all his marbles. Obviously, I haven't got all my marbles there. So obviously, I have to take notes of everything I do, so it makes easier for me. Right, so the next part is on this glitch. This is the board, right? This is the part of the board. This is where the post has got to go. So I've got to go to second post, which is up here. Now I need the goggles for this one. This one's going to be a small section. And I need some flux. Where's the friggin' flux? Great. Heat things. Biggest pet hate. Put things down, lose them. Yeah, 100%. And where's my flux gone? It's hiding behind there, behind the fan. Of course it is. The word Wally comes to mind. Right, let me put in now Now I know where these go. I can now shove you there and show you where this PLL file goes. So it's got to go all the way down. Where is it? I think I've gone past it. There you go. Right, so it's got to go to FT6U7. And that's where it's got to go. So nice. Yep, that's exactly what I use it for. Yes, use it for postage, yeah. Now the diode's got to go down to where it says PRL. God damn it. Right, let me spin that board round because I can't see a frigging thing what I'm supposed to be doing. And, oh gosh. And I want to show you guys along the route as well, so. I can't work cack-handed. I just can't. I tried it, it don't work. I need to add a little bit of solder paste to that. It's not taking. And like Michael said, don't keep it on it for too long. You pull the trace. It's exactly what you'll end up doing. There you go. Now let's try that again with a little bit of there you go. Right, that's anchored right over that. Lovely. Got to make sure it goes over that tip, because you're going to run into a problem if this don't glitch properly. It just does. Yeah, that's soldered right over. Right, well that's cool. Now, what I need to do is just bend this over, all the way over, sits in between. Now this is where Michael uses. Wow, that's bright. Now, I want to try and put this in between where Michael actually sat his. As I said, just makes it a lot easier. Now this is the other part of the board, and then this is, so I ain't done the trickiest part, because the trickiest part I'm coming up to it now, which is going to be up here where it's got to go. So God, this is going to be fun. Right, the trickiest part is getting to the POL file now. Yeah, it needs more flux, looks bridgy. No, it's alright on there, cows. I just looked. I know it does. Look, trust me. When I know it looks a bit bridged. Right. But you can actually see it's not. It's just not bridged at all. It's just that the light looks like, you've got to make sure it's isolated by itself. No, it's alright. So, right, the hardest part, so the diode, right, has to be pointing towards the bottom. That's what he's saying. I'm following the guide. Obviously, I can't ask Michael. He's broadcasting himself. This being a slightly little bit different model. Because, obviously, now, where did I put that mark? Oh, there you go. So, right, I found a mark where I need to be, which is now over this section, which is going to be right up towards this point. It's Mick. Lasers, Mick, Cows, and everyone. Yes. So, first thing I'm going to need to do is put some. Now, where was that POL? It's got to go. Yeah, right at the last bit. So, let me double check to have a look to see where that's glitching. Should be alright. Just a little bit of flux. Little bit. This is the most crucial. This is the difficult part. I haven't done the critical part because I've just realised I've got to get to the other side. The other side's alright. It's this end I haven't done. So it's just getting this bit done. And then I can put the diode and then take a picture. That's what I should have done with the other one, you know. You've got all this equipment around you, and you should use it to your advantage. I have to, because obviously my brain don't take no notice of taking which direction goes to what. No, gonna need some of the solder. I'll be glad to get the other bloody thing, because this is doing my head in. There you go. Just touch that ever so slight. Yes, all you have to do is just touch it. That liquid solder, right, it really helps on these tiny boards, because obviously the problem that I end up having is just that I can't get it to stick. There you go. Wiggle test. She's on. Cool. Right, now what I'll do with this is now straighten this up. That wire is just a little bit. Right. Where is it? Yeah, it's on there. There you go. So let me see if I can. Why has that just gone dark all of a sudden? Did you just see that? It's like a sensor light, isn't it? But no, it's on. So now I can clean this, right? I've done the diode one, and I'll make a note of this to know which way, and I'll write a diode and take a picture and write on it, what was this? A Falcon version 3, and I'll make a note of it. If I make a note and put a paper, Falcon version 3, I can look at the other revisions, think, this is the same one. I know roughly where to go with the board. So drop the IPA. I've still got to do the tricky point yet. I'm not out the neck of the woods yet. Which I'm not. Far from it. So now I need to put a little bit of caption tape over this. And then I can make a note of where these go. Yep. My connection is not saying it's at sync. Even at 363. Bloody Sky. Oh, God. Hot Cows is running into problems with Sky. Oh, God. It's the only thing with Sky. They're a nightmare. I had them for about... how long did I have Sky? I didn't have this. I had the Sky TV services, but I did have the Skybox, for the BT, obviously for the internet. I had them for about a couple of years, and then they kept shoving the price up. And right, that's it. Now you've done it. Right, now I'm going to take a note. Put a note on this. The Corona mod. This is not the Corona. This is the Falcon, and I'm going to put on there diode where the gold is, and put the diode mode direction. Because it just makes my job a lot easier when I try and look at this. Right. Just so that way I can take notes and think, oh, right, okay, yeah, this is very similar to the one you've done. So I'm going to write on this one, Falcon. And it's a version 3, isn't it? This is an 03 model. At bottom. T-O-M. That's it, at bottom. And then I can then point towards it, take a picture, right, which I'm going to do right now. And then I can then go back. Oh God, that's a lot clearer. I wish I'd have done that to bloody start with. Right, great. Right. God, Bonson. I wish you would stop keep bloody farting. Jesus. Right. He keeps dropping one. So I told you, whatever I give him one in, it just keeps coming out the other. Now the other one, I can put a resistor in, which I will. Right. But it can go in any direction, so I'm not bothered. The diode's different. So now let's grab. Let's go back. Holy moly, that is astronomically on that front. Right, so. Now I need to come back over to this side. Did I mark this side? I'm pretty sure oh no, I didn't mark this side. But it's over here anyway. I can see it. So this has got to have the POL, and it looks like it's got to go to the other side of the board. I'm pretty sure it is. Because it comes off the picture. You can't see it. So it looks like if I flip this over, and have a quick look at this side. Right, I've got to look for the POL, and I'm pretty sure the POL is going to be, is it over here? It's got F. Where's the F? Right, F, it's over here. There it is. It is on the other side of the board. It's got diff. That's it. If I zoom this in, actually, you can see it. So it's got D1F1. D1F1's right over here on the other side of the board. So this does have to go the other side. Well, right. Only snag is these holes get taken up. So I can't pinch any of these holes. This is going to be interesting. How do I drag the wire over and not pinch it? No, he still dropped one. Jesus H. Freaking Christ. Air freshener, quick. God, that one's worse than the last one. Why do dogs do that? I just don't get it. Jesus Christ, that is strong. Hurry up, air freshener, kick in. Bronson. He's a character, that's all I'll say. He's definitely a character. Right, so I've done the diode. I've got to try and put another wire from this point. It's got to go over to the other side of the board. So the wire goes from here right over to here. So it's got to go all the way across. Oh, that's all right. Look, there's some holes here. I can point it towards one of these holes. Hey. And does it go? Yeah, I could. I could point it towards one of these. Look, there's some holes right here. Let me show you. There's some holes here. Can you see it? Me flashing. Put my finger in. Might be able to put the hole through and see if I can come up to this side here. Pinch the wire over. The only thing is, that wire is 0.24 on the gauge. Will it go through? Yes, it will go through. Lovely jubbly. Right. So, TP, I've got to look for TP7R3. Right, oh God, this is the other one. TP7R3. Let me put the cam on. Oh, that's better. That's just kicked in. They smell. Bronson's one for keep giving me free stuff, which I don't want. Yeah, I did put it, didn't I? Yeah, here we go. TP. Yeah, it is. Right, where did I say where it was? Because I did put a black mark on it. It looks like it goes right here. That is it. Is it just under the box? It looks like it's just under the box. There's a resistor here. Now that one, they've took it from the resistor. They've actually took it from the resistor. They've bridged it from the resistor. But if I remember correctly, I didn't. I took it from here. I glitched it from here. This point from this point, I'll tell you what, I'll put it in diode mode. I'll put it in continuity mode and see if that is the connection. I think it is anyway, if I remember correctly. Double check. It should bleep. Range, test, backlight. There you go. Cool. Let me just probe that section there. Does. So you can take it from the resistor. So that point to this point is the same. So it is, yeah, to the left, yeah. So that is, if you fuck that, so that's that's a good bit of news then, isn't it? If you bugger this port up, right, you can take it to the diode, which is right here, right, on that front. So there's a diode, there's obviously not a diode, a capacitor, right, like a little form of capacitor. So from this point to this point, it's bridged. Because if I probe, if I put a probe on that connector there and touch this one, I'll probe it so I don't. It's me because I'm not touching it. Just put my glasses on because I can't see it. Yeah, to the left. I'm sure it is. Not them glasses, the other ones, you donut. Right. Met the square one. Yeah, it is. It is connected to that capacitor. That's good. That's a good bit of news. So long as I know that you can bridge it from that point. Jesus, that's gonna be fun and games. So I'm not bothered either way. I can take it to it because on the picture on there, they've actually connected it to that little capacitor, that small capacitor at that front. So now I've got to gather the wire from this length all the way round. Right, so I've got to take it from, where was it? Was it up here? Yeah. So I'll tell you what, I'll load it from this point. Going, and it's got to go all the way over. Where was them little holes that I just found? Ah, right, oh dear. And it's got to go over to, so I can pull it over to this board here. Then down. I'll hold it down there, right. Bridge that down from that point to that point. That point then through, hold it there. And it's got to go right up towards, where's that got to go? So it's got to come through there. It's about there. Right, okay. I know roughly. I'm going to cut it from about there to there. Cool. And put all this away. God, now I've made a mess of it. This wire is a good bit of wire. It does the job. But it's now I need to prep this wire now. Now I can have. Let me prep the wire. And I'll put a 10k ohm resistor. It doesn't matter with it. This one you can put around any direction. Same rules apply now. Use your teeth. Amazing what teeth do, isn't it? Good wire strip is a pair of teeth. Right. Yeah, I can smell a lot better now. Yep, lovely. Right, where's them 10k ohm resistors? Oh, right over here. God damn it. I wish they won't keep. I wish Microsoft won't keep doing the changing the revisions on these boards, because it did enough make it really tricky to do. Now I've got to put I can post this. Mind you, you saying me saying that, right? What about that Xbox One when that's got to be modded? God, that's going to be really involving. I don't think my skill level is going to be there just yet. Trying to do that, but you never know. But that's going to be a serious challenge, and I've got 2 of them, and in fronts. But obviously they have to be a certain version, so it won't make no difference anyway. So it probably wouldn't even. It would be no good. God damn it. God. Right. RGH, yes, I'm RGHing. So this will be my 5th console that I've done. I had 1 brick on me. For some reason, it unbricked itself. I don't know how that worked, because once you flashed in there, there's no going back. I took the cables off it, and then it sort of posted, and I went, oh. Right, okay, how's that work? Normally you have to flash the NAND back. Nope, it unbricked itself. It miraculously said, no, it's all right, don't worry, chill. We'll do it for you, which was quite funny because I've never seen that before on an RGH console. So decided to think, yes, we're going brick mode and then we're going unbrick mode. Now, I won't do what the coder does and put fire. I won't use IPA right next to a soldering iron. Obviously, the coder found that out for himself. He found out the hard way, and he's more advanced. Yeah, not ideal of injecting 10 amps with... obviously with IPA, because it's obviously not going to go too well, and he found that out. I wouldn't recommend it. That was on that Xbox he was doing. Jesus. No, it wasn't an Xbox. It was a PlayStation 5. 10 amps was obviously, I know what he was trying to do. He was obviously tried to do voltage injection, but he obviously didn't realise he had IPA on the table. Mind you, he did enough. His YouTube it can't enough go up through the roof. Seriously did. It went through the roof, they did. Don't breathe in the fumes. It's not good for you. No, I won't chill. Don't worry. I try not to. It's easier said than done. Bloody lead free. I think I've breathed in enough chemicals over the years. God almighty. It's probably why my lungs are fucked. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's right over both legs. Ow. Except that's bloody hot. Jesus. Cool. Right, let me give her a trim up. Nice. Yeah, except it's super sticky. That's what flux does. It's sticky as hell. Charming. I'm glad I'll sleep a lot better tonight. Now I ain't got that bloody arm on it strapped to me. Stupid thing. I woke up. There was all like, I must have pulled 2 things off, like the probes. And then they wouldn't stick back down. I went, well, that was clever. Right, I'm going to take a snap a picture of that. So I know that that is a snappy. Right, now I can pop a heat shrink over that, and it ain't going to make no difference. So you don't have to put these on. Even Ace said you don't have to, so it's not crucial. When he does them, I don't think he does them now, to be totally honest. I don't think he does a 360. I've not seen him do a 360. All I see Ace do, yeah, heat shrink, yeah. I think all I see Ace do is mainly PlayStations and Xboxes. He always seems to have one on his table. Fingers. Finger test. Do you know what? It actually, come to think about it, it's actually nice not to have 400 commands all go off at once. I can't admit, I can concentrate tonight. And you do need, when you're doing this type of job, all I say is you need to concentrate on what you're doing. You can't afford a fluff up on it. You just can't. It's not recommended because, like you said, you can easily brick these consoles. So easy. The most crucial part, I'm thinking that you've got to make sure that the connections, it's making the connections. I don't think I RGH yours, El Stevo, did I? No, I think it was soft modded. I think it is. It was a soft mod. This one, the other one that I've done on there, is the front custom plate on it. Just trying to melt the ends of these. That one's melted. That one's done. Yeah, Mick, when you RGH this, check that the hard drive I sent over to see if there's anything on it. I am. Once this is done, I'll plug your hard drive straight in. That's exactly what I'm going to do, sir. I'll plug it in. One thing that I didn't put on, which obviously I forgot to tell you guys, there's an app that's actually built in, which obviously as I was sitting in hospital, I was going over my phone, because obviously I was waiting to be going down to the wall. So I was browsing on my phone. One thing I forgot to put on. Yeah, soft mod. Yeah, I thought it was. There's a free app that you can access, and it's called the Homebrew menu, right? And it's totally built in with the free stick, which I didn't know. It must have been a script that they injected, and it's on there, but I didn't install it. But you don't need to install it because it's built in the bloody app, and I didn't know that at the time. Obviously, when I created the bad avatar, I didn't look into thinking, you muppet, there was a bloody script on there and you could have downloaded. There's all third-party stuff you can download. And I'll show you what I mean when it's done. Yep, 22k. Lovely. So that's wired up correctly. Lovely. Right. Job done. Right, so next big task is... Oh God, I've got to get this on there. And it doesn't matter which way this goes round because it's not really important. It's a 22k home. Right. This is the hardest part there, what I'm going to do. So, I've got to come round here. Now remember, the X clamp goes right over to where this is. So, you see where this circle is? I do not want to cover that. That's where the X clamp sits and pushes on. If you look at an X clamp, let me grab an X clamp. X clamps have these on, right? When the X clamp goes on, it has to sit right in the dead of that centre. That's probably why a lot of these, and there's one this side. So you can't have anything that gets in the circles. So you have to keep them out of the circle section. So I'll bear with from that front. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, there's obviously loads of games on it. Yes. Homebrew games, you don't need to require confirmation because it's home remedy. It's not a copy. It's not copied games. It's what the community have made legit for the soft mod and the hard mod menus. And I will show you on this front. But when this is done, I will show you where to go. But it comes standard with a soft mod, and I'll show you also on the soft mod as well. The front is different. The only difference between hard mod and soft mod, this will glitch instantly, where the soft mod might take a little while, depending on the size of your flash drive. That's the only difference. There ain't really a lot in it, to be totally honest. It's just that it loads a lot quicker. It's the only reasons why the hard modding community, this is just a lot more difficult to do. So I need to put right here, right in this section. God, this is the most trickiest bit. Right. Now I'm going to turn it around this way of the board because it's going to make it easier from... Now I'll tell you what, I'll flip it on this side because it'll be easier for me. So I know it'd be upside down for you guys, but it'll make it easier for me to put because I'm obviously left-handed. Message retracted. You're glad you're not Mr. Swindon, you would have got told off. Right, I'm going to need a little bit of solder paste. I'll have to order some more of this solder paste. This bloody stuff's fantastic. There you go. Tiny little solder ball. That's all you need. Tiny solder ball. Right, that is obviously far too big for what I want. Yep, that'll do. You only want a little solder ball there. Mick, what version of my is my board? I might have good to hard mod it myself. You won't know until I can show you where it is. Are you confident enough to do it, my friend? Because obviously it's not an easy task to do. I struggle. What you could do, if you want to be safe, take the board out, send it over to me. I'll post it, put it in a box, post it over, and I'll RGA it for you. Then you won't have to ever worry about. Well, I'll tell you what, send the board over, right? Take it apart, be very careful because them plastics are very brittle. And you can take this board once it's done. Because trust me, it's not difficult. It's not easy, my friend. I'm not happy with that. That's it. It's on. That's anchored right over. Yeah, okay, Mick, I'll do that. Thanks. Just be careful. The only thing is, what I recommend is, if you haven't got one of these tools, buy one first, because you're going to break them plastics. They are as brittle as what my teeth are, and they don't take much to break, which is one of these tools, if I can find it. Find out there. I can't find nothing in it. It's like the Twilight Zone. Plug it in and you just think, yeah, it'll disappear. Don't worry. I'll find the tool and I'll show you. Right. First of all, first thing you're going to need, right? You're going to need one of these tools. And for God's sake, these are incredibly, right? I'll tell you what might be easier, right? Just post the Xbox back, right? I'll give you this one. I'll just post this one. Problem solved. Post it back. Keep your controller. Just post the Xbox back. Once this is done, I'll box this up and send this one over to you instead. Problem solved. Yeah, I ain't got no issues then. And then I'll do that. Yeah, well, then that'll be easier. There's no mucking about trying to take, because you ain't got the right tool. You're going to break the plastics, and the plastics is going to start weighing up to something. It'll just be easier if you can do it that way. Just want to make sure the anchor's all the way down. I need to give that a drop of IPA, but it looks it. Okay, will do. No worries. Yeah, just post it back. I'll you can have this one once this one's done. Because I've got your hard drive here. If I'd have known at the time, it would just made it a lot easier. Obviously, I wasn't into getting hard modding done at the time. Where's them tweezers? Just want to make sure this is not bridging. I do not want this bridged. No. It's not spot on, that is. Spot on. Right, so I'm going to wire this through. And then we have ourselves, so I've got to keep away from the X clamps. I want to definitely keep away from the centres. I think, oh, it's the only thing. Look, see, I'll get hooked up. I'll post that out for you Monday. No worries, mate. No worries. And then this one will be so much easier because then you ain't got the hassle. Then you won't have the worries about it being RGH with the soft. Don't get me wrong, the soft mod works. It works very well. It's a very good mod. Hard modding is just much more hardcore. Just don't want to break this wire. No. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a little bit of caption tape over that. Just to hold that in place. What I'll do after, if I know this will work, I'll do this at the board, and what I do properly, I will put some formal coating over this, hold this down, and it will never come off. But it looks alright anyway. Looks like it's done its job. Because I've got to put the X clamps back on this. Right. Keep swallowing bits of plastic. Obviously it's not great. Now I need to go to that POL file, which now I can trim some of this off because I don't, obviously I've put too much on it. So I tried to work it out of the wire configuration of where these go. Because I don't want it interfering with the X clamp, and I don't want it interfering where I need to go with the connectors. Slip that off. Good. Tweezers. Good. Put that over there. IPA is dangerous with a soldering iron. If in doubt, chuck it out. Or put it in a bin. Lovely. Now I can clean me soldering iron. Cleany, cleany, cleany. Right, lemon squeezy. So what we need... Oh, God, great. That bloody phone's turned off again. This is the last bit. This should be the last bit now. What I'm doing. Excuse me. And it needs to go to, there you go, to the POL. This should be to where the POL goes. It is, which is that it is the cube. Let me pop the soldering on it and I can show you guys what I'm up to. And then I can show you where that's got to be posted. And guess what? It's not even been bloody tapped in. So solder paste. There you go. Nice little solder ball. Just what we need. There you go. We have one glitched, proper RGH'd, anchored down. Right, now all I can do now is I'll pull that back through and then I'll pull that off. That will pull on that wire and then I can straighten it over like that. There you go. And then it's all proper, if I can find it. So I'm going to put a little drop of IPA on it. Just a little drop. Gentle rub. I always like to make sure they're anchored right over the connecting points. Because if this don't, this is what's bypassing and causes it to glitch. Yeah, that's right over it. I'm happy with that. That's done lovely. Lovely jubbly. Right. Cool. Now I'm going to take notes of where I've done. Because I will do the other one when you get your one back. I will do the same thing again. And then I can then safely take notice of this, where this has got to go. Now, and I'm going to put a note on that saying resistor. So let me quickly write that down. I don't know where my pen is. Here it is. Can put any end. So right, what I'm going to do now is post this one over to here, stick that on the board, take a picture, and that makes, and I'll get, this is why I should have, what I should have done is just done exactly what I just done there, because it just makes my job a damn sight more easier. Because when I do the next one I think, oh right, you can put the resistor in the end. Nice. Right, cool. Okay, take that off. Just put a quick note saying which end goes to what. Right, interesting, the end of the headache is now finished, right? The good part is, Mick, I'll send you, will the label I'll send you be okay to post the 360 back with the hard drive? I'll have a look, because obviously there'll be a weight limit. Because they go by size, remember you can claim that back. If you don't send it off, basically you have to fill out thinking item didn't get sent out, and they just send you a check, or they send you it back through the means of post that you paid it up front. Right, now I'm going to put the X clamp on, right, briefly. I've got 2 new X clamps here. I'm not using them others because them other ones were a bit jank. I was a bit shocked by that. One wasn't even holding down properly. Right. I'll just grab a thing on it. I'll have a look. I'll have a look on that front. Double check, double check, double check. Just want to spread this thermal coating even. You don't want no heat spots on this. Lovely. Where is that one? And I did have the other cube, which is over here. Do the cube one. So the cube one goes on, this goes around a certain way. I just know it does. Hey! Ace is in. How you doing, Ace? Thanks for popping in, my friend. Ace that never sleeps. I know the feeling because I don't sleep too great either. Well, I didn't the other night because I had that bloody heart monitor on. Done my head in. There's always one in it. There you go, that clips. I like to hear it clip because then I know it's anchored down. Fucking pile of crap. Alert, alert. It's the wrong way round. Oh great, now it tells me. Is it? Do you say that it's the wrong way round? Don't think it not on that one, Ace. I don't think it matters. It's clamped on. Look, yep. So what? I'll put it on wrong. Oh, damn it. Because I've got this one on here. The small one goes at the bottom, which should go this way. I think it could be right. Double check. No, it's gone on there. It's covered. As long as it clamps, should be alright. Can't be asked to take it off. Now obviously I've RGH'd this, so I've put it in. Now I know the last time I've done that, using that tool, I took that trace off, which wasn't ideal. I caused a lot of damage on that front. Fucking hate these things. These, I'll tell you what, I think Microsoft really should have just gone back to the drawing board and just not bothered putting these soppy X clamps on, because they're the most stupidest thing I've ever known. God, fuck me. That's what I said to you about pinching. Look, literally right in between. Obviously that's where the diode is. No, that's not going on. Yeah, friggers. And I don't want to force it, because I don't. The word. Where's that removal tool? Yeah, 90 degrees with the airflow. Right, so it is random. I'll take it off. It's all right. I'll take it off. I think you're right, because the fan this way. I think you're right, because the fan has to go in. And obviously, where's the back? This is being. No, this is the back. You're right. So the fan sits in here, blows it through. Thanks, Ace. I thought it did, even though it fitted the right way, because I don't tell you the orientation on that front. Here's the X-clamp. Got it. So where is it? This one. Now, obviously, I don't want to take any of the traces off, because these are a nightmare. There you go. That's easier. Right. Always get one. Always. This is why I don't like these X-clamp tools. They're not obviously a great design. I ain't bending up no more bloody tweezers either, because I've ruined 3 pairs of tweezers through these X-clamps. Absolutely just ruined them. I don't want to put them on there, because I don't want to break these traces, because obviously I think what's not helping is that diode is stuck right in between. Yeah, there you go. That one's off. There you go. Alright. This one. I think what I need to do is move this down, so this one it's not pinching against. I'll do that. Let's swap that over. Do what Ace says, because I don't want to damage any traces. There you go. It has to blow this way, because obviously the fan goes in at the back. I think this is right, which it does. But before I do that, let's move that wire, because that diode is just nipping that ever so slight. It's pinching just in between, which I don't want it to. As long as it just clears that X-clamp, I don't care. What I'll do, I'll take this one off and put it under. I think that might be easier. Right, there you go. Got that one, and I can sling that under, which will make that easier if I can put that back underneath there. There you go. That's what I should have done. And it'd be the same with this one. Just hook it over, so that way it don't get torn in any way, because I just don't want this wire to get torn out the socket. That's it. Like that. That's out of the way then. That's how I should have done it. Just tucked it out of the way. That's better. That just feels better. And that's not going to interfere with the X clamp at all in between. Great, lovely. That one's on. That one's on. And double check with the board. No, be fine. Why do these ping off? These stupid things are just dumb. Right, diode is underneath the X clamp. It's not interfering with that. It's not going to pull on that connection, and it's not pulling on that one. Thank God for that. Right, now I can put this on. Like you said. Right, where's the other X clamp? Then it don't interfere with the diode that I've just put on. On. Lovely. The diode just sits there and it wiggles just underneath. Obviously just underneath that wire as well, so it's not pinching against that. So it doesn't pull on that wire. I just want to put something over that POL. Just a little bit capsule. Oh, I don't have to, I've got some here. Cool. Now I can do this while it's at the board. Right, I'm not going to put this in a case. Oh, I suppose what I could do, because it's only sitting in a case, is it? It's not going to hurt. Because I've got to put the EAT module phone speed back in. Wiggy. Right, so we got one of the chewing gums, two of the chewing gums, three of the chewing gums. Where's the fourth one? I did have a fourth one somewhere. They look like Wrigley's chewing gum. Just snap a quick picture of that, where these go. Lovely. Yeah, I forgot the air orientation has to be in the correct way. It's like Ace says. So I mean, someone can just pick up within 30 seconds and think, no, you've done it wrong. It does. It's all it takes. Now I'm going to need a fan. I did have a fourth one of these. Where's that gone? That was on the table. They're like a form of heat pad. It just takes the heat away. I don't even know what they are. Not looked. Jesus, what's the time? 8 o'clock. Fuck me, it takes me ages to do one of these. Michael could have one of these done in about an hour and a half. Fuck me, he just steamed through them. But then he's a pro, I'm not. And I'm not organised. That probably don't help either. Putting a decent mat on. How is the hospital? Yes. Well, obviously, I had to take it back. Take the item back, but I've just got to wait for the results. I couldn't sleep with it last night. I was tossing and turning, and I pulled 2 pads off my chest with the heart monitor, which didn't help because the thing was bleeping and it kept me awake. If one of these art things come off, like the monitor thing, then it upset the monitor on that front, and I kept hearing a faint bleep. I went, what's that? And then it woke me up. I couldn't get back the kit. So, damn it. Fuck. I'm going to have to put this back on, and I can't find it. I don't know where it's gone. Let me double check. Yeah, I spent most of my time fixing tape decks. Obviously, success now. Obviously, Mr. Pico's got a nice one, but it's obviously the tape deck's not working. So he's going to do that one live on stream, which is going to be nice. So I'd like to see that. I'm trying to have a look for that fourth pad. Did have 4 pads on here. It's not in here. Friggin' knows where that's gone. I might have just put some, I think I've got some pads anyway. I'll have a look, because I'm pretty sure I've got some in here. What have I got? I've got some of these. These are similar. I can put some of these on. Just literally. It's only just to take the heat out. I'll just double it up. Yeah, ask Bronson. He might have hit it. Yeah. Yeah, they've been for 7 days. Jesus. Yeah, look, I'll just fold it up and plonk a bit on there. There you are. Problem solved. There you go. I can't find it. I don't know. It could be somewhere anywhere on this table. I can't see anything. Pick a matte. Pick a nice colour. Yeah, white. And what's them colours made out of? Like a lime green. Blends in quite well. It don't matter. As long as it just sits on it, just take some of the heat away. Right. Put this, obviously, this has got to go, this is back end. That's the front end. Right. Once this is done, I'll take it back out and I'll put some formal coating on that and do it properly. Right. And I'll put the cover over it because these get hot very, very quickly. These 360s, which obviously don't help. I think that's why. I think Ace is right. I think that's why you have to have these on. Stops it from overheating. Right, that'll do. You've only got to jingle it so it can get in between, and it just whilst aims on it. It's only got a post. Yeah, obviously, but yeah, I've had one to choose on them ECGs. Obviously, they're a bloody nightmare. I'm glad I didn't have it on for a week. 24 hours was enough, sir. Trust me. Fucking machine kept me a bloody wake. Oh, right. So tonight I'll have a better night's sleep. Right. The good thing is I don't have to worry about. I don't have to worry about this putting the sorting cables there, because obviously I can just now first thing I've got to do before I plug this in, I've got to wire this up, the connector. That's what I'm saying, really. Without an X flasher you really can't do none of this. It just makes it a nightmare. Now the points that I need to get to are going to be over here. Double check, I think they are. That looks like them. Let's double check on that front. Yeah. There should be post lines where I need to put the that's obviously for the Corona. The Corona one's completely different layout on the boards on these. Yeah, these are for the different board layouts. Right, now obviously I've got to find the port where I can now put the X flasher onto this. Now I can go back to the where's my one? That's the WhatsApp. Can't load the object. Right. I'll go back to where Michael had posted the obviously the 360s, and it's going to be there you go. That was a bad update. No. J runner. Here we go. So it's on here. And basically, we can find out where these rather go with. So we got 4 points where we need to put this. So to go into certain points. So looks like we got, how many points we got? So we're using 4, 5, 6. We're using, no, 5. We're using 5 of the 6. I think this is for a different board now. If I remember correctly. The cronies are different to the fats. This is the Pico flasher. Yeah, because we got the X flasher on here. If I turn it to the side, it should make it easier. So we've got this one up here. So I've got to use the bottom ports, which they've not been done. So the first bottom ports, and then you should have one left over, which we have. So it's got to go this way. Pretty sure. Yeah, I've posted it this way, so it looks like it's got to go this way because the Xbox, but the Xbox on the logo is obviously going inside. This is facing towards me, and then we got 2 posts over here. I've got a post. Damn it. I think they're the 4 or 5 posts here where I've got to put these. These look different. Again, same things again. Double check. But this is saying that it is a J1D2. That's not a J1D2 because I keep forgetting this is an earlier board. Yeah, this is a CB. This is a C2, C2B12. It's a completely different revision. Oh, hold up. No, it ain't. Was it J1D2? J1BL? No. No, it's a different board. So that board layout is completely different. Damn it. So now I'm going to have to RGH. Obviously, this one is different. J2B1 is obviously over here. I know where that one goes. That goes over to here. Which is that there. It's these two. They're fine. It's this one over here. The pin layout's wrong. The pin layout's wrong. Because I'm just having a look on here. Which obviously I'm looking at the layout. I would do, but it don't bloody turn up. J1D2. Yeah, this is not J1D2. The only thing with this phone, you touch it, it just puts it in bloody different modes. Yeah, J1D2 is obviously it's not on there. It's not saying J1D2. Yeah, this board, that board on there is a completely different revision. I can't use this. I can't use that guide. Not for this. This is obviously for a Corona. That's not for here. I think that's for a Corona board, to be totally honest. I'll have to Google it. Damn it. Again, the revision's completely different to what Michael said. Where to put the X flasher on a version 3 Falcon board. I'll have to Google it. Right, here we go. Got it here. Pretty sure that's it. Standard names for consoles for Wiki. Yeah, that's for the Slim. Slim's going to be different. Knew it was. Damn it. I was right with the flasher now, because I've just looked at that. That dial was put correctly to that point, so I did do that right. So that was a good shout. 100%. So I'm glad I've done that. This one on here, this is coming up as wiring diagram to a Trinity board. Well, no, mine's not a Trinity. It's a Falcon. Falcons are different. They've got different layouts. For crying out loud. This is, like I said, obviously trying to get a guide for it. That's for a Trinity. Can't use a Trinity. It's not a Trinity. No, that's a Corona. Can't use that. For crying out loud. No, that's for Corona. This one's going to roll me up. If I get up for Pico Flasher, I know where the blue and green goes. Is that it? That is. See, this one's J2. This is J1 again. Obviously, it's this ain't a J1 board. It's a CB. Tell you what, let me type that in. Right. CB. What was it? C2. C2. B. Is it B12? Yeah, B12. B12. Whoa. Then it went black for a minute and then turned back on. Whoa. What's going on here with the phone? Jesus. Amtech. And then you come out of it and then it's all gone again. That's what I love about it. Yeah, can't you find it, Mick? No, I'm obviously... There's the ones that keep sending me, the pin layout's different here. Again, we're back to this revision thing again. The version's different on the pin layout. I know where the blue and green goes because it goes over here. But the pin layout on here is different, which is frustrating. Is it that module in that Raspberry Pi? No, obviously it's different models. When you're putting them up, when you're actually putting these on, there's different versions of these. The pin layouts. It's obviously it's all to do with the pin layouts on here. This is the C2, C3, but you'll find this is for a Trinity. It says it on there, Trinity model. It's not great. Don't want it for the Trinity. This one's for a. It says standard named. But it says for Trinity boards. That's no good. Can't use that. The Trinities have got a completely different layout altogether. The Trinities and all the others. So let me have a quick look on this one. See, again, the board layout's different. So there ain't this model. See, that's for a slim. That's not the same one. The Trinities start with C2s. Depending on make and model. Like on this one, on here. This is for the Corona. Can't use it. This ain't a Corona. Coronas are different. It's wired all the same. Oh, thanks, Ace. So it doesn't matter. Right, okay. I thought it was throwing it off because there's so many makes and different models. It's what does it. So if Ace is actually saying it doesn't matter. So the point of the matter is that what I need to do is flash it from. I need to fill these holes up. These holes ain't been filled in. Let me put my glasses on because I can't see a freaking thing. I know where visions, where the other visions go. Yes, these ain't been tinned out. I'm just tinning them out. So these grip. Right, cool. Now I can clean it up with a drop of IPA. Yeah, thanks, Ace. Yeah, what it is, the holes wasn't filled in because obviously when they come manufactured, some of the holes are countersunk. They're actually down, but you can see the silver at the bottom. So I had to fill them in with a little bit of solder paste, fill them in, and then now I can give it a good clean. That's why I don't like weight. That's why these ain't the easiest to work on. That's why they say best to work them outside on the board. I only want to give it a light coating. The others are right. I know where the other two go. It's just these because it was throwing me off. These wasn't. It's different revisions. It's so many revisions. Right, let me double check. Where's them other glasses? So I can see better with these. That's better. Now they've all tinned up, the whole lot. Now the only orange ones that ain't tinned up are... Where are they? Just trying to have a look for where the other connections, because you've got bridges over here, and you should have some. No, they're over here. And they ain't been done either. Oh, great, lovely. Okay. They're right over this section. That's it. Let's give that a drop of IPA. Take them off. These ones ain't been done. Right, cool. Right, now I can put these wires on. Now these have to go in a certain order, so it's going to be black. Right, black, 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 black. Put these on. Fuck me, these have been on and off enough times, I tell you. Tell you what, they're going to get bloody burnt, these things, fucking soldering irons in a way. That one's on. Lovely. So what we got? Brown next to that. Cool, that's on. I've only got to touch them. Orange. Let's put the orange on. Right, and I can't fucking see what I'm doing because the bloody thing's in my way. Right, lovely. Yep, that's on. Cool. Red. Where's the red? The red, the red. Nice, that's on. What we got now, and one more, it's going to be the yellow. It's got to go the other side, and then the blue and the green can go the other side. That's on. Cool. Right, they're on. Now the blue and the green, swap this over, get this round the correct orientation. So we should have a square pad and we have got a square pad. Square pad's up there. Right, let's move these out of the way. So obviously he's getting them on it. They do get in the way, these wires, where you need to put them. These obviously have to go in a certain way. Green at the bottom. Now, what is it? 3 along, yeah. No, hold up, because I've got this upside down. So, yeah, obviously, let me turn that way, and then I've got it the correct orientation. Which I would have put the wires around the wrong way. Now, green goes at the top, blue at the bottom. Yeah. And that's on. Yep, that green's not touching. I don't want it bridging. What is this? Hold up. What's this for, Mick? Yes. Hi all. Nice, mate. Fuzzy. This is to flash it. So you need this program to talk to the computer to take all the information off what it needs, because you can't just RGH these over. You can't just bridge them wires. You now need to reuse this program, which I'll show you. That's what I said. To actually do that yourself, I wouldn't recommend it. if you're not advanced as, even I'm still a novice at this, but I've done it a few times now, so the more times I do it, the more confident I get. So you do need an X-Flash or a Raspberry Pi Pico, because if this is not done correctly, you break the system. You just brick it. So first thing I need to do is get the info off this. Now this will light up when I plug this in. It sounds complicated. Oh, it is, trust me. Too complicated, my friend. Too complicated. So I said, if you've never done it, don't attempt it. That's why the soft method, the soft method for actually doing this does make sense. So basically, you don't switch this on, but because you got to read the system. So I want to switch this on, plug this in, and then you should hear a bleep. You switch that off for a minute, save some electric. I can't even see what I'm doing. There you go. Blue light. Lovely. Right. Glasses. Now I can flash it over and I can show you what I'm up to. I've got it. I don't knock everything over. Of course. So. Now I want to use JRunner. So if I put that to program, right, so first thing I want to do is glitch to RTH3. Alright, switch this over, make sure what we do, we want to read the NAND. Checking the console's not found. Right, if that's the case, that could be because it's not detected. Right, okay, right. There's two reasons there that's not detected. Just unplug it. And try it again. This is the Falcon 16 meg. RGH on it. Right, for some reason, that means if this has not been found, that means the wiring could not be, yeah. No, it's not finding it. Right, well, there's a couple of reasons why it can't find it. Right, I'll turn that off. There could be another reasons why it's rather not. Right, that could be one of them. Yeah, it's bad traces. I don't think it was plugged all the way in. Right, switcher on. No, it's not winding it. Damn it. That should have found it. So that indicates to me the wiring on that board is yeah, it's not finding the NAND. So we've got problems with the glitches, right? I'll take it off and try it again. No, it's not finding the glitch on it. So, god damn it. Right, well, it could be for a couple of reasons, right? The reasons why it can't find it is again, no, it's not that one. Let me come out of this. Right, it could be a couple of reasons why that's not being detected. This. Obviously, this is got to have a part of it where this is not being detected on the board. Because the RGH, obviously, it's not my RGHing on there. It's not bad traces, it's this thing here. X flasher's not being detected. That's where the issue lies. It's that. I know it is. It can't pick it up. It can you zoom in on your wiring? Yeah, give me a minute, Ace. I can zoom in. It's gonna be this. I know it's gonna be this bloody wiring. The Egan's camera. Right, so let me zoom in. So right, we've you've obviously got your black, brown, orange, yellow, red. Yeah, it looks like a burnt connector, right? That is obviously making a connection. And then the other side is going to be this one here. The blue and the green. Yeah, wrong header. Hey, the boring bit, Brett. Right, so it's a wrong header. That's what I said. I said to you it looked wrong. The header looks wrong. I knew it. That's what I said. I'm trying to follow that guide on there. The only one who would know that would have been you or Michael. I knew it because there's different revisions on these bulbs. This is why it can't be detected. So, obviously, I don't know. It's like you said, trying to follow guides, and the guides don't guide you because this is a version 3. The one I've done was, obviously, I know the other one was a version 1. It's a completely different layout. But like you said, they're all near enough the same. I've done the RGHing, right? But it's this. This obviously caused... The head lockers look the same way as the other revisions. Yeah. Obviously, it's like you said. The headers look wrong. So... Obviously, these... like you said, these holes wasn't even filled in. So I had to fill them in. Where the others were filled. Because like you said, this one ain't been done. You're using the wrong wires, right? Okay. So yeah, because I'm using X flasher on this front, so I'm just using just a standard X flasher flasher 60. So which way should these go round, Ace? Because obviously you know that the because when I checked the guide is actually right. Look, headers are the same, Mick. You're using the wrong wires, right? Well, that was the last one I used it for. So you're basically saying then the wires are wrong for the RGHing. Because you've got different plugs on this board, right? You've got 3 different plugs. So we've got a plug here, and a plug at the top. Yeah, JD1, yeah, JB1 and JB2. Yeah, I think that is. Let me double check. See what JB1 is. I'm sure it is. You got SP1s. Yeah, you got Rev C. It doesn't say on this board. It doesn't tell you. Michael. Others on JD1 and JD2. The others are on JD1 and JD2. No, JD1 and JD2. Obviously, right, let me have a quick look. Oh, next to the NAND. Right, okay. Oh, I see, next to the NAND. So, basically... Yeah, I see. Yeah. JD1 and JD2. Thanks, Ace. So, I've got these wires completely wrong then. They didn't go on here. So, I can take these off. The wires are wrong. See, the guide didn't tell me that. Did not tell me that at all. Yeah, they're next to each other. So basically, they go on this side, which is 5 minutes. Yeah, JD1 and JD2. Right. So there's JD. Let me have a quick look, and I can show you. Right. This fucking camera is absolutely... I'm getting confused with all these fucking camera angles. Yeah. Hello. I can read. Yeah, sorry, Octals. Right, there's the JD1 and JD2. So these have got to go next to each other. Which is this one here. So I did put them on wrong. So yeah, that's what I said. That's why I'm taking them off. That's why it can't be detected. I've done the glitch right. But obviously, I'm trying to find a guide for this because this is an earlier model. This is what I was saying to you about earlier on. The models on these, there's so many makes and models. They throw them off. Stop. Mick. Yeah, wrong header. Yeah, you're not reading it. Right, oh, I see. I've got to put it on JD1. I've got to swap the header over. This is obviously on the wrong header. I've got it on JD2. It's got to go on JD1. Thanks, guys. Yeah, J2B. J2B. Thanks, Ace. So I have got that on the wrong header. Yeah, not JD, not J21. No. No, it's not JD2. Yes, it is JB2. JB2. Right, let me double check. Let me have a quick look. It's on JD2. It's on JD2. It's got it on there. Yeah. Yeah, not JD2. No, the left is near the top of the NAND. The top left, right, which it is near the top left. So it has to go over one more. So you're basically saying I've got to pull it over. This is why it can't be detected. So you're basically saying it's got, yeah, no. I've got bent tweezers here, that ain't going to help either. Where's my other tweezers? No. So obviously this is, have I got these round the right way? Because obviously, like you said, there's different versions of these. These have to go round the correct way. No, further left on the board. Further left. Further left on the board. So it's obviously you want it to go over. Yeah. Look at the silk screen. No, you're actually on J2. It should be on J2. Yeah. J2B1. J2B1. Let me find J2B1. Thanks. J2B1 has got to go over. We haven't got J2B1. All we got is J2D2 and J2D1. It's off the left to the screen. So I bet it's going to be bloody up here, isn't it? This is why I couldn't find it. Because obviously the layout's different. Slightly different to the other revisions of the board. No, help Michael. No, it's not on there. That J2B2 is not on there. They're the only two I've got on the board next to each other. It's not. It's definitely not on this board. 100%. Right where it says it, lol. There's only 3 points left to the end, like you said. I can't see. Oh, that's it. What's that one up here? There's another one up here. I didn't see this. Sorry, guys. What's this one here? J1D2. Yeah. Yeah, you are wrong in the wrong spot. J1D2. So it's got to go. So that other wiring harness, it's got to come over this section. It's got to be bridged over here. Yeah. Thank you. So I've got that right next to the NAND. Now I've got to take them wires off. See what I mean? Why did they do it? Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it was hard, Mick. I'm not being funny. This is why I'm trying to follow guides. The guides are throwing me off because I can't. They obviously there's 4 points where the other version that I'd done this didn't have this on there. So no, that's why them holes wasn't filled in. Bloody Nora. So I got, yeah, I thought it was. The NAND's right. It's these ones that are wrong. All right, I'll take them off. Jesus H. Christ. No wonder it can't bloody read it. Got a job to see it on the board. And then, obviously, RGH in this over. I've done the RGH. I've done it. But, obviously, right, that's all off. Now it goes over to this side of the board, which now the other one wasn't on this side of the board. It was further over. Where is it? So I've got to go over here. Yeah, JD1D2. Yeah, alert. Make sure you keep the green and the blue over to JD1s like Ace said. Yeah, keep it over. Yeah, JD1. So I've got to move that. That's another one I'm going to have to take off. Because it's got to go over to the other side of the board. Obviously, there was no guide for this. This one is a completely different revision compared to the others. Right, took all the wires off. Yeah, the green and blue is on the other side of the wires now. Yeah, so it's obviously got to go on JD1, which is this one over here. Just repeat that and go over, which I'll do right now. Yeah, there's plenty of guides, Mick. Obviously, the issue that I'm having, the guide that I followed was the last one. I've done two Coronas and one Jasper on that front. This is the second Jasper, but it's a version 3. No. But this is what's throwing me off, because the bloody guides I'm following, it's obviously, like I said, I have followed it right. But it don't tell you, it don't go into too much in depth. Yeah, JD1, you're right, I've got it. So JD1's up his end. Right, so now I can follow this guide, and this should be what this is the guide I followed off Michael. No, read. You need to get all images and separate them for each versions of the board and database. Yeah, obviously I do. This is the issue that I'm having. JD1 is the one on the coloured wires. Yes. The JD, that's where I was going to put it. And obviously, this one up here, yeah, that goes for the green and blue. Michael did give me a guide, which I've got. So, JD1, that's why I couldn't find it, JD1, because the bloody cable was over it. And I thought, oh, it's over here. I was trying to have a look, and I thought it was a different revision. Jesus, no wonder it can't be bloody... No wonder I thought it ain't booting up. Right, not a problem. Now I can put it the right way. So JD1, now I need to put this in I've got to flip this over. Oh God, this is going to be fun. I've got to try and put this. I've got to put this over there. So, yeah, that's obviously, then I can put the, like you said, I can put the NAND is literally on JD1 up here. So the coloured wires go to J1D2. That's what you said. That's where, and that's where the colour wires are going. So, right, I'll redo it, don't worry. No wonder it weren't, I couldn't see it properly, and it's so confusing, like you said. I ain't done many of these RGHing. Obviously I've not. Yeah, black and brown. That's why it can't be flashed. I thought, why isn't it flashing? This ain't tinning because I need to tin these pads. These pads are not, yeah, Mick, the green and blue go on JD, right, the blue and green go on J1D2. Right, the blue and green go on J1D2. Right, the blue and, so I'm putting these wrong then. So I'm glad, thank you for guys for telling me. Because obviously, it's going all pear-shaped on this one. Right. Let me tin these pads up because these bloody pads are, they're so, like, they're not being done. I like things to be simple. They don't, realistically, it don't go that way. There you go. Yeah. So, which side of these pads, right? The green, the black and the green. Can you guys just make it a lot simpler? It just makes my guide a lot easier. JD, this, obviously this one on there that I'm just tinning up. So, because it's saying on there, J1D2, which is the one I'm working on, J1D2, is it got to have the coloured wires on it? Because you're obviously, I'm all getting confused in it, lol. I'm going round in circles. Ace is telling me one thing, I'm saying, someone's saying something else, and I'm getting completely confused. It's Mick's going wrong simplicity. You're thinking, oh no, this is why it's complicated. So I don't like complications, I like simplicity. Right. Black wire goes, the black wire goes next, goes to the J on the D1, D2. I thought it was on that one. And then they're saying, no, you're putting it on the wrong one. So I was doing it right. Thank you. I mean, these guys are toying with me. Obviously, you're thinking, oh no. Right, and then I can do the brand. Yeah. Give me your IP address. No worries, Mike. Give me 1 minute, my friend. I have got the guide. I have got the right guide now. Trying to put the bloody wires on. Sorry. Never mind the IP, just add a bit of flux to it. Yeah, obviously it's yeah, more solder, more flux. Yeah. This don't help with this bloody connector. Yeah, and solder. No, I've already tinned them up. I just need a little bit of flux to actually put these on, because these are not, they're not biting. I've already tinned them on there. I've got your guide right in front. So now I've got to put the red and then the orange. 1 minute I'm saying don't put them on, and then you're saying no, put them on. Obviously, you guys are tea. Alert. No, ready's wrong. Right, ready's wrong. Is it? It says black, red. You've got the black next to the red, which is next to this guide on here. No, ready's wrong. You sure? I'm following your guide, sir. Guys, let Michael guide him, and we're all confusing matters. How you say? No. Ah, okay. So what is right? It is, because I'm following your guide that you sent me. Now I'm on the right connection. The red should be right next to the black. And then that's it. Then after the brown, you've got the orange and yellow. That's what it's saying on your guide, the one you sent. Right, that's it. Right, then the orange and then the yellow. And then I could do the blue and green. Right, orange. And then I could put the other one on the opposite side. And then I've got to take a bloody picture of this, because this obviously is damn confusing. Right, that's on. And then the yellow right next to it. There you go. That's on. Right, the blue and green. Now, that is where the interesting goes, because the blue and green goes to J2B1. J2B1, which is going to be up here. Here's B1. So what we've got to have up there, green at the top, blue at the bottom. Now I need to spin this round. Yeah, now we're at the right end. Give me 1 minute. I'm trying to find, so let me do that. I've got a fucking soldering iron. Let me see if I, because this lens is giving me more aggravation. Now I can't even zoom in. Wow. Right, there you go. Right, there we go. We've got the J2, there we go. So we've got that one there. The J2D1. Right, there we go. Now I've got the right one. So green at the top, it's going to be third along from the square. It is J2B as boy 1. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it is. It's got to be at boy 1, which is, I think that's where the dot is. Is that where? Yeah, no. Because like you said, you've got J22 on this front, and then you've got this version. We've got a square. No, it's going to be on the other side, won't it? Where it was originally. Obviously, no, it don't. No, it's the header. The black header and the red, etc. The wires, where the wires before. No, J2B1B. J2B1B. Right, where is that? Where's that, Mike? Because obviously, J2B1. J2B1. Right, J2B1. Let me find J2B1 because it's obviously, like you said. J2B1. Yep, found J2B1. It's over this side where it was originally, where it was up here. If I can find it. Yeah, nice. No, you need to read it slowly and properly, Lowell. Right. This is why this stuff's complicated. It's way up my league. Right. Now, if I remember correctly, if I can put this over, this bloody camera don't help. So, right, here's J2B1. Right, that's not it. Let me move that out of the way. I'm going to bring this over. And you're talking about this connector, which is going to be right about here. This one here. This is the J2B1. Yep, you got it. The original wiring section where it was supposed to have gone to. So, now, obviously, I've got to look at that. So, J2B1, and it looks like I've got to go to third one from the square. Well, the square is right where that plus is, and I know where that is. It's going to be right up between this one and this one here, right up towards here. So these are where these go. Yay! So yeah, you're right. They was completely in the wrong, different direction altogether. So where is the square? And I can put the green up. Jesus. I definitely do need to take a picture of this because this, yeah. Square, it goes to the square side. Going towards the square, further along. Cool. Right, that's one done. The blue goes underneath. There you go. Blue and green on. Now, Reed. Finally, one thing I am going to do now is take a frigging picture of that. That guide, right? That guide that you give me, obviously it doesn't zoom. It's too zoomed in. It doesn't show you the guide that I've got. Half of it's got a Pico board strapped to it, so you can't get to see the rest on this board, which doesn't help. And again, the layout is completely like the guide tells you, yeah, you're doing it, but you need to look at it. And obviously, when you're looking, you're trying to follow the pictures as well, which is not helping. So now I'm going to take a picture where these bloody things go. So I'm going to zoom out, and then I can zoom in that way, and I know exactly where this goes. And that's what he should have just done. But obviously, there's no pictures on the net telling you where these all go. Right, thank God for that. Right, now I can plug it in. Now I can be able to I'll be able to read it. Finally. That's why it couldn't. That's why we weren't reading. I thought, why ain't this reading? Obviously, it was the layout was completely. Moment of truth. Right, let's plug it back in there. Now we've got all that. So like you said, it doesn't help. I didn't have to do none of this on the Corona model of the boards because it was obviously the Corona was different, but the layout very similar. So let me go back to JRunner. Yeah, we made it. I wish the guide was a bit more clearer because that would have made that a lot easier for me. But obviously, reality, no. Right, I heard that bleep. Right, I don't want to touch any of this. So. Right, now I can read the NAND. Switcher on. We got an orange light. Now there's a backup. Hopefully now we got it on the RGH3. Yay! Finally, thank God for that. Now we can read it. I've glitched it, right? Like I said, I've done the hard work. What was throwing me off was the guide that he had was too zoomed in. You couldn't get to see the rest on the board. There's nothing on the net. I was trying to look for images. And there was a lot there for the Trinity models. This ain't a Trinity. The Trinity's got a different layout. So hopefully Mike, you know this one that I've done, right? Thanks, Elstover. You know this one that I'm working on? If you remember correctly, I RGH'd this, right? And it went to a black screen. So when I took the wires back off, right, I thought I had to flash the NAND back to it for stock. But when I plugged it in, it just worked. I did have to flash the NAND. And I went, oh, right, okay. That's why I left it all unplugged. Because I thought, oh, I'll get round to refreshing it back. But no, I didn't have to. It just worked. You just need to accelerate the Skillstone Identifier J2X. Yeah, it's my PC Ace. This was a board that Mr. PC DD gave me because the other board packed up. It was having it had a bad RAM slot. It wouldn't detect for some reason, and that was a gaming rig. It was a lot faster than this. But obviously, the hard drive on this is not great. It's really not great at all. I need to get another drive. Thank God it's worked. That's all I say. Yeah, this one was a challenge for me. This one, I'll definitely say. My mag. Obviously, you've got a much more faster PC, sir, on that front. I have to make do with what I've got. This one's not. It's about as quick as I'm ever going to get it. Phew, that was a challenge. Yeah, I think what was doing it was I was trying to find the correct points on the board, and I think that's what the issue I was having, because I was trying to follow different guides, and all these different guides are telling me different things, so I was struggling on that front. Great, so NANDs are the same, right? Well, that's one good aspect. Yeah, it's hard to find in points on the board when people are watching. Oh, 100%, but then how would I know if you wasn't on to watch? Because you'd say, no, you've done that wrong. Because obviously, once I'm off camera, obviously I can't glitch it if the wires are put in the wrong board. So obviously it obviously does help. Right. So the next thing is then, once now I've found the NAND, is to create the ZIL. Because obviously I need to get that to get the IP address. Yeah, create ZIL. Yeah, I thought it was image created. Right, now we can create Zell. I can now come out of this, boot this up. Yep, right Zell. That should then give me, like, create it, write it, and then that's it. So now I can come out of it, boot this up, and then I can grab the CD key. Right, cool. Turn that off, unplug this. Right. Now this is going to be the moment of truth. If I've done this correctly, will it post? Because obviously that's the most crucial part out of the entire lot. Have you done it correctly? Well, we'll soon find out if I have. It's all my hard work paid off. Right, let me come out of that, come into that, and move that to the side. Bring this down, switch this on, switch the TV on, and then I'll know 100% if I've done this correctly. Alright, where's the remote for the TV? Oh, it's buried over here. Jesus. It's like everything else is buried. Now. Oh boy. Right. Right, we've got an issue there, Mike. It just instantly turns off. So, what causes that? If that instantly turns off. I'll leave it unplugged, wait for 10 seconds, see if it... Did you do the RGH wires? Yeah, I did, yeah. Under the clamp, I did. I can boot it up. If this don't power up, I'll take this out and have a look. Switch it on. No, it's not booting. Right, so we've got an issue with the posting underneath. Damn it. Take this out. Take this one out. Right, let me show you where I'm at. I can leave that out. Where's them pads? Oh yeah, it's under here. Right. I'll show you what I've done and then where I've posted it. Right. I'll put it this way because it's going to be easier. Right. Yeah, that was brutal. So, the diode, right? Tell me if I'm wrong in saying this. The diode obviously is this one. I've put it to this side here. So the diode is on the black side, goes to the POL on that front, which I've posted it down here. Glitched it all the way over, right, up here. And then resistor from this side all the way through, because the resistor can go in any side. You don't have to have resistors, as Troy said. Posted it, and it is going through. If I can find it, because the wires come through that hole up here and posted it to up here. So that's got to be down to two things, right? Like you said, I have done that. Yeah, the wire could be wrong. Yeah. So, well, that's the guide I followed. Long. I've not pinched any cables. It's not got anything like it's pinched on that front. But it could be because, like you said, I've put the end of the diode. Also, you could actually, you can omit the resistor to get it working from me. Yeah. What, take the resistor off? I could do, take the resistor off. It's not a problem. I can bridge it. that gets it working for me. Right, okay. So, alright, let me snip that then. And I'll join the resistor back onto... I'll just join that wire back over. Right, just to see if that posts. So like you said, it could be the resistor, it could be causing the problem. Which is a bummer, because obviously... Now I might have to rejoin that wire completely to come and do that. Might have to just rejoin the wire. Just take it off completely and rejoin it on there. It just might be easier. Oh, that bloody wire's come off again. Damn it. I'll put my glasses on, take that off. Right. So what I'm going to do is just grab a lengthy bit of wire. Right. If I can find the end of it. There we go. Oh boy. We got the ace. We got the ace burp. Right, let me see if I can try to bend that leg. This is bloody awkward. Yeah, the repair of your diode is obviously like orientated is correctly. Yeah, I'll put the diode down to the bottom, which that's what the guide said. It said put it down to the bottom. He did say point it towards the bottom like that. I need some of that solder stuff on there and a bit of flux. It's not sticking. There you go. Let's try that again. It's the most trickiest part out of the lot. There you go. That's anchored. That's gone right through. Good. That's gone. Is your, like you said, the diode obviously did say the diode goes at the bottom, doesn't it? It doesn't go at the top. I'm sure Michael said that. So like I said, I'm going to eliminate the resistor. Put a little bit of that caption tape back over that. And then I'll just re-thread it straight through. Re-go through that point. Right up to where this is over here. Just trim it up. Cool. Why does wires always get caught up? Jesus Christ, look at that lot. Right, cool. Right, and now I'm going to follow this all the way round. Bring it through that hole. Now I'll do it without the resistor, like you said. It could be the resistor. And like you said, unless it is the diode. But I did put it round, it said at the bottom. Where's my tweezers? Oh, we are. Oh, Jesus, where's my tweezers gone? God damn it. Really frustrating to get this done, because it's like you said. Where's them holes that I did find? Yeah, it's over here. Let me just clean that up. There you go. Got fucking tape stuck to me hand. Jesus. Bit of flux. Flux is not sticking. Let's try that again. No. Need a little bit more solder paste. This is not having it. I don't want to rip the threads, like the pads off it. Where is going? Right, that's on there. That's anchored right over it. Made sure that was on. Mick, in my opinion, you should have just made it an habit of obviously solder and flux, obviously, to put round on your soldering iron. Yeah, obviously, like you said, it's like there's different ways you can go around this. Now I've pulled a wire off on that corner. I'm gonna have to put that wire back on. It's a bloody nightmare, I'll tell you. It's obviously, like you said, I've done a couple of these now, so I'm glad this board's out because it makes my job a lot easier. Oh, well, the pads have all come off and all underneath. Damn it. My chewing gum's all come off. Damn. Me chewing gum. Looks like chewing gum. Right, that's back on. Right. First things, can I do this out the board? I wonder if I can actually do this out the board. I only want to see if this posts. If I plug the fan in, right, I only want to see if this posts up. So I don't want to keep putting it in and coming out. Let me plug that back in. Right, let's try that again. No, it's not posting it. So, for some reason, just instantly just shuts off. So, that's got to be down to the diode itself now, isn't it? It's obviously, yeah, it just turns on and instantly turns back off. This is why I didn't want to test it. Bad trace under the clamp. Michael, alert. Yeah, it's like A said, check that diode orientation. Mike, which way does that, on that board, right? Because obviously, on the board on here, the X clamp, obviously where these X clamps go, I put the black end to the diode at the bottom. Is that the correct way, or has that got to be flipped? Because that could be round the wrong way. Well, I mean, like you said, but the guide was obviously, that's the guide it was telling me. So it could be that the diode is round the wrong way, and that's popped off again. Again, that's not helping. These X clamps are crap. Yeah, are they sure that the black end is all the way through? Yeah, because like you said, I tested that on the, so I put that on the multimeter just to make sure that that was connecting. But like you said, there's the correct way that it was basically trying to say, so that it was supposed to go through this bottom end to go up to this top end. So if I probe it, you can actually see on the multimeter, and I'll show you, on the multimeter, the diode, it works one way. But, like you said, is that the correct way where it goes to the POL, goes up to the part of the, if I put it in diode mode, and I'll probe it and I'll show you. And it is making connection. That's how I know. If I probe one into this, one into this. But like you said, this could be the wrong way around. Yeah. That diode could be wrong. I personally think the diode's got to be up this end. That's why it's not posting. It's just turning off. That indicates to me it's not getting the voltage up. I'm going to swap the diode around. I'm going to put the diode up this end. Swap it over. Like you said, the connection's there. I'm just going to swap it over and see what happens. Yeah, the black towards post 1. Yeah, well that's... What the freaking hell was that? Here's a bug in here. Look, I'm getting 3 bugs. Jesus. Well, it was. 3 bugs. Where does he come from? I've got a 3 bug floating around. This must have come off Bronson. Yeah, black towards post 1. Let me see if I can actually... Oh, that bug's doing my head in. It's floating around. Let me go back to your post, right? Because obviously, like the posting that you actually put on there, right? And I'll show you. Right. This is for the Jasper. That hardware could be the problem. Right. Right, the diode, right? Now, obviously, this is obviously for, I don't know if this is actually for the Corona model, because it's obviously, this is obviously not the Corona, this is, but it says on there, the diode, but it says, VHS install on the Jasper or the Falcon, right? So obviously, images are coming soon. So obviously it tells you that the diode that I've put on come from here. And it should go over to this section where it's posted. So it's done right. There's a bug. It's an immunity bug. Obviously, we're getting 3 bugs. So yeah, Mike, the main thing is obviously I have glitched it, right? I'm sure I have. Fucking 3 bugs is actually worrying me, man. I've got bloody bugs flying around. Fucking bug. But what? Where does that bug come from? It's an immunity bug. Thinking, oh no. It's an inner bug. It's an inner bug system. Yeah, obviously I did put that on there correctly. And it says come over and to bridge it to right where it says to the right up this section where you've got all of the 3 diodes right on top of each other, which I've bridged. So that is correct. I haven't done it wrong. No, read the middle comment above. Yeah, that will be a problem with the hardware bugged. Obviously, yeah. The hardware could be problem. Alert. Like I said, it's sure the diode is in the correct orientation. I could take it off, but I did put that on there because but like you said, I could swap it over. Just swap that round. It won't hurt. I think that might be the best guess. Protocol. Just swap it over. Right, off. I'm going to swap that. I'm going to swap that diode around the other orientation on that front. swap it over. I'm just swapping this diode round. So I'm going to place this diode round the other way. Right. Stop. Best bring the wire down the clamp. Yeah, obviously that's what I was thinking. Like, bring it down. I don't think I could do that because, oh, I don't know. Yeah, I could do. Yeah, right. There you go. That makes sense. And then I can just anchor it to that point. Makes it easier because then it keeps it straight. It doesn't pull on the wire and rip the trace off. Makes sense. Thanks, Mike. Don't know where that bug's gone. There you go. That's on. Right. That's on. Right, let me put that. If this works, then it's obviously, I'll put it on back and front, but we'll soon find out because obviously this wasn't powering up, it just powers off. Right, that's off from the plug, that's off from the board, because obviously I want to get into Zell. Right, let's plug the fan in because this won't work without the fan. It won't complete the circuit. Oh, and I've got to put the front board on. Turn the TV on again. Jesus. Get there in a minute. Finish. No, it's still turning on and off. It turns instantly off. So that's not made no difference at all. So the diode was round the right way. So this turns on and then turns off. Damn it. So I've bridged it right. It just turns on and then goes straight back off. So it wasn't the wire connections on there. Yeah, you could have, what you could have done is remove the RGH wires and revert back to NAND stock. I think I will. I think that might be the best port of call. Right, I'll unplug it because I'll leave the RGH wires connected. Right, switch this off. This is obviously, it's got to be a reasons why. If I remember correctly, didn't we do this? No, and it done the same thing. I don't know why. Right, I'm just going to literally untake. I'm going to take this off. Right, take that one off. I'm going to take this wire off. Right. That was done correctly. I know it was. I just know it was done correctly. It weren't my work. I'm going to leave that one on, right? I'm going to leave this wire on. Because obviously that's a bugger to get on and off on there. Right? And I'll just unsolder it from this side. So that way I can revert it back. There you go. Right, leave that one up. Because that one ain't going to work. It's disconnected from it. Yeah. See you, Breeze Tech. Mick, what do you think of your phone? You thinking about getting one for a bigger screen? Well, obviously these do cost quite a bit. Just bear in mind, the Galaxy Ultra 7s are okay. I've not run into any problems. I think they're a bit overpriced for what they are. Obviously, I'm in a 3-year contract because I got it through my work form and that, and I just carried the contract over because I could have traded it in and got a latest iPhone. I went, oh no, I'm not having no more bloody iPhones on that front. But yeah, these are good. Battery life, yeah, pretty good on that front. Obviously, I'm down to 11%, and I've been running the crap out of this on that front. So, yeah, unless you want to pay a bit, obviously they are still. I mean, when I got that, they give me the Galaxy, the Samsung Galaxy Watch 8, which was their latest flagship. I mean, they ought to because they're £500 the watches just alone. On that front. Now they're just giving away like free earpods, which are about 250 quid. The Samsung ones. So it's, yeah. Would I get another one? Probably not. No. After I've had it, all I say is, if you're going to get one of these, I got this casing off Amazon. It's about 30 quid because of this. It was an 150 meg zoom on it. It's ludicrous. It's 8K at 60 frames. I don't even use the 8K side. It's absolutely, it's mad. It's a one mad phone that is. It's like it's on steroids. But the price tag is pretty pricey. Just bear with if you are thinking about it. You might be a good deal. I'm paying. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, obviously I'm paying. What am I paying? 53 a month for the phone with the contracts. Just for the contract, just for the phone. That's without me calls and everything else. I think I only pay about £5.50 something for the phone calls, but the phone's quite pricey up front. But I didn't have to put no deposit down because I got it through work. Now retired from work, I just carried it over, so I just pay them the 53 a month. And that front, yeah, it's not bad phone, but I won't get another one. Now I've had one. Yeah, you got to treat them with respect. It's obviously not glass. The front's glass on here, but that's not glass. This is like it's like you think there's a screensaver on there, like not a screensaver, like a film. Whatever you do, don't peel that off. It's not a screen protector. Okay, you can't put one on here. You can't put a screen protector on it. You think you think you can peel that off. Whatever you do, don't. If you do get one, because you'll ruin the entire screen. Because that's one I got warned actually when I got that. They said don't do it. So they said I know it looks tempting, and I've just got into the habit of not doing it. So yeah. But yeah, they are nice, but you might be able to get a good deal because obviously they've been out a little while now. I've got the Midnight Blue, which is the version I've always wanted, because they've done green and other colours. But they do open up to about an 8-inch tablet. Just bear with. Yeah, I work for Samsung, so I won't even touch them. Like, if they change the screen protector, it voids it. Yeah, obviously, it does. Right, I'm going to have to revert this back. I'm going to have to do what Michael says and revert this back. For some reason, this is not flashing. Great. Fucking the only one I end up doing, and it don't bloody flash. So that indicates to me that this don't like being RGH'd for some reason. Right, switcher on. Right, that's plugged in. I'm not going to power it up. I'll take a look. There is some good deals, just bear with. Right, Michael, now this is where I need your help on this front. How do I flash this NAND back? Obviously, do I read the NAND again? Or do I load them? I think I load them back up, didn't I? No, they're already dumped in. Look, they're already flashed back. No. I think what you do you don't create the Zell, you just reload them back in. Well, they've already been loaded in anyway, because these are both been dumps. Load the NAND dumps, right? Load the NAND dump 1. Yeah, I thought you did. You just load them back in. Now, obviously, and bin 2, and then what you do, you then compare them to see if it is the NANDs are the same. That's it. And then basically you write the NAND, didn't you? You just rewrite them, write them back. Sure you do. You just write it back because you're not creating Zell. Make sure that you have retail selected. Show JRunner. Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, you've not got on. I've not bloody show JRunner. Would help, wouldn't it? Right. So I load the sources up. These compare. I've loaded this up. Retail, there you go. That's it. Click retail. Yeah, are we there yet? No, it ain't flashing for some reason. Yeah, and then you write it back. And then you write it back to the NAND. That's it. Retail. And then you click right to the NAND. Yeah. Flashing. Yeah, you're right. I think they say you done it last time. You just put it back to where it says retail. Don't know why that ain't working then. Obviously this one won't flash for some reason. Just won't it won't boot up. It's a weird situation. Hopefully this won't take too long, and then this should post back up to stock. So what causes that, Mike, for that not to work? Is that just because some Xboxes won't flash? This one, obviously, I did do it correctly. Spent all that time, and it didn't flash. Like, for some reason, it wouldn't do it. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thanks, Fuzzy. Yeah, there we go. Right, that should be it. Let's wrote it back. One piece of feedback I found frustrating was people told me to check the wiring to the RGH3. Yeah, obviously, like you said, to check it. I did check that from both ends, but it won't glitch. Right, the good issue is, if I unplug that, right, turn it off, wait 10 seconds, let it clear from the system, then boot this up to see if this posts. And then I can plug her back in. Right, there you go. Switch her on. Does she post? Yep, she's posting, Mike. Good shout. Well, it's flashing, but obviously we've got the I've got nothing coming up on the screen. No, there's a problem. Damn it. Bad trace under the clamp? No, so it won't bolt it on. Damn it. No, you're right. It ain't posting at all. That could be. That was that. Check the trace under the clamp like Pab suggested. Right. Turn her off. I did check this. This is what I know. Like you said. Now I ain't took that off. Like you said, check for trace. Make sure you ain't broke any traces. Like what I did last time. If you're basically saying you could have like damaged the trace underneath. Right. Let me take this out. I doubt it because I was being really careful, and I could have a look. Need to take them X clamps off and have a look on it. I don't know why this won't post. See, I don't like that. When you lift them down, this is when you start damaging traces, and I bloody hate that. I don't want to force. One thing I don't want to do. But there's got to be an easier way to get these bloody clamps off. If you're using the tool really easy to break some traces, yeah, obviously, like you said. Right. Let's trace. Let's see if we got any broken trace. I hate these things because it's the X clamps can do it when you're trying to put them on. Take them off. Tell you what. Don't tell me I've done the same thing again. 2 for 2. It's probably why this ain't glitching. Yeah, wait for it. You know what's going to happen, didn't you? You know we're going to find a bit. Obviously, around near the X clamp. Now, I was trying to be ultra careful. It looks like a little bit right next to this bloody leg. And I was trying to be really careful around here, but I'll double check. I can't see anything else around the leg. Around any of these points. It's not that, it's where these traces go. No, there ain't. I'm going to give that a scrub of a drop of IPA. Where's it? Right round there. You've only got to have one go on it. That's it. It's game over. Told you about with these bloody X-Camps tools. You know, obviously, that's why I don't like them. I think I just nipped that. That could be a clamp. That actually could be, you know. I need my glasses on to check. It looks like it's trace damage. Yeah, I think you could be right. Damn it. Fuck's sake. It really does look like it and all. Where is that? Hold up. Let me move this up for a minute, and then you guys can get to see. Where is it? It's right up. Is it up here? It looks like it. I think I just nipped it. It's really hard to see. Yeah, scraping tool. Yeah, I'll check all 8. Sorry, Mike. Check all 8 first, then come back to it. Right, check all 8 first. Yeah. Check all round. No, fine. Fine. Oh. Yeah, that one got a little bit nipped. It was near it, but it didn't. No. The only one that's coming back is that one on that corner. I don't think it is. No, it ain't. I've got my goggles on. Right, alert. What we see is a white screen. Sorry, guys, because obviously I'm looking under it with me scope, trying to have a look. That ain't broke. Trust me, it ain't broke. It's not. It just looks. I think I just near enough nipped that. I think you're fine, and I'll tell you the reason now. No, if I grab me multimeter, follow that trace round, pull it in continuity, right? I'll pull it in continuity and I'll trace it, and I'll soon know if this trace is broke or not. Right, continuity mode. Right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to follow that trace where that is. That trace goes all the way down. I think that's it. Now if I touch that, There you go. So I'm on the right line there. So I now need to follow where that trace goes. Goes to here. Have I touched that from there to there? No. So I found where that one goes to there to there. Impossible, those goggles on. Yeah, obviously, it's like you said, it does make, it's obviously not looking at the chat. Sorry, because I'm trying to follow the trace. I give up. Well, yeah, I would actually say leave it for tonight, tackle it with fresh eyes tomorrow and come back. Yeah, I think you're right. Obviously, I think I will. Yeah, check it. I think that might be the best bet. Come back with fresh eyes tomorrow and recheck that circuitry, follow that trace, and then go back to it. But it looks like the trace is not broke 100%. The fresh mince pies tomorrow. I did put that diode right now, 100%. I didn't muck about it. I thought it did because the diode went at the wrong end. See what I mean with traces now? When you obviously the only one thing I would say with the RGHing on these boards is if this is not done correctly, right? You could damage obviously trying to get the X clamp tool because you have to bend that X clamp down, right? Obviously because this is set at 90 degrees. This is what causes most of the problems. Next time, use an X-clamp tool. Don't shove it in so much. Well, it don't help. It's bent as a bloody banana. Yeah, you need to succeed, miss, for fresh eyes. Obviously, much better. Yeah, obviously, that don't help with this tool because, obviously, when you push it in, this is what's pushing on these traces. And it don't help to get these off. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll come back to this tomorrow and I'll have a look with a fresh pair of eyes on that front. But it's been flashed back, so it should be that. Yeah. But okay, guys, because obviously it's UK, it is 10 o'clock. Didn't give that a thought. I'll give this a go in it. Yeah, use that tool wrong. Yeah, maybe that board that you want to succeed. Yeah, obviously I'll have a look. I'd find that trace, see where that trace goes and see where it is. I found one part of the trace, so now I know I can come back to this tomorrow as well. Alright guys, no worries. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it there. But, that front, and I'll come back to this and have a go on again tomorrow. Yeah, good night, Mick. No worries, thanks very much. Yeah, Michael, thank you so much, my friend, obviously on that front. Ace, thanks for your help if you're lurking in the background. El Stevo, yeah, no worries, my friend. And I'll catch you guys on the next stream. Yeah, Pab, thanks, bub. Thanks very much. Yeah, Wes, thanks, Wes. See you later, buddy. Cheers, guys.